I'm here.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Here.
Commissioner Dubak?
Here.
Commissioner Douglas?
Here.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Here.
Commissioner Prush?
Here.
Commissioner Macy?
Here.
Okay, it looks like we have video and audio confirmed. So I'm going to call to order the Monday, April 27, 2020 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to begin with a roll call vote, even though we sort of did that to begin with on the audio check. But I'm going to begin with Commissioner Lavasser.
Here.
Commissioner Dubak.
Here.
Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Commissioner Gibbs.
Here.
Commissioner Prush.
Here.
Commissioner Macy.
Here.
And I'm Mayor Mike Fournier, and I'm present as well. And I apologize if I called that a roll call vote. I just meant a roll call. We're going to begin today with an invocation given by Commissioner Douglas, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's give thanks tonight to teachers. Let's thank the inadvertent teachers, parents who are trying to teach first and third grade between online business meetings, or harder, parents going out to work in essential businesses while still trying to keep their children engaged and on track. Let's let all of them know that no matter what or how much they're doing, it's fine. The kids are all right. We also thank the professional teachers and administrators who, in a few weeks, completely converted their entire business model to an online platform, the educational equivalent of the Apollo 13 rescue. Thanks also to our Royal Oak School administrators and foundation who are delivering computers, food, and emergency aid to children and families in need. We've gained a new appreciation for the work that teachers do. We need them to continue to do it so that we don't have to teach the new math. And to that, I imagine many of us will say, amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas. Now we're at the point in our agenda where we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask if you can stand to do so, and we'll begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Indivisible with liberty and justice.
Okay, all right. This brings us to item number 5 in our agenda, which is a proclamation designating May 6th to May 12th as National Nurses Week in Royal Oak. With us today, we have Ann Stewart, who is the Chief Nursing Officer at Beaumont Hospital, and she's here to receive this proclamation digitally. Of course, we'd like to do this in person, but the current circumstance is prohibitive of doing so. But before we begin the proclamation, I'd just like to tell Ms. Stewart and her colleagues, on behalf of the city of Royal Oak, we are so proud of the work that you are doing on the front lines to keep us healthy and safe as we combat this terrible disease that has affected so many lives. We thank you again from the bottom of our heart. I'll begin by reading the proclamation, and then I'll ask Ms. Stewart if she can provide some comments for us accordingly. This is a proclamation designating May 6th to 12th, 2020 Nurses Week in Royal Oak. Whereas nearly 3.8 million registered nurses in the United States comprise our nation's largest healthcare profession, and whereas more than 3,000 nurses within Beaumont Hospital Royal Oak provide compassionate care and healing in our community, and whereas the depth and breadth of the registered nursing profession has faced unprecedented times that most of us never imagined. And whereas nurses met the challenge of an unimaginable pandemic, we have witnessed courage, compassion, dedication, and leadership in caring for our Royal Oak community families. And whereas the professional nurses and their families have sacrificed to provide safety and quality care to very ill hospitalized patients, and whereas the demand for registered nursing services are greater than ever because of the complex healthcare challenges of COVID-19 patients, as well as the aging of the American population and continuing expansion of life-sustaining technology. And whereas more qualified registered nurses will be needed in the future to meet the increasing increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers and community. And whereas the cost-effective, safe, and quality healthcare services provided by registered nurses will be an ever more important component of the U.S. healthcare delivery system in the future. And whereas, along with the American Nurses Association, Beaumont Health has declared the week of May 6th to 12th as National Nurses Week in celebration of the ways in which registered nurses who lead the charge for health and wellness. And whereas 2020 was designated the Year of the Nurse and the Year of the Nurse and the Midwife by the World Health Organization in recognition of the contributions they make and in honor of the 200th birthday anniversary of Florence Nightingale on May 12th, 2020. Now therefore be it resolved, I, Mayor Fournier, and the members of the Royal Oak City Commission hereby proclaim May 6th to 12th, 2020 as Nurses Week in Royal Oak. And we ask all residents of this community to join us in honoring our healthcare heroes, the registered nurses, who take care of us and to celebrate registered nursing's accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system and show our appreciation for the nation's registered nurses, not just during this week, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Ms. Stewart, I don't know if you're on in your
Yes. Can you hear me?
Again, once again, on behalf of Royal Oak, we're so honored to be able to present you and your colleagues with this designation. If you have any words for us, that would be great.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? Yep.
Yep, we can hear you, Ms. Stewart.
Yeah. I really want to thank you and thank the entire Royal Oak community for all the support you've provided. As we talked about, everywhere, this is unprecedented. This is a time that we never thought we'd see in our career, but to have the community come together to support the staff, the nurses, every healthcare member has really, I can't thank you enough. I think we still have more work to be done, but we've been very fortunate to be in this community, to be supported by all of you.
Well, I think the thanks goes right back to all of you. And we really appreciate you taking time tonight to speak with us. We know you have very busy days ahead of you, and you've been enduring busy hours since the start of this pandemic. And we're very grateful for everything that you guys are doing. And it's our honor to make this proclamation. So thank you again.
Well, thank you.
This brings us to item number 6, which is a proclamation designating May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I think we have Deanna Bunchu on the line as well. And we're going to give the proclamation and hopefully Ms. Bunchu has some words after the proclamation is read. This is a proclamation designating May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Royal Oak. Whereas mental health is important for our individual well-being and vitality, as well as that for our families, communities, and businesses. Whereas at least 8.4 million Americans provide care to an adult with an emotional or mental illness. Whereas 17% of you, 6 to 17 years, experience a mental health disorder that, if untreated, can lead to school failure, physical illness, substance abuse, jail, or even suicide. Whereas May 7th has been designated the National Children's Mental Health Awareness Day, and whereas 1 in 8 of all visits to the emergency room departments in the United States are related to mental health and substance use disorders. And whereas mental illness is a biologically based brain disorder and cannot be overcome through willpower and is not related to a defect in a person's character or intelligence. And whereas mental health recovery is a journey of healing and transformation, enabling people with a mental illness to live in a community of his or her choice while striving to achieve his or her full potential. And whereas mental health recovery not only benefits individuals with mental health disorders by focusing on their abilities to live, work, and learn and fully participate and contribute in our society, but it also enriches the culture of our community life. And whereas the Oakland Community Health Network and its service provider agencies are committed to inspiring hope, empowering people, and strengthening communities. Now therefore be it resolved, I, Mayor Fournier, and the members of the Royal Oak City Commission hereby recognize May 2020 as Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon our citizens, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our city to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illness and the need to appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental illnesses to promote recovery. Ms. Bunchu.
Thank you, Mayor and City Commissioners, for this proclamation and the recognition of the significance of mental health awareness. Emotional health is just as important as physical health, and it is especially crucial during this COVID-19 pandemic. Social distancing can be stressful, isolating, and cause a range of emotions. This is why OCHN hopes to shift the language from social distancing to physical distancing. Social interaction and support are crucial during this time, even if it is not in person. One of the things I would like to do is share some resources with you. If you are in need of social support and tools on how to manage stress, OCHN provides free access to mystrength.com by using the code OCCMHA. This website provides stress reduction and other mental health resources. Additionally, the state of Michigan has announced that Michigan residents can use the Headspace app for free of charge, which is a mindfulness tool. Both the OCHN and state of Michigan's websites have additional resources, including a hotline if you need assistance during this time. Once again, OCHN, the people we serve, and our providers appreciate this proclamation.
Thank you, Ms. Bunchu, and thank you for taking the time out of your evening to be with us here tonight and receive this proclamation. And thank you for the work that you do on a daily basis to help all those in need of care. We're very grateful.
Thank you so much.
All right. So now we're going to move to item number 7 on our agenda. Before we do, I'd like to first just provide a quick summary. I meant to do it at the beginning of the meeting of where we stand today. Just a few updates related to COVID-19, as well as a few announcements that some others have asked me to make in the community. Today, according to the Oakland County COVID-19 website, Royal Oak has endured 246 cases, confirmed cases in Royal Oak, which has sadly resulted in 22 lost souls. This is certainly tragic in any regard, and our hearts go out to all of the families and those who have suffered from this terrible pandemic, and of course all the survivors as well for what they've had to go through. A quick announcement: this Wednesday, firefighters local 431 in partnership with Gleaners in the city of Royal Oak and the Royal Oak Community Coalition will be having a food giveaway for those Royal Oak residents who are struggling financially during this time and who need some groceries to meet their needs. And so this is going to take place at Royal Oak High School on Wednesday at 1 p.m. It is drive up, and a number of our Royal Oak firefighters are there volunteering to hand out food. Also, I want to mention that the DDA is working on a financial support package for small businesses in upwards of $2 million. I encourage any citizen, any business owner, especially in the DDA, to provide their input to the DDA as far as your thoughts and ideas as it relates to that program as it continues to unfold. Recently, in a conversation I was having with the leadership at Beaumont Hospital, they wanted me to make everyone aware that they still are doing procedures, especially of an emergency nature. So if you break your ankle, you can come into you can call up Beaumont, and they have safe and secure COVID-free areas where surgeries can take place. So they wanted to make sure from a community health perspective that people, if you are injured or have something, please call them. You don't have to endure that injury if you can make an appointment and get a procedure done as well. We've seen a lot of stuff going on in the community. I'm not on Facebook that often, but when I do go in, it seems to be flooded with acts of kindness, people with great ideas. We've seen all the sidewalk chalk. We've seen the messages in windows. We've seen neighbors helping neighbors. We've seen police officers mowing the lawns of people who are incapable of doing so. We've seen people out there making homemade masks. I know the city of Royal Oak has distributed a number of those masks to people, especially our vulnerable seniors who had a hard time accessing those homemade masks. We've reached out as a community, so everyone is aware, via telephone. We've reached out to some of our more vulnerable seniors, informing them that they can call City Hall at any time if they need something. Whereas if the city can't help, we certainly can find somebody that will. and we've had some success with that program as well. We've seen landlords offering $1 rent, we're doing amazing things throughout our community to help combat this pandemic. And so I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of some of the things that are going on. And if you need help in any way, as long as it's not a non-medical emergency, if you're having a medical emergency, always dial 911. If you have any questions or need something, don't be too proud to ask for help. You can call the city at 248-246-3201. That's 248-246-3201. And there are a lot of people in our community. We have a loving community that are out there willing to help. Just call. I see that we have the next item on our agenda is the Oakland County coronavirus response update. Do we have somebody from Oakland County on? Oh, I see Mr. Woodward there.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I think your comments earlier, not only is recognizing nurses on the front line, but the sobering statistics that not only affect us here in Royal Oak, but the near 7,000 positive COVID-19 cases across Oakland County and more than 600 fatalities is a reminder of why we need to remain vigilant and do everything that's necessary in working together to get through this. And we will get through this. And thank you for the opportunity to give an update. I'm going to try to be very brief and really talk about this in three. I want to give a county update in three areas. I want to talk about the public health, talk about some of the things that are being done as it relates to opening up the economy and economic recovery, and then land on some kind of a broad government actions that are happening in terms of opening up Oakland County government services, as well as some of the other community services that our community absolutely relies on. But starting with community health, I'm going to time myself, and when the alarm goes off, I'm going to cut myself off. We all know that the governor extended her stay home, stay safe order through the 15th. I think it's important to remind everyone why we're doing this. We don't have to look further than 100 years ago. We know that the best practices that help get America through the Spanish flu, social distancing, public health directives, good hygiene, the things that worked then are our best tools right now to contain and manage this virus going forward. And it's absolutely essential, despite all the inconvenience, despite all the hardship that's happening, it's absolutely critical that we continue to practice these things in the short term so that we can not only continue to flatten the curve, but be in a position when we do reopen things that we can best manage, contain, and prevent the spread of this virus. One thing I want to mention is Oakland County really was a leader in earlier state executive orders as it relates to Oakland County's health orders that required all essential employees, all operators that were able to operate during the shutdown, to require all employees to wear masks, to protect employees. The safety procedures to make sure that we protect employees and the public. So wearing masks, doing daily screenings. These are things that recently got captured in some of the governor's executive orders that recently came forward. And Oakland County not only being a leader in that, but really help shape and to model those best practices that really were formulated and developed by our health professionals in the front line, our medical director, our health director, our health officer, all working together to really push the limits on what do we need to do, given that Oakland County's, seeing the effect, second greatest number of county with the second number of positive COVID cases anywhere else in the state. Again, all of these steps are absolutely critical to not just containing, but managing and protecting the spread of COVID going forward. And I get asked often, what's the pathway forward? And the pathway forward, I come back to the 3 T's: testing, tracing, treatment. We need enough testing to be able to test everyone who needs. We need to be able to trace, to be able to control and manage and know where exposure could be. And we need the treatment in place until a vaccine becomes available so that we can make sure that people are protected. On the testing front, The experts are on the front line, definitely saying that, really for a county of our size, that we need to ramp up in short order to about 13,000 tests a week. Now, I'm happy to report in Oakland County that we have launched a drive-through testing facility that can produce 250 tests per day. And I've got good news to announce today that later this week, we're going to open up a second site. So the first site that Oakland County opens on the county campus in Pontiac at 1200 North Telegraph. We'll be opening a second site at the South Oakland Health Department that will also be able to really build up our capacity to do testing. We have other testing partnerships throughout the area, more targeted towards particular populations, but we have to continue to build up, because if we can't hit that 13,000 marker, it's going to be very difficult to test all the people that potentially come in contact with other positive tests going forward. And that's a top priority our health department's on the front lines with. The other thing I want to bring attention, and there's been a lot of news reported on this as it relates to nursing homes, adult long-term care facilities. We have 158 facilities across Oakland County that have been affected with the virus. A large number of our fatalities have happened in these locations. It's not surprising. You deal with an elderly population, other compromising health conditions. It's a very vulnerable group. We've actually put in a formal request to the National Guard to help provide support, everything from sterilization efforts, in terms of cleaning, but probably most importantly, I'm happy to report this week launching a pilot effort working with local fire departments and paramedic units to be able to go in and do some of the testing of the staff, residents, and other personnel in those facilities. We know that these are hotspots, not just in Oakland County, but all across the entire country. And we really want to get in front of it. Unfortunately, we were able to secure some additional tests from the state to be able to do that. That's going forward, and we hope to be able to spread this initiative across the county going forward. But I do want to underscore the need for more testing is absolutely critical. We need our federal partners to be able to make this happen in order to be able to test the people that we know need to be tested. On the tracing factor, which is the next piece, contact tracing is, one of the new buzzwords out there. This is the practice of talking to everyone that we have a positive ID to be able to get a sense on who we've been in contact with, so we can identify others to contain the virus. This practice actually was in place when the virus first showed up, but at a certain point you hit community spread, and you can't go any. It's the efficacy of contact tracing loses impact. If we want to safely open the economy, we've got to build up the public health infrastructure to be able to trace exposure risks so that we can get people tested, and then individuals who are positively tested that can be appropriately self-quarantined to be able to get better, or more importantly, get the health intervention that's necessary. I safely report we have got about 80 to 100 individuals that are trained in contact tracing in Oakland County, and we actually probably have, among all the counties in Michigan, the best contact tracing public health infrastructure in place. That being said, the earliest estimates of the capacity that's necessary to do this is probably more than double that. And so we are actively working on figuring out what that number is, and then beginning the process to build up that capacity to help support the contact tracing in Oakland County. And if necessary, we will not only identify, but will secure the resources, staff, and in some cases, volunteers that are necessary to be able to do this. And then on the treatment side, until a vaccine is available, and that's months, if not longer, away, we need to make certain that our hospitals, our frontline workers, the nurses that we recognize at the top of the meeting, have all the personal protection equipment that they need, that patients have all the equipment that they need, and as a board, that we've already allocated an additional $20 million towards this effort to help purchase and acquire this. But I will say that it's challenging, that we put out orders. We're in competition with other counties, other states, and the federal government. And so we will continue to be able to press this. And frankly, we will spend whatever resources are necessary to protect the people that are directly impacted this so that we can get through this all together. So from a public health perspective, what I can say is that the Oakland County Public Health Department is one of the most trained, one of the most effective, and one of the most efficient operators in this space, and has been really leading the curve and really will be the guiding compass to move us forward. That brings us to the economic recovery aspect. Everybody is looking forward to trying to get back to and get the economy up and running, getting people back to work. But we have to do that with the guidance and in concert with our public health authority. But on economic recovery issues, I mentioned a couple things. First, our Oakland County, at the request of our county executive, Dave Coulter, formed the Oakland County Small Business Stabilization Fund. We pooled together, we drew down some state grants, but also added additional county resources to really seed this fund with $3 million. I'm happy to report that over $2 million of grants were awarded to more than nearly 800 small businesses across Oakland County, including here in Royal Oak. Average award of $2,800. In Royal Oak, the average award, I believe, was closer to $5,000. Going forward. Should note that 7,000 applicants came in for that. We know there's a tremendous amount of need out there. We know that there's a tremendous amount of suffering from the economic front. And we're prepared to continue to do more. And frankly, at this board meeting later this week, I will be recommending that we actually increase that fund to be able to help even more small businesses, those like mom and pops on Main Street, be able to deliver on those things. In addition, the small business stabilization, we also allocate about $700,000 to small manufacturing to try to flip over their operations to produce more personal protection equipment. We announced 2 of those awards earlier this week. Detroit Sewn up in Pontiac producing masks. A lot of media attention of some of the incredible work that they're doing to help supply those on the front line in grocery stores and other in core services, but also Vaughn Custom Sports out of Oxford to produce more gowns and gloves and the types of PPE that we need to protect our folks on the front line. More announcements are expected this week in this regard. There are also some additional loans that will be coming out as a result of money that would award to Oakland County. But I guess I want to underscore as well is that we will be making a recommendation for a sizable investment to bulk this up going forward later this week. Also around the economic development and recovery aspect, I want to bring attention to the Oakland County COVID-19 Stabilization and Recovery Task Force. This is a task force that County Executive Coulter announced earlier, end of last week. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for agreeing to serve on that task force with myself and really 20 leaders really across Oakland County in all different sectors, from the education sector, nonprofit sector, business, community, really coming together to really chart a course forward, really in 3 areas. First, on stabilization, second, recovery, and then 3, putting the things in place to make sure that Oakland County reclaims its place as being the economic engine of Michigan. On the stabilization front, this is about helping with reopening to make sure that our public health orders not only protect employees, but also protect employers, and enforcing those orders to make certain that we're doing everything we possibly can to contain and minimize the spread of this virus. Related to that is working hard to help our employers get the equipment that they need. We know there's a shortage. Even the most basic surgical mask, it's hard to get to. Hand sanitizer, all those types of things, using our bulk purchasing power and working with our regional partners to acquire that to help support a safe opening of our economy, and then continue to monitor those health orders going forward. On the recovery front, I like to talk about it as really putting the V in recovery, so that we put the policies and structures in place to help grow out of this as quickly as we fell into this economically. Aligning our entire economic development team that stop what you're doing, focus exclusively on this is really what the directive is. Also looking at workforce development, not only just helping people work through the process of qualifying for getting their unemployment benefits, but making certain that whatever training support's necessary to get us on good footing going forward. And then lastly, that Thrive aspect. We were already underway with a new economic development strategy and brought in consultants to help roll this out. Then COVID happened. And so how do we position ourselves to really seize and build a more resilient economy that really, again, like I said, puts Oakland County back in the driver's seat of being the economic engine for Michigan. Lastly, I'm going to end up on some county operations on the planning front. Later this month, or at the end of the month, but very soon, that the board actually requested a formal plan for reopening of county government. Most operations that were not essential were suspended. Everything that could have been moved online was moved online, and we took the steps to try to remove cost barriers for people to use those services, like credit card surcharge fees and all those types of things were removed. We are going to be getting that plan later this month and begin the process of opening up those services as we can in the most safe way possible. Things that are probably appropriate, important to everyone on the commission here. I want to applaud all our district court judges and our circuit court judges in working with our county jail system. We have our jail population is the lowest it's ever been. We have some outbreak, but we've been able to manage and contain it largely because of whether it's early release or home release, to minimize the populations that are captured there. Children's Village, which is a 24/7 juvenile facility, that fortunately there are no outbreak and under good containment and management with the services, with the support staff that's in place there. Our parks remain open. Our trails in this stay home, stay safe space, people are still encouraged to go outside, enjoy the fresh air. Please practice social distancing. So absolutely important, and we're working very hard to enforce those. But the admission to the parks remain free. Golf courses, per the executive order modification by the governor, set to open this next Monday. But we're going to be taking very close attention to make sure that people are practicing the social distancing practices that are necessary to contain this. And it relates to our water parks and other things going forward. Staff is going to actually likely be recommending that the water parks sadly will be closed for the season. Per directive and advice from our health department. So there's more to that to come, but it looks like they sadly are going to be shut down for the season for obvious reasons. On the courts front, the SCAO, the Supreme Court, gives guidelines. There's no trial courts, any of those things happening through the time of the stay-home order. We'll see how that develops over time. From a board perspective, like you, we started meeting literally the same day the order came down. They gave permission to meet virtually, the first area to meet virtually. We are going to continue to move forward to approve the appropriate resources to buy the personal protection equipment that our communities need. We are going to be advancing additional dollars, like I mentioned earlier, to the Economic Stabilization Fund coming forward. In addition, I expect to introduce a proposal to put money for community stabilization so that we can support not just the nonprofits, but the families that are feeling the pain and challenge during these difficult times, and going to put a sizable investment in that space. And all at the same time of preparing, just like every local community is, the fiscal discipline that's necessary to manage us through this in the times coming, the months ahead. That includes we impose a hiring freeze, and we will be continue to practice those things going forward. One last thing I want to mention. This is election year. The August primaries in November. We don't want to be in a position like Wisconsin. We are going to be taking steps at our next board meeting to put the planning in place for safe and secure elections in a COVID pandemic era. Last thing, I'll just mention some information. I mentioned the testing earlier. Anybody who feels that they need a COVID test can contact our nurse on call. Our Pontiac site's up and running at our county campus. Our South Oakland site will probably start up and running as early as Thursday of this week. That number for nurse on call is 1-800-848-5533. Other info, I mean, if you have any questions, concerns, our COVID hotline, 248-858-1000. Any question you have will be directed to the appropriate source. You can also get regular text updates from the county if you text OakGov, that's OAKGOV, to the number 28748. The number again is 28748 to receive regular updates. And then you can go to our website at oakgov.com. The dashboard, the zip code data, all that information is regularly updated moving forward. So that is, I don't know how long my alarm didn't go off. I was worried about that. But if there are any additional questions, I mean, I'm happy to take any questions that you have, Mr. Mayor, or members of the commission. But I want to thank you for the time to be able to give the update, like what we're all doing and how we're all doing this together. And it's so absolutely critical. We are going to get through this. We need to remain vigilant. We need to be able to practice the things we know that works. And there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Do we have any questions for Mr. Woodward after that very thorough report from the county? I see Commissioner Macy. 1 second, Commissioner Macy. I clicked, it blinked.
Okay.
Now you're unmuted.
I agree to be muted. Thank you for that very thorough report. I figured your alarm might not have gone off after the
It was muted. It was there. Sorry.
So we have on our agenda tonight discussion of the CARES Act money that the city of Royal Oak is receiving. I just wondered if you had an opinion with that whole, kind of laundry list of things that the county is doing and taking care of, where there continue to be holes that we at the local level should be focused on when we're looking at our funds.
That's a great question. We received I think the full amount landed in our account on Friday. The reality is it's really the three fronts, right? It's the public health aspect, things to help support economic recovery, and then, the operations that have been directly negatively impacted by as a result of this. I don't think we can, it's been only 6 weeks. And it seems like a lifetime. And I know you, Commissioner, and myself. I live with an 8 and 10-year-old coworker, and it feels like forever. It's going to take some time for us to pull out of this, and so I think being mindful of those things that we fund on a regular basis, particularly through community development grant monies to help, really build and support the social safety net. Those are the things that we're looking forward to doing. That's one reason why we're going to be creating the Community Action Response Fund later this week from a county perspective. I think we need to be looking at all operations and how that we're all working together and making certain that we can pool the appropriate resources to do what needs to be done. What I can say from a county perspective, we are committed to doing whatever it takes to make certain that our hospitals and frontline workers, emergency personnel has the equipment that they need. To the extent, it is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm trying to not give national commentary, but it's absolutely ridiculous that counties are competing with states, competing with the federal government to acquire this stuff. But that's the situation that we find ourselves in. And so our Emergency Operations Center is doing an incredible job. I know that I think Royal Oak's put in its requests of things that it needs for its emergency personnel. But we got to be pushing beyond that. Our nonprofits that are helping deliver food, our schools that are helping deliver food to the kids and everything, they're struggling to get the personal protection gear. As we go further into the summer, having the volunteers and the staff to support that. So I think we're going to have to really push ourselves to be more creative in how to do that. I think a thumbnail sketch is everything that we do normally to protect the social safety net. If there's been a time in our lifetime that it's raining, it's pouring, and we need to be prepared to do whatever it takes to make it happen.
Any other questions for County Commissioner Dave Woodward? Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Well, thank you, Mr. Woodward, for
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
a very thorough update from the county of some of the things that you're doing and what we have coming down the pike. And I know as we start to go into budget season in here in May, it's very helpful to understand some of the things that you're doing as we make decisions critical to the future of this city. So I appreciate the county providing an update today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're all in this together.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 8 tonight, which is public comment. As we have in the last number of commission meetings that we've had to do remotely, we've had to look at this from a different perspective and try to replicate reality the best we can. We've had people call in and leave their public comment, of which we play. I think last week we had one comment. It was a little fuzzy to hear, but I understand that we've fixed some of those issues. What I want to do is, I know we had a number of public comments come in today, and I want to hand it over to Mr. Gillum. I know he has a recommendation on how we should proceed, to get the best efficacy out of this meeting tonight. Mr. Gillum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, commissioners. First, just a little bit of an explanation. As I think you know, since we've started conducting remote meetings, we've been using some software that has allowed us to record comments that come in for a period of time before the meeting, and then we just go ahead and play the recorded public comment for the benefit of the city commission and the public. That avoids issues we would have with actually going live with public comment, because we would have really no way to prevent callers from potentially disrupting our meeting. So up to this point in time, we've been allowing roughly 2 hours for public comment to come in to all the meetings that we've held. There has not been an issue. Again, the number of calls have been relatively few. Recognizing that there are a couple issues on the agenda tonight that I felt might strike a nerve, we extended the period of time for public comment for tonight's meeting from a period of 2 hours to a period of 4 hours. We found out tonight that actually the software is not only limited by the amount of time we provide, but by the number of calls that come in. We found tonight that we have a limit of 100 calls on the software that we have in place that we've been using. So it's my understanding that we reached the limit of 100 calls at approximately 6:23 tonight. We had allowed from 2:30 to 6:30 for public comment. So for a period of roughly 7 minutes, anyone that called in to leave a public comment was advised that the mailbox was full, for lack of a better term. So I'm aware of at least 3 people that apparently called in and received that message. First, I want to apologize to the 3 of them. And if there is anyone else that wasn't able to leave public comment tonight, we apologize for that. We'll look into it. We'll see if there's any way for us to expand our capacity further than the 100 call limit that we had in place today for the program. Having said that, I would indicate that as long as I've been the city attorney here, which is over a number of years, over the course of several different city commissions, I don't remember that we've ever had 100 speakers at public comment during any particular meeting. Possibly when the human rights ordinance was first being considered, I wasn't the city attorney at the time. But having said that, we really felt that the limit of 4 hours, and as it turns out, 100 calls would be more than sufficient. If it's not, we'll see what we can do. And again, I apologize for anyone who wasn't able to get through. As to the 100 calls that were made, 2 of those were actually hang-up calls. So we have a total of 98 messages for public comment tonight. Carol Schwanger in my office has done some initial counting on those. Out of the 98 remaining messages, there are a total of 4 that involved, that were completely unrelated to item number 15 on the agenda tonight, which is the censure resolution. The other 90, they either involved that and something else or something completely unrelated to the censure resolution. We had 94 calls that came in that dealt only with the censure resolution. In terms of the 3 callers that I'm aware of that were not able to leave a message. They have sent emails in. I have printouts of all three of those emails, and I can read those into the record tonight, which complies with the requirements of the executive order allowing for remote meetings. Out of those three, one dealt with subjects other than the censure resolution, as long as the censure resolution, and two dealt only with the censure resolution. So if you add up the recorded messages and the printed messages that I can read into the record, we have a total of 96 that deal with the censure resolution alone. We have a total of 5 that deal with the censure resolution and or something else. My recommendation to the commission is that for item number 8, now for public comment, that we deal with the 5 that dealt with something other than the censure resolution or something other than the censure resolution and the censure resolution. That we stop public comment after the 5 comments, that we then proceed with the rest of the agenda, item number 9 through item number 14. Let's get the rest of our business done in a timely fashion to accommodate any members of the public that are interested, and also for the benefit of the staff who have to participate in the meeting. After we're through item number 14, then my suggestion would be that we go ahead and we listen to the remaining 96 comments that deal specifically with item number 15. And that's my recommendation tonight. How we actually want to proceed is up to the commission, and I welcome any comments or any input that you might have.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Gibbs? Does anyone object to following that procedure in the spirit of, getting the city business done in that fashion? Commissioner Douglas.
We probably should put it in the form of a motion. So I would move to have item number 8, public comment, cover items not related to agenda item number 15, and then to resume public comment following agenda item 14.
Is there a second for that motion? We have a second by Commissioner Macy. Do we have discussion on the motion? I'm looking across my panel here. My screen is not that large. Okay, I don't see any discussion. So I'll call for the vote. We're going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start first. That's the way I see it on my screen. Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuc?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs? Commissioner Gibbs? Let me unmute you, Commissioner Gibbs.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, the motion passes. So we will commence with public comment with as I understood it and wrote down here, Mr. Gillum, we had 5 comments that were either not about item 15 or included information about topics other than 15. And then we'll move forward after item 14 with the remaining 96 plus or whatever it is, public comments that seem to be generally pertaining to item number 15. And just to be clear, Mr. Gillum, it was the last 7 minutes that was cut off at public comment. So we had it open for 4 hours or 3 hours and 53 minutes. And then we hit that 100 peak. And of that, we've identified a few people that emailed us or called in that we've been able to get at least their public comment read into via email into the record. Am I correct with that?
That's absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. Then we will commence with the public comment, the first 5 or so here.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lemoyne. I'm a Royal Oak resident. I'm calling today regarding Commissioner Gibbs. It's highly distressing to see a city commissioner to even be among protesters who are toting guns, carrying Confederate.
Rick Karlowski, I have a couple of comments on today's agenda. First off, why are we approving the DDA to spend $2 million to help businesses downtown when the plan is not detailed at all as to where the business over this shutdown? But this plan is totally without detail and should be taken back for rework before it's voted on in this commission. And secondarily, normally this stuff would be part of the budgetary process in June. So I understand, again, you may want to pull it ahead, but this plan has not got any detail in it at all and needs to be reworked before being voted on by the city commission. In regard to the political farce that is the censor resolution, I don't recall anybody on this commission having a big deal about the safety of Royal Oak residents when a commission candidate from the last election got into a car with her intoxicated husband and drove around downtown Royal Oak until they were pulled over by the ROPD. He was booked for DUI, I believe, and she was too intoxicated to drive the rest of the way home. Nobody called for her resignation. Nobody called for questioning her judgment, not resignation, but at least pulling out of the race. No one called on her judgment for any of this. I mean, why didn't they call an Uber or a taxi or anything else? It seems to me that there's quite a double standard when we have this censure because Kim attended a outdoor event in Lansing on her own without being, I mean, she never had her name tag on for as being a city commissioner, never represented the city in any way she performed. This is nothing but an obvious partisan political hack job because Kim is running against Dave Woodward for the commission seat, and apparently Dave doesn't want to keep discussing how he resigned and then unresigned because his little deal didn't work out where he could become the county executive. I find it very appalling. I think it's disgusting, and given all of the great economic calamity that is going to come out of this city if we keep shut down much longer, we've got a whole lot of other things to discuss. Kim never went to any rallies or anything else after her return from Lansing. The nonsense that she was spreading the virus, even if she is speculative at best, even if she was infected, she was not going to any rallies or campaigning in any way she performed or going to any events or crowds. So this whole thing is just reeks of partisanship and should be stopped. Thank you.
Janice Wagman. I have been watching your agendas and waiting for some reference, some attention to the impact this economic shutdown is having on our city finances. So far, nothing. It's business as usual with new contracts, increased contracts, new purchase orders, new labor contracts, and in fact, on tonight's consent agenda is the replacement of a DPS employee. All this while Commissioner Perush recently posted, quote, "The city is going to be facing the biggest financial challenge since the 2008 recession, probably worse. Even with a healthy fund balance, it will take everything we have just to maintain basic services," unquote. Waiting for the next fiscal year's city budget is too late. Waiting until July at the soonest to distribute the CARES funds to small businesses is too late. The negative impact needs to be addressed now, and that means starting tonight. How are we going to make up for the massive loss in revenue? How are we going to pay for our massive debt? Our new city manager has already recognized this fact in Morgantown, West Virginia, by cutting $3.1 million out of their current year's budget as a first step, and has recommended more will follow. Why aren't we? But I guess you were too busy with the last item on your agenda. Too busy shaming someone in the modern day version of a town square stoning. Too busy answering emails about that subject, while other emails about organizing pandemic needed resources for our residents are ignored. Too busy to activate idle senior buses and city vehicles to help our seniors get groceries, prescriptions, and hot meals when you allowed the senior center to close. Too busy with politics while ignoring the business of the city and its residents. And speaking of politics, Commissioner Douglas was too busy using city resources to email residents, encouraging them to vote for her favored political candidate in the fall. This is a clear violation of our city's ethics ordinance. When your colleague commits an ethics violation, she also should be censured and asked to resign.
Terry Myers. Good evening, everyone. Geez, where do I start? Well, let's talk about what the city is doing during this pandemic. I haven't heard about any layoffs of city employees or that anyone is taking a pay cut. Work is being done on the building where Billings was, and no one seems to care. This whole debacle of censuring Commissioner Gibbs is just that, along with asking for her resignation. And with that, I think you need to look into the ethics violation of Commissioner Douglas, Chapter 66, Section H. Why is Commissioner Douglas using the city's letterhead, replying to citizens, don't even know if they are Royal Oak residents, asking them not to vote for Commissioner Gibbs for county commissioner and instead vote for Dave Woodward? Why not censure Commissioner Douglas and ask her for her resignation? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Levitt. I live on Forest in Royal Oak. I've been living in Royal Oak for almost 30 years. I'd like to read a letter that I sent to the mayor on the 16th of April. Mayor Fournier, I am writing to express my concern and dismay that Commissioner Kim Gibbs attended the rally in Lansing today. I have attached photos of Ms. Gibbs and former Commissioner Andrew Prentice at the rally and of Ms. Gibbs standing in a large crowd of people. Just to begin, the rally was illegal. Traveling to Lansing for non-essential business is illegal. Ms. Gibbs and Mr. Prentice are violating social distancing rules. The actions of Ms. Gibbs are not only in violation of the governor's executive order, they are dangerous. Her recklessness puts all of you in danger, as well as her other co-workers and the citizens of Royal Oak. Her behavior is not only dangerous, but insulting to every citizen of this state who is working to stop the spread of the virus. It is insulting and threatening to every doctor, nurse, and employee of Beaumont Hospital, Oakland County's largest employer. It is insulting and threatening to our police, firemen, and paramedics who will have to deal with the people who are sickened by her actions or may be exposed themselves as a result of Ms. Gibbs' Lansing trip. These people are fighting and putting themselves at great risk to try and help save lives and control the spread of this disease, while Ms. Gibbs recklessly and intentionally risks spreading it. Ms. Gibbs obviously thinks this situation is funny. As a person who has lost a family member to COVID-19, I can assure you it is not funny. Last week, a beloved member of our family died from the virus. She died alone without a chance to see or say goodbye to her children. She choked to death on her own mucus, was put in a body bag, had a gallon of bleach dumped in the bag with her since embalming has been suspended, and was buried alone by men in hazmat suits. There was no funeral or chance to say goodbye, just a body in a bag buried anonymously by strangers. The possibility that an elected official of this city might bestow this fate on more citizens of Royal Oak is infuriating. You must act. Laws have been broken, lives have been risked, and there must be consequences. To allow this person to walk freely and recklessly among you and us is unacceptable. Michael Levitt.
An incomplete list, but it's the list.
And then, Mr. Mayor, there is one of the email comments that came in that addressed a variety of issues. This is from Greg Stanilico, 617 Dewey Street. So tonight you have a plethora of corrupt things on the agenda. Most will focus on your unconstitutional attempt to censure Ms. Gibbs, which on its own merit shows how low you will go to engage partisan politics that include bullying, fabrication of facts, and endangerment of one of your own citizens and commission colleagues. However, that is just the start of your unrelenting, shady, and underhanded actions to enable your do whatever it takes proliferation of your personal agendas at the detriment of the citizens and most tax-paying businesses. Your challenge of Ms. Gibbs' attendance at the Operation Gridlock is based on aerial photos without distance references, so you can decide what the distance was, innuendos about endangerment of others, the fact she did not wear a mask, which was not required, and your identifiable need to squash the opposing view. And with it, the few intelligent votes that attempt to keep your deceitful actions in check. However, the law and courts will clear that up through censure attempts, but I'm confident that you will once again decide to violate the law anyway, much as you have done and continue to do with the city charter. We'll continue tonight with slipping the DDA another $2 million without any of the usual required approvals or public discussions. The DDA expenses are currently exceeding an absurd $11 million annually, not chump change. But tonight you will bypass all normal budget processes followed by the city, advancing this new giveaway by 2 months. The only oversight and accountability by elected officials over the appointed board DDA spending is the once a year formal approval DDA budget. However, tonight you will add an extra $2 million to a special slush fund designed to benefit some businesses and some of your political donors. Surreptitiousness planning, for sure, right when you're engaged, total distraction via the Greater Royal Oak Democratic Club. You'll then allow the DDA board, which contains 2 bar owners, one with the most calls for service in the city, actually probably more calls for service than all the other bars added up, a favored architect contributor, and a couple of retail shops who all share in the spoils. Yet professional services, therapy offices, creative services, web design development, and other businesses that pay DDA taxes will not qualify. What's wrong with that picture? Mayor Fournier, who was elected with Dave Woodward's help and continued support, is also politically motivated. Mr. DeBuck and the mayor have been both political allies and business partners with Woodward, fighting behind their political action organization and 2 nonprofits to shovel their personal agendas on the citizens of Royal Oak, most of the time without their knowledge and in clear violation of the charter. Their combined actions continue to be detrimental to the tax-paying residents and businesses of Royal Oak. These actions have realized, caused, or exasperated many things in the city, including but not limited to not supporting veterans or senior citizens, including alienating seniors from affordable parking and paying to move the memorial. Removed women, those with different political views, and seniors from city committees. Removal and giveaway of most valuable service parking in downtown, leading to the closing of many restaurants and businesses way before COVID-19. The gradual destruction of the Royal Oak Farmers Market through actions that have caused vendors and patrons to stop attending. A huge number of no-bid contracts to political donors and friends, giving away millions of taxpayer dollars and city property to donor developers, while borrowing money on a Ponzi scheme to support shortfalls, underfunded pensions, and increasing the large structural deficit. Removing hundreds of mature trees throughout the city while planting saplings. And recently, one of you took to social media to talk about the city facing the biggest financial challenge since 2008 and go on to state that it'll be difficult, even with a healthy fund balance, but neglect to let anyone know that the balance in question is borrowed monies and you have already been running a structural deficit for well over 18 months. You go on to state that I don't think the city can legally offer financial assistance to private businesses without the state enabling legislation. But in the past, you had no problem justifying your poor judgment in giving away large city or citizen-owned surface parking lots and or millions of taxpayer monies to private developers. Seriously, what is the difference? Another of you were even more blatant in recently using the city email account with logo to throw Ms. Gibbs under the bus, encourage people to call into the now full public comment line to complain about Kim as it adds credibility and will help us. Then talked about your support for and endorsed Ms. Gibbs' opponent, Dave Woodward, and you closed by saying that I trust you will vote against her if she has the gall to run. This is the same person that runs an unlicensed home business while squashing other home business applications and also selectively uses Airbnb incorporated to rent rooms, again without proper permits or licensing. Egregious violations of the use of city property, the charter, and just plain decency. In summation, the blatant irony of your hypocrisy and the pure fecklessness of the commission majority clearly show that you all should resign.
Mr. Gillum, just real quick, there is one clarity that the public commenter that I think is worth. Just for clarity, I do not have a business relationship with Commissioner Dubuck. I will disclose that I did borrow his lawn edger and I have yet to return it, but we do not have a business relationship together. Thank you.
And Commissioners, that would complete the first round of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. So that brings us to the item number 9, which is the approval of the agenda. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I clicked something. Okay, I'm good still. All right. Commissioner Doug makes a motion.
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to add item 16 to the agenda, a discussion of a possible ethics violation by a city commissioner.
Okay, item number 16 is requested to be added by Commissioner Douglas for a possible ethics violation by a city commissioner. Is there a second for that? We have a second by Commissioner Dubuck. Okay. All right. We have a motion on the table, which consists of the agenda items as presented with the addition of item 16. Any discussion? I see Commissioner Lavasser.
Just want to get a point of clarification. Is the motion to do the agenda plus item 16? Is that the motion right now?
Yes, an additional item.
All right. I have another motion to make, and that's for the removal of item number 15 on the agenda.
Okay. So that would be an amendment to the motion that's on the table, Commissioner Lavasser?
That is correct.
Okay, we have a motion or an amendment offered by Commissioner Lavasser. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, was that Commissioner Gibbs?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, real quick, I just want to make sure everyone knows we have a motion on the table now to approve the agenda as presented with an addition of item 16, which is a possible ethics violation by a city commissioner. And that has been amended or a motion's been put in place to amend that by Commissioner Lavasser to remove item 15 from the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Gibbs. Commissioner Lavasser.
All right, thank you. I have no doubt that other commissioners will attempt to spin this issue, stating that their motivation is otherwise, but it is clear to me, and I suspect it is clear to everyone else who is watching, that this resolution is in retaliation against Commissioner Gibbs for her speaking.
Mayor, point of order. This is a conjecture on motives of other commissioners, which is completely inappropriate.
And
Commissioner Lavasser, I ask that you stick to the item that's germane, and I ask that you avoid conjecture in your comments, please, on this amendment.
It is my prerogative to address this as I choose. It's my First Amendment right to do so. And a lot of what I have to say has to do with the First Amendment. And I would ask that I not be interrupted again.
Mayor, it's a point of order. Impugning the integrity and the motives of other commissioners in the course of debate is against the rules.
I have not impugned anyone's reputation, at least not yet.
I'll allow Commissioner Lavasser to continue for a moment, but Commissioner Lavasser, I ask that you follow Robert's rules and you do not call out individual commissioners and speak to them, please.
I am not calling out anyone by name here at this time. All right, understand that.
And I'll ask one more point of order, Commissioner Lavasser. Maybe real quick, we get a clarification from Mr. Gillum. If you see something, Mr. Gillum, that is outside of Robert's rules, it sounds like there's some debate between Commissioner Dubuck and Commissioner Lavasser, what exactly is allowed and permitted. I'll ask that you speak up and make the commission aware. I will admit that while I know the rules of Robert's rules that we've adopted here, somewhat modified, in the event that you see something that is in violation of those rules, I'll ask that you kindly bring it up to the commission so we can discuss it.
I will do that. Thank you.
And considering that this is about a First Amendment issue that I wish to address, and considering that I would probably be done with my statement by now had I not been interrupted, it's quite ironic that you're looking for ways to limit my expression here. I find it extremely ironic. In fact, maybe it shouldn't be, maybe ironic is not the proper term. Maybe it's to be expected given the typical way that members of the commission, without naming names, have proceeded at times.
Commissioner Lavasser, the subject that we're talking about is item number 15. Can you?
That is right, and I'm tying it in. You're going to understand. I'm going to make it very clear why removal of this section of the agenda is appropriate. If you would stop interrupting me, you might actually appreciate where I'm coming from here. The resolution is clearly in retaliation against Commissioner Gibbs for speaking out against the opposing actions of this commission when its other members have violated their oath of office, when they violated our city charter, when they have awarded no bid contracts to their friends and political donors. Commissioner Gibbs has been a thorn in the side of other commissioners here since day one as she's worked to hold this commission accountable for its actions, its decisions. And many of you have wanted to silence her from that day one. This is just the latest effort by you to do that. When Commissioner Gibbs and I were first elected to the commission, you changed the rules. It used to take just 2 commissioners to place a matter on the commission's agenda. Now it takes 3. You said it was to make the commission more efficient, but we all know the real reason was to silence 2 new commissioners, including Commissioner Gibbs, representing the perspective of a significant portion of our city's population who have a different viewpoint from yours. Unfortunately, silencing your political opponents is part of your modus operandi. For years, members of the public had 5 minutes to share their thoughts and concerns.
Commissioner Lavasser, I've been very patient. You are entitled to your freedom of speech, but we all voted and agreed to the rules of this meeting. And right now we're talking about approval of the agenda and your amendment on 15. And
this is all about
Commissioner Lavasser, I'm the meeting chair. And I will say I would appreciate it if you could keep your comments germane. But you'll have a chance to talk about item 15. But this is about the amendment to the agenda related to item 15. And
it's very simple. You don't want to hear what I have to say and you're looking to cut me off. It's very simple.
Let me get a ruling. Mr. Gillum. Mr. Gillum. In our Robert's rules, my understanding is that the subject matter being discussed can only be discussed when the motion is on the table. It is also my understanding that making inferences and conjectures about fellow colleagues is also not permitted. Am I incorrect on that?
I think the issue that's before the commission is to whether or not the amendment to the motion to approve the agenda as amended should be approved. My suggestion would be that if the commission wants to move forward with that vote, someone bring a motion to call the question.
And certainly, if my reasons for why it should be removed are extremely pertinent. And so certainly if this commission wants to censor me, by all means, censor me. Show me that that's what your intent. But you know what? The simplest thing to do might be just let me complete what I have to say about the topic.
Well, Commissioner Lavasser, I'll give you time. I just ask as a courtesy related to Robert's rules that you avoid in your commentary, making conjecture and presumptions and allegations against other commissioners up here. That's all we're asking for. We want you to express your.
I will state nothing.
Do it in a way where you follow the rules that we all agreed upon. That's all, sir.
Everything I state is going to be factually based. Nothing further.
I'll disagree with some of the stuff you've already said, but I do see some hands down here. I see Commissioner Douglas had her hand up, but I'm going to give Commissioner Lavasser an opportunity here to finish up, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Douglas, Commissioner Baruch. But Commissioner Lavasser, I just want to make sure that if somebody does call a point of order, again, we're going to have to address that. So,
Mayor? A motion to call the question takes precedence. And I move to call the question.
Mr. Gillum, is that an accurate statement on the Robert's Rules of Order?
A motion to call the question does take precedent if the court's recognizing Commissioner Douglas as having the floor.
Okay, so we're calling a question on the amendment. Is there a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Perush. Okay, discussion on the call for the vote.
Is there discussion on this kind of motion?
Yes. I'll go with Commissioner Douglas, the motion maker, then Commissioner Prush, and then Commissioner Lavasser, and then if anyone else has their hand.
Well, if Commissioner Lavasser has technical reasons why this item should not be considered on the agenda, that would be one thing, but he's basically been arguing the exact nature of the motion itself. So I think we should vote on whether we allow discussion to continue.
Commissioner Prush?
I would agree. I mean, this is a technical question as to whether or not you add this item onto the agenda. We'll all have an opportunity to speak to the merits of the resolution when we eventually get to that. What Commissioner Lavasser is trying to do is horn in on top of the rest of the agenda and delay it and get his comments in before anybody else can, because we're sticking to the rules and waiting until it actually comes up on the agenda at item 15. So I don't think it's appropriate. I think calling the question to kind of end that end run is appropriate. And I think we ought to vote on the motion to call the question.
Yeah, I'll just, Commissioner Lavasser.
The resolution item number 15 is vindictive against Commissioner Gibbs for exercising her First Amendment rights. What I have to say with regard to that is extremely pertinent, and even proceeding.
Calling the question is not debatable.
Okay, my mistake, Commissioner Lavasser. Calling the question, I do remember that rule. It's not.
So you get comments from the other two, but not from me. You allow comments on a motion where there can be no comments from two, but not from me.
Mr. Gillum, can you provide a clarity on the point of order?
I'm looking at Robert's Rules of Order right now, and the previous question, that is the call of the question, is not debatable. That's correct.
Okay, my mistake on that, Commissioner Lavasser. I should not have allowed Commissioner Douglas or Commissioner Prush to speak on the point of question. We have not had that happen very often, and I take responsibility for that. But I do promise you, Commissioner Lavasser, when item number 15 comes up, whatever thoughts, ideas, accusations, anything that you want to discuss can be discussed when we talk about item 15, if item 15 remains on the agenda after your motion. Okay? So I'll call the point of order. We'll start with Commissioner Lavasser.
And just to be clear, the vote is to stop discussion.
To call the question.
Motions.
To call the question.
Right. So I vote no on stopping discussion.
Okay, we have Commissioner Dubak.
This is to call the question on the matter of our agenda.
It's to call the question on Commissioner Lavasser's amendment to remove item 15 from the agenda.
It's an amendment to the agenda, not preventing him from speaking on that agenda item, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I will vote yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs? Commissioner Gibbs?
Okay. First of all, my picture isn't.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Green anymore.
Okay, Commissioner Gibbs, we can hear you now. How do you vote on the motion? On the call the question motion?
No.
No. Okay, so it's 5-2. The question's been called. So that brings us to the motion that Commissioner Lavasser has put in the amendment to remove item 15. We won't have any discussion on it because it's been called. So I'll call for the vote. We'll start again with in reverse order, I guess. We'll mix it up. Commissioner Gibbs?
Am I voting to take that 15 off?
Yes. The motion on the table is an amendment to remove item 15 from the agenda.
I will vote to yes on that.
Okay, Commissioner Macy?
No.
Commissioner Prush?
No.
Commissioner Douglas?
No.
Commissioner Dubak?
No.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
And I vote no. So the amendment failed. That brings us to the original agenda item that has a modified agenda, which is the agenda as presented, including item 15 and including now item 16, which is a discussion on potential ethics violation of a city commissioner. Discussion on the modified agenda. Commissioner Lavasser.
Just a point of clarification, what is the specific potential ethical violation being recommended here as item number 16? I think we need clarification on that.
Okay, I think that's a fair question, Commissioner Douglas. You made the motion. Can you provide clarity to Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes, it would be a motion that, well, my motion stands as stated, but it's a discussion of a possible ethics violation by me.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion, the agenda as presented? All right, I'll call for the vote. I'll begin again in reverse order. Commissioner Gibbs?
That's fine, yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yeah.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, the agenda stands now as presented with the modification of adding on item number 16. So that brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull anything off the consent agenda for discussion? Commissioner Lavasser.
I have two items that I would like to remove, items D and E.
D and E. How about anybody else? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So now the consent agenda consists of City Commission meeting minutes from April 13th, claims from April 21st and 24th, approval of purchase orders, approval of award of contract for golf course netting, exercise option, contract B 1601, city building heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, contract modification cap 1910, 2019, water main improvements, contract modification, professional engineering services for water system plans, approval of tentative agreements, and receive and file non-action items, which includes the Moody Investment Services report. Is there a motion on the consent agenda as I've just read it? The motion by Commissioner Prush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there any discussion? Okay, I see no request for discussion, so I'll call for the vote. We'll start from the top this time. I vote yes. Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Yes. Where's my picture on the Zoom?
If you go to the bottom left-hand corner, if you hit start video, maybe that could be the problem. At least it's at the bottom.
I don't have that option.
We had your picture before.
Oh, there it is. We see you now.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that brings us to item D and item E from the consent agenda. Commissioner Lavasser.
With regard to item D, which is filling a vacancy of a truck driver within our Department of Public Works Service, normally that might be a routine thing to do to simply fill a vacancy. However, we are in different times, and as we've had discussions of the financial tsunami that's about to hit us, I think it's an inappropriate time to simply be filling vacancies as they come up. We're going to need to take a good look at our overall staffing, determine what we can do, what's the most essential thing to do, and simply filling a vacancy that potentially could be short-term is probably not the way to go.
Any other discussion or any motions? Commissioner Macy?
Do we have Mr. Flipsky around to talk about this? I mean, here he is.
Hi. Yeah, so I mean, I would say that in making this request here, I did consider the potential for economic impact. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't speak to what the impact exactly might be. But I can predict that maintenance demands will require at least maintaining the sort of base level employees that we have now. I see those demands increasing mainly because our infrastructure continues to age, and because if there is any sort of deferred construction as a result of this, the economic fallout, we find ourselves in a position where we'll be doing a lot more maintenance. So I think there's a justifiable need for it. These guys are the backbone of our winter maintenance. And another perspective, I sort of thought about how these employees would be good if we could bring on board in season before our next wave of retirements. I think it's an important employee development tool. And here again, the money's been budgeted. So I agree and I appreciate those concerns, and I did make some considerations before making this request.
See Commissioner Perush and then Commissioner Dubak.
Yes, thank you. I took a look back at the number of employees that we had before the last recession. The last numbers that I have on my chart are from the earliest numbers that I have on my chart are from the budget year 2006-07. And at that point in time, Department of Public Services had a total of 72 people in it, and that included all the various departments: water, sewer, water main, highway, motor pool, building maintenance, auto parking, recreation, ice arena, senior, a total of 70 employees. Currently, we are now budgeted 63. We're down a significant amount just since the last recession that we had, when we had to eliminate so many employees. A lot of the departments have come back up to full steam pre-recession levels, like police and fire. Some of the other departments, the city clerk's office is back up to 5 when they had to go down to 4. But public works has been the lagger. We haven't been able to have enough money in the budget to bring them back up to the levels that they were pre-recession. So they're already down by a significant number, more than 10% than where they were before 2008. So I understand that, our budget considerations are going to be pretty serious this year. We don't know where we're going to have to make some cuts. I'm sure we will. But just keep in mind that we already are still in that department way below where we were before the last recession, which is why we haven't been able to keep up with parks maintenance and a lot of other things, and have had to defer some other maintenance for water mains and highways and so on. So that's my contribution to this discussion, given the history of what's been happening to this department. They really are still down pretty low.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, can you all hear me all right? Everyone's frozen on my screen.
We can hear you.
All right. No, I agree with Commissioner Perush. DPS is running on a skeleton crew as it is, having seen dramatic cutbacks during the last economic decline. And they've remained a highly efficient department. I don't unilaterally shortchange them, without having real thoughtful budget strategy discussions. I'm not going to institute a rigid policy of austerity and attrition, on a whim. I think our directors know enough. I think our interim city manager and city manager are aware that we may have a tightening in the future. It's like a public comment that, compare one city to another city. If another city is operating on income taxes, right, where we operate on property taxes, are totally different things. So how we're going to be impacted is radically different than, say, how the city of Detroit being impacted, with folks who usually work there, not paying into income taxes. No doubt there will be some discussions to be had, but I don't think this is an unreasonable request. We still have to maintain our parks. We still have to fix our water mains. We still have to plow our roads. So I'm happy for the resolution.
Commissioner Dubak, was that a motion? I'm sorry.
I'm looking for approval of the resolution as provided.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Dubak. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Any other discussion on this motion? I think it was very important what our DPS director presented as well. And for those of you who know outstanding crews that we have in our Department of Public Services, a number of them are, and we talked about this as a big, issue for the city. A number of them are eligible for retirement and are likely to retire in the next year or two. And with them goes the knowledge and experience that they have learned and brought to their profession over decades. And I think what Mr. Filipski said, I thought rang really true, was that we want to get people, we know we're still going to have to do critical infrastructure projects. People are still going to want water delivered to their house. People are going to still want the sewers to work and not to back. So having people that know what they're doing, that are trying to understand what's going on, I think is critical. We will have a discussion in May about our budget. We're going to, get more information, and, we will have attrition in the city as we've identified. So this is very low risk. I think that Aaron Lipsky and the city manager have looked at it in terms of the bigger picture. They feel this is the right decision, and I support them, and we will have those budget discussions soon here in May. So I'll be supporting it. So I'm gonna call for the vote. I guess we'll start up from the top again. I'll start. I vote yes. Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
Commissioner DeBuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay.
No.
So I do. We'll fill the vacancy for that critical infrastructure work that we need to do. So that is letter E. Keep wanting to say number E, which would be incorrect. Letter E for the approval of contract modification, MKSK Downtown Park Services Agreement. Commissioner Lavasser, you wanted this one pulled off the agenda?
Yeah, Mike, I have two concerns here. Number one, of course, this has a lot to do with the removal of the memorial honoring our veterans who died in the service of our country, which I opposed the removal of that memorial. That's number one. But number two, this is again, and we see this time and time again, a request for the commission to approve an expenditure after the fact, after it's supposedly already been incurred. And I don't understand why that's happening again and again. This is something that if it is a worthwhile endeavor, it should be brought to us in advance, not after the fact, for approval after the service has already been received. And now we're looking to change the contract and bump up the expenditures then.
I see a note down here that says Commissioner Prush raised her hand. Is that from the last agenda topic, or is it from this topic, Commissioner Prush?
No, that's this one.
Okay, Commissioner Prush.
Commissioner Lavasser is right that it is related to the potential relocation of the memorial. But this is something that both the Downtown Park Task Force, which I chaired, requested, but also the City Commission, which was take a look at this issue and decide whether or not moving the memorial is appropriate, and if there are other ways to design it so that everybody can be happy with the way it's going to end up finally. And this is something that the City Commission requested both the Parks and Rec Board, but also the staff from MKSK to take another look at. So this is not something that's, being thrown in at the last minute without any preliminary discussion by any of us. This was something that we all wanted to happen, just to make sure that the final decision on the memorial, whether it should be moved and how and where and when, if it was going to be moved, was appropriate. So in that regard, this company actually had some additional meetings. They had additional meetings with veterans. They had a meeting with the Veterans Events Committee, made some more presentations, did some more design work. Ultimately, I know that the decision is not one that Commissioner Lavasser agreed with. I know that there are certain members of the veterans community who are not happy with the final decision. But this design team did what they were asked to do, which was to present us with options. And both the Downtown Development Authority, as well as the Parks and Rec Board, as well as the City Commission, made the final decision. So I don't think we should punish them and not pay them for the work that we asked them to do when we actually asked them to give us some options. The fact that you don't agree with the final decision is one thing, but it doesn't justify us holding back payment for services that we asked them to perform.
I think I mouth read that you said lip read.
I did say Commissioner Macy. My kids were having some fun in the background, so I muted quickly.
Okay, understood. So I think Commissioner Prush kind of said it. So I share Commissioner Lavasser's irritation that sometimes things crop up on our agenda that are fairly sizable expenditures that we've apparently already spent without any question coming to us. But in this case, it did come to us. So while that's a point to be made, I don't think it is relevant to this item.
Anybody else? Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, like they said, we discussed this. This was done at the direction of the commission. I'll move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. I'll start in reverse order of how we see it on my screen at this time. With Commissioner Gibbs?
No.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
And I vote yes. Okay. That brings us to item number 11 on tonight's agenda, which is the award of contract CAP 2003 downtown streetscape and 4th Street lighting improvements. I see Ms. O'Donoghue on here somewhere. I thought I saw her. There she is.
Hi. Good evening, commissioners and mayor. So this item was on our last agenda, and you had asked that we postpone this and let the DDA have a chance to ensure that this is a plan that they still wanted to move forward with. So this was basically swapping out all of the brick pavers in the downtown area with stamped colored concrete, and then also fixing the lighting issues that we have on West 4th Street. The DDA did meet on April 15th and discuss this. And they noted that this was one of their highest priorities as a DDA to make this project happen. They wanted this to move forward and put their support behind it. Mr. Twing is here as well. I don't know if he has anything else to add, but it was very apparent that they were in favor of this.
Mr. Twing, anything to add?
No, I think Holly covered it very well.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. O'Donoghue or Mr. Twing? Commissioner Prush?
I have no doubt that the work is actually needed. I mean, we're walking out from the downtown so that we know that the raised areas around the trees are a trip hazard, and that the concrete needs to be replaced, and that the lighting's system on 4th Street doesn't function very well at all. And that all needs to be fixed. I think there's no question about that. The question I have is, given the difficulties that the downtown is going to be experiencing for the significant future, given the economy and the impact of the virus and so on and so forth, did the DDA give any consideration to the impact of this kind of construction activity downtown would further mess things up, is for want of a better term, especially over the summer during construction season, and the impact that it might have on the businesses down there who are already having one heck of a time keeping their heads above water?
I'll jump in on it. I think that they've talked about it at the committee level as well as at the DDA, and to reiterate it, it is their first priority. And I'd remind everyone that they're all business people downtown and located in the downtown. And I believe engineering with the contractor will phase it so that it's impacting certain blocks. And then I also believe, Holly, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not going to start until the fall or later in the summer.
Correct. Yeah, we're waiting. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the fall, but the idea was wait till Arts, Beats, and Eats was over before beginning all this construction downtown.
Okay, that will help. That will help, definitely.
Okay. Any other questions or comments or motions? Commissioner Lavasser.
As I mentioned last time we talked about this issue, I don't believe that now is the appropriate time to move forward on this for a couple reasons. Number one, this is primarily a beautification project. There is a small section of it or segment of it that may pertain to public safety. But again, we're talking about a roughly $1 million project here when we are looking at some potentially very challenging times economically. And I think we need to be a little bit more prudent with our expenditures there. That's number one. Number two, as I indicated before, I have some great concerns with the amount of funds that the DDA is contributing toward its own public safety protection. The residents of our city approved a public safety millage so that we would have sufficient officers. And per our chief of police, doing the analysis, the downtown section takes up approximately 20% of the public safety calls, which would roughly work out to about $6 million per year, contributes less than $1 million per year. Now, mind you, bars are closed. I suspect that we're getting a lot closer in recent weeks to an appropriate distribution of resources. But when the bars are open, the DDA is contributing well under what they should. And as a result, the taxpayers in the surrounding neighborhoods are supplementing it. I think that has to be revisited so that there's a more equitable contribution to public safety. And I have concern with simply taking on a project like this without having a bigger discussion about that.
And Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I think I pointed out last time that the police chief had basically said that is a gross misrepresentation of that data. That is Commissioner Lasser drawing completely false conclusions from regard to distribution of police resources. The chief has said that pretty much every time he's presented that data to us. So I'll go with chief on that. We discussed before that this is actually literally why a DDA exists. It's why they have the tax captures to invest in the central business district in a way that enhances the business climate for the businesses and the residents that are down there. If Commissioner Lavasser wants to debate whether or not we should have a DDA and have that capture, I think that's a reasonable debate. Whether or not they should do what they're designated to do is an unreasonable debate. It's their top priority. We have a governing body that's supposed to capture those dollars and spend them according to the reason that the DDA exists. This is aligned with that. I'll move the motion. I'll make the motion.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak. Is there a second? I have a second by Commissioner Douglas. Further discussion? Yeah, I'll just add, in this particular case, we did kick it back given the circumstances and when the last time the DDA had met. I appreciate Ms. O'Donoghue, Mr. Twing, double checking with the representatives of the DDA as far as their intentions behind the spending and what their plan is for the tax capture that they get as an organization in the downtown. To remind everybody at home, the DDA is represented and represents the interests of 130 small businesses and some large businesses in our downtown area. And so I will be supporting this motion because I want to listen to our downtown business, I want to listen to our small business owners. And, we provided some questions back to them and they've asserted this is what they want. I'm going to vote to support them in their endeavors for the long run, in the short run as we recover, and in the medium run as we get there. So I'm going to call for the vote. I'm going to start again in reverse order. Commissioner Gibbs. Commissioner Gibbs, let me unmute you. Okay, there we go.
I'm having trouble getting my thing off mute. My apologies. I'm not sure how I want to vote on this. No.
No. Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
And I vote yes. So the motion passes and the DDA can commence on their plans. All right, this brings us to item number 12, which is the approval of the Downtown Development Authority fiscal year 2020-2021 operating fund and development fund budgets. And this will load, and I believe this is Mr. Twing.
Yes. You do have in front of you both of the DDA's budgets as they considered and approved them at their April 15th meeting. The resolution would approve both budgets. The first item or the first budget is the operating fund. That's primarily made up of the DDA's tax levy that's levied in the downtown. It's roughly 1.6 mils. It doesn't change very much year to year because it's applied to the base value. So you'll see it year after year generating about $50,000. Primarily, the operating fund is just that. It covers some staff time as well as office supplies and training and travel costs and operational issues, as well as legal ads and notices. The second budget is the development fund budget. It is the one that's primarily made up of the TIF revenue that's generated in the downtown from the tax captures. I won't go in great amount of detail other than to highlight the column that's indicated department request budget. That is the proposed budget for 2021. The other two columns are just what they indicate in terms of the 2019-2020 budget, and then a projection that I made as far as where I anticipated the expenses to be as of June 30th. A lot of that is going to carry over in terms of revenue because obviously we've been on hold for the first part of construction season, and some of the contracts have been put on hold as well through the end of the year. The biggest part of the TIF budget, the development fund budget, are probably handled under miscellaneous contracted services. Those are all broken out between the contracts the DDA has with Worry Free to provide the downtown maintenance and flower services. With the governor's order allowing that to occur, they just started this week rather than in the first part of April. English Gardens does the holiday lights. Probably the other big ones in here are, there is a proposal to replace the decorative lights that have sodium vapor lights in them with LED. That's listed as decorative pedestrian street light upgrades. Some of those also have old poles and bases that don't meet this current standard. The bases are plastic. And you'll see they've allocated a $1.1 million to that project. That has been out for bid. And the last part of that is being put together. And it would also start this summer at some time. The other big one in there, you awarded for tonight, but based on prior numbers, I stuck in a much higher number for it. It was replacement of the brick pavers and 4th Street lights. Given the bid that was slightly under $1 million, the balance of that 1.5 million will simply slide down to fund balance. The other big item under miscellaneous contracted services, the DDA has allocated 1.5 million so that the second phase of the downtown park doesn't become a second phase, that it's all done as one. They would like to see the entire downtown park done at one time rather than doing phase 1 and then coming back at some point in the future and doing phase 2. Now, this money may not actually get spent in terms of this fiscal year. A portion of it may, but they wanted to make sure the design team and the city commission were aware that they wanted to commit to that to have phase 2 and have the park all done at one time. Those are probably the big items in the budget. There's also some funding in for promotions, events, sponsorships. And then I'll get down. They've also allocated $2 million to a small business assistance program. That program is still being put together. Staff is working on it with the DDA's business marketing committee. But before we started putting too much into it, we wanted to make sure that DDA board was supportive of that initiative, which was started by a couple of the DDA members. We are putting together the outline of the program. It's had input from the city attorney, Mr. Gillum. And we hope to present that program to the DDA in the first part of May, so that it can be rolled out as soon as possible. With that, go down the transfer to the general fund. It's $987,000. 737,000 of that is the debt service on the connectivity and the park debt service. The original budget for park, which I believe is right around $3 million. The transfer to public safety is $540,000. That was several years ago generated based on the DDA covering the costs of 3 patrolmen or 3 policemen. I believe it included a sergeant or a supervisor of some sort in terms of arriving at that number. And that was what the DDA has been working with based on those costs that come out of the finance. The next one at $583,000 is in regards to the 2nd Street debt service on that parking deck. And the last probably big one in there under miscellaneous expenditures at $233,000 is the DDA's agreement with the Hyatt Place to reimburse them TIF revenue as an incentive to get that project off the ground to help cover the parking deck and other improvements that had to occur there in order for it to proceed. You'll see that the revenue and budget figures they're proposing to spend slightly more than $11 million, and they'll still have a fund balance of over $1 million. If there's any questions or you want more detail on something, I'd be happy to address it.
Any questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Lavasser.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't we typically handle the DDA's budget at the same time that we handle the rest of the city's budget?
It's varied on occasions. In my time here, it's been both. It's been a separate activity, very much like the block grant program came forward separate from the budget. I asked Mr. Gillum at this point in the past couple of years, I believe it's come at the same time. Given the concern that the City Commission expressed with replacement of the brick pavers and the 4 street lights, I was looking for an indication of whether any other items in this budget that the City Commission would have concern with, because we're at a point where we may be awarding contracts at the DDA, and I didn't want to proceed if the Commission was going to object to a particular line item.
Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Any other motions or discussion?
I simply put one motion at the beginning, but you're free to separate them as well. So.
Commissioner Douglas. Oh, I have to unmute you, Commissioner Douglas. My mistake.
I unmute myself.
Okay.
No, I move we approve the resolution as submitted by staff.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Commissioner Lavasser.
I have the same concerns as I expressed during the last agenda item. Those concerns don't go away despite one of the commissioners telling me that they are not well based in the statistics. Well, I'd like to hear the police chief. I would like to have that issue examined in greater detail, other than simply another commissioner poo-pooing the concern. As I indicated, I've got concerns with expending monies now when we are looking at what potentially could be very difficult financial times. I think that we need to revisit this a little bit more. There's also been some concern expressed that the funds being set aside to assist businesses, which on its face would be a helpful thing to do, could go to favorites and buddies and things of that nature. And I'd like to know that there's some safeguards in there to prevent that from happening before I'd feel comfortable saying yes to this.
Commissioner Perush?
We have to remember that the money that we're talking about here can only be spent in the downtown area by the Downtown Development Authority. The revenue that they're collecting, which is reflected in this budget, is their TIP revenue, which is the original property taxes on all of the properties in the downtown, as well as the other 1.6 mills, which are imposed upon all of those properties that is collected on top of everybody else's property taxes that goes into the downtown budget. I want to make sure that the public understands that we can't take anything out of this budget and spend it in the general fund for anything else, for police, for fire, for anything else that is not specifically designated for downtown services within the Downtown Development Authority. It would be lovely if we could raise this amount of money and put it into the general fund and spend it on things that we might have to cut out of our general fund budget, but we can't do that. The DDA has the authority to raise the money. They do raise the money under state law. This is the millage that they are allowed to collect, and they can spend it to benefit the downtown development area. And we can't raid that fund for other things that we might think would be better well spent. So it's downtown businesses who are pretty much telling us this is what we think we need to spend the money on this year in order to keep the downtown healthy. And I will trust their judgment. And the implication that they're going to take the fund for extra business help and somehow, you know, give it out to friends, and that's insulting. That's pure, and that's unbelievably insulting to the downtown businesses. So I hope we just don't hear anything like that anymore.
Any other discussion? I'll just add that I'll be supporting the motion. I mean, it's no secret that Royal Oak, you know, I mean, we've clearly had some issues like every other downtown in this country with the COVID-19, but our DDA over decades has done an amazing job making and keeping Royal Oak one of the most vibrant places in Michigan, where we've got national and international recognition. We've grown our downtown. We've brought more jobs to our downtown. Because of their work, we have more art. We have more things. People are coming and congregating. And when this COVID-19 is over, they're going to do an amazing job in the recovery. And because of the strong representation that we have, I'll tell you, I speak on, I'll say, a somewhat regular basis, although not regular, maybe from time to time on a frequent basis, with a number of small business owners in the downtown, as well as some of the board members. And they've exchanged a lot of ideas. I have the highest confidence in them that they're putting together a budget that not only is going to help us get through this and get through COVID-19 and get on the path to recovery, but that they're going to continue out of this for decades to come to set us up to continue to have one of the most vibrant downtowns in America. And so I'll be supporting this motion. So I'm going to call for the vote. I guess I'll start from the top. I vote yes. Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
No.
Okay, 5-2. Looks like our DDA has a budget they can work with that, you know, the small business owners agreed that they want to do. So good. All right, that brings us to item 14, which is the second extension of the prohibition of marijuana establishments. First reading, Mr. Gibbs.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we skipped item 13.
Did I skip 13? You know what I did? I did skip 13. So let's go to item 13, which is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funding. My apologies.
Which is also one of Mr. Twing's items.
My left screen seems to be a little smaller print than my right screen. I missed that one. Mr. Twing.
Yes, this is a recent addition under the CARES Act funding. The city was a potential recipient of $702,441 in block grant funds under that act. Staff reviewed it and is trying to go through it in detail in terms of what it can be used for and how to use it. You'll see an outline in the commission letter that has some bullet points of the main topics of potential types of uses for this funding. On the second page, staff narrowed it down based on our staffing and our ability to carry something out in what we thought was a short order in turning these funds around. And we were recommending that if the commission agreed, that we would use 10% of it to assist with COVID-19 testing efforts. 10% of it for food bank donations, 71% for a small business assistance program, very similar to what the DDA in Oakland County are attempting to do with their our funds. And then a portion of it for the program administration. Obviously, everything we have to do has to comply with the statute, the act, and benefit low, moderate, elderly, or income qualified persons. So we would set that program up to comply with the HUD guidelines and the federal guidelines. However, before we proceeded, we wanted to present this to the City Commission. And if the City Commission has a different direction they want staff to go, that's fine with us. Some of the items we could not do, in terms of fixing up a facility, some of those sorts of things. So if the commission wanted to spend money on some of the items, we would have to find a partner to just give those funds to, whether it would be the county or someone else, and just be a pass-through. So you do have a recommendation from staff. I will attempt to answer any questions, but this is fairly new, and we're looking for direction from the commission. I'll stop there.
Any questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Macy.
So similar question to what I had for County Commissioner Woodward earlier. I'm curious how staff, if they were able to, looked at the way that the funds have been distributed from the county and from the federal government as well, and figured out if these are in fact filling the holes. I know there's quite a lot of money that has been allocated to small businesses. I know it's not enough, but I was surprised to see that at the local level, we're putting 71% of the funds that we received towards that. Commissioner Woodward was talking about social services being perhaps the greatest need. I'm also curious to hear Commissioner Dubak's take on this, as I know he's got eyes on the ground with United Way. So I'm curious what the thought process was in putting the bulk of the money towards that small business. If there was some particular group that we're able to target that isn't able to be targeted by another program.
Well, my understanding and talking with others is that Royal Oak has a fairly high demand of businesses that have applied to the county program, and only a small portion of those were actually funded. It's also my understanding that there are a variety of other nonprofits and other agencies that are providing food assistance and testing efforts. We didn't want to ignore that, but we thought, looking at it from a staff standpoint, what sort of thing could we do? And again, if the commission felt that more of this should go to food bank donations or other eligible activities, we don't have a particular concern with it. There was just some of the eligible activities that staff isn't going to be able to do. Would just end up being a pass-through, which we are a little bit in the testing effort, but.
Other questions? Mr. Macy?
Yeah, could you talk more about that? I wondered exactly how that testing money would be spent. So you're saying it would be a pass-through back to the county, or how? I mean, we know that that's one of the biggest needs nationally is to get testing running at a faster pace than it is. So how?
Well, this is just an initial level conversation with the county in terms of where and how we could be assistance to them. And we may pass funds through to the Oakland County Health Division in order for them to expand their testing efforts. I can't tell you exactly how that's going to work yet, because we haven't even gone to the next level to see where it might be needed. That's why we've kind of just left it as a broad category of testing efforts. It could be something that we pass through to Beaumont Hospital or some other entity that's providing testing. It just seemed like one of the categories that was we were able to deal with with the agencies that we know and have worked with in the past.
And Mr. Twing, this would be in a I'm sorry, Commissioner Macy, I just want a clarification. This would be in a circumstance where we would say, hey, we want to get this group of individuals tested in our community or whatever. We wouldn't actually administer the program ourselves, but we would just compensate an organization that's already doing that efficiently and effectively with Fidelity, correct? Like,
yeah, it's my understanding that they put a remote one in Pontiac, that they put it in a parking lot and they did some testing there. It's possible that we could do that in Royal Oak and have someone do the actual setup and we just pass the funds through.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Macy.
Just one more question about timing on this. Like this, I feel like it just was announced and here it is in front of us. So I, commend you on the fast work on getting something in front of us. Are there rules from them on how quickly we need to tell them what we want? Or is this just we're trying to, use this money quickly and wisely?
Well, it's my anticipation that we would, if you agreed with this, we would put the program together. I would at least give it back to the commission as an informational update, if not get your formal blessing. It's possible that we may have to have an agreement that's drafted and signed and by the mayor and the city clerk. So the program may be back in front of you. I would anticipate that, we're setting this up, as you'll see in the resolution, to be part of the next program year. So I'm not anticipating being ready until July 1st.
I think I saw Commissioner Dubuck's hand go up. Or actually, you know what, Commissioner Dubuck, just hold. I got Commissioner Perush. Hers was up before yours. And then Commissioner Dubuck.
Well, if you saw Commissioner Dubuck's hand first, you could go first.
No, I saw Commissioner Perush. I saw your hand first, actually. You raised it digitally. And
okay. Well, when I saw the 71% allocated to small businesses, I too kind of questioned it because there are some other programs that are going forward, not only at the county level and through our Downtown Development Authority, but also at the federal level to help small businesses. But when you read the details in the memo, it says that CBDG funds may be used to assist for-profit business with such expenses to retain jobs held by low to moderate income persons. And the CDBG program is designed to assist those specific individuals in the community. So it is targeted. It's not just going to for-profit businesses. It's for-profit businesses which are hiring and who hire low to moderate income individuals. So by helping keep that business afloat, it will help the low to moderate income persons who are hired by that company afloat as well. So because it is a pass-through eventually to those individuals, I can support this kind of allocation to small businesses. And being on the BlackRock committee that reviews all of this on an annual basis, I know that HUD goes over how you spend the money with a fine-tooth comb. And so if we are going to be saying we're going to be spending this, I coughed into my elbow, that we're going to be spending this for businesses that hire low to moderate income people, we darn well better be doing that because HUD's going to be looking over our shoulder to make sure that we do. So with those kinds of protections in place, I'm comfortable with allocating this much money, at least to this part of the program right now, because I think it is going to have a trickle-down effect, which the federal programs don't always do, but I think this one is designed to do just that.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Yeah, I guess I would have liked to see more of a distribution toward the human service side. I do understand what you're just saying. And in that regard, to the extent that, the dollars flow through the small business assistance program, is there verification that, they are hiring, they're bringing staff back, the organizations that receive that kind of assistance? Because I do think we should be measuring how this is impacting members of the community. And businesses are an important part of the community, but what's the real impact to residents? So what kind of accountability measures are in place? I guess that's from Mr. Twang.
Yeah, the same, and again, I haven't got into whether they've waived any reporting requirements yet or not on this program, but I doubt they do. But generally speaking, you have to, even with standard block grant programs, you have wage determinants that the business or the contractor that you're working with has to supply the city with their wages of their employees and their timesheets. And so we have to verify and keep those on record. So I would anticipate under this program, if the business applied and said they were going to hire 10 low-income people or families based on the requirements, we would, before we either reimburse them or provide them with funds, they'd have to have that written agreement and then have provide us with those support materials in terms of payroll.
Yeah. All right, that's helpful. And then, yeah, obviously testing is a top priority for everyone. And as Commissioner Macy pointed out, we're up to our necks in this at my day job at United Way. Food banks across the region are desperate for help. So I'm glad to see we're investing there. I'm curious, were any of the shelters or domestic abuse, services like Haven considered for any of these dollars, or did they apply for these dollars, or this is just how we're allocating it to issue RFPs for these dollars?
Well, we didn't really put it out for application like we have other block grant funds because we're trying to turn it around pretty quick. We are already given the shelters funds through the standard block grant program. But again, I'm here asking for direction from the commission.
I see Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, I appreciate what Commissioner Prush was saying about the ability of, these are low and moderate income workers who would be getting some money trickling down from this small business. I guess I'd rather see it trickle directly to them in a larger extent than we have here. And I wonder if it would be possible to put together some kind of a coronavirus relief fund that would make these loans directly to families who need them. Rather than to small businesses. And I'm not saying we should cut this number to zero, but 500,000 is a lot of money. And it seems like we could get this money to families more directly.
I'd have to look and see under what part of the program that would fall.
Mr. Twing, how much time do you have with this? I mean, I know, and kind of what's the time? So if we're not looking till really July 1st of this year, it sounds as if we have a little bit of space between it. I mean, ideally, we'd love to have all the funding, right when it's approved, but these programs take time to implement. What's the timing on this? If the commission wanted to explore and provide some input to you, does that impact the timing of this? Do we have time? Is this something that we need to approve right away in order to securitize the funding? Can you comment on that?
Well, again, we staff worked pretty hard to get it in front of you tonight. They are all working remotely with the idea that it was going to take some time to put some detail to this in the sense of potential agreements, contracts, tracking mechanisms, making sure we understood what the program allowed and didn't allow, hopefully have the funds in hand before we start and go forth. And we were hoping to do that so that we'd be ready for the fiscal year. Having said that, if there's only one or two items and you're really only talking about dollar amounts, if you wanted us to look at the shelter type things and your only concern was whether there was 500,000 in small business versus 250 and it was spread out over the same things plus one other item, I think we'd start doing that and then bring it back to you as maybe hopefully at your May meeting, your May 11th or May 18th. But I'd need it by then in order to roll this out in July.
I mean, what I heard from a couple commissioners was, in general, there's no objection to supporting any of the causes out there that needed to help with this recovery. The testing, in my opinion, I think is great. I think it's going to be a useful tool. I think that our biggest limitations right now with testing isn't so much the price or the cost. It's making sure we have enough tests available to get, workers and residents and everybody tested as we move through this recovery. And from hearing from Mr. Woodward, it sounds like, the county needs to get up to 13,000 tests. It sounds like at least for now, these tests are covered at no cost. And so, leveraging the county for testing, but having a small little fund set aside to create some agility for things we want to do, I think is appropriate. I don't know that we need to double down on testing given the state and county resources as well as private resources. There are a lot of businesses that are going to go their own routes, testing their workers, and those workers are also residents. So, I think that the amount is appropriate or could be maybe a little bit less on the testing, but that's just my, off the cuff opinion. When I look at food bank donation, just speaking to some of the ministries that we have in our community and some of the outreach organizations, we've had discussions about, there's one particular pantry that helps a number of people in our community that is struggling to get by week to week. We're finding ways to connect them with contributors. But I think that to me, food insecurity is a big issue moving forward, especially for some of our most vulnerable people. I think we're going to see, unfortunately, a turnout on Wednesday for what our firefighters are doing at Royal Oak High School. So small business is very important. We want to help them. We got a DDA package. I do think, though, that we can maybe entertain a little bit more funding in the food bank donation, as well as if you want to put / shelter. I mean, as people are, it's not meant to be a joke, but as people are cohabitating more and not getting out of the house, and as the financial stresses endure in these situations, and as emotional stresses endure, the situations and opportunities for more domestic issues certainly increases. And so, I agree with Commissioner Dubuck. I think that's an excellent idea to look at, swaying a little bit more funding there in that regard. Those are just my opinions. I'm curious to see what my colleagues think, and certainly go from there. Commissioner Dubuck.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't think this is a fundamentally flawed breakdown, but I would definitely like to see a little bit more money shifted toward the human service. So whether that's you put 400 toward the small business program and distribute an additional 100 to human service, and take a little bit of time to assess need, particularly for organizations in our community that serve our community. Like I said, I know that homeless shelter is there's not just a spike in need at the shelters, but running the shelters themselves, the costs have gone up because they have to protect themselves, the people working there, and the people staying there. So now you have to have different processes and procedures. You can't use your spaces effectively because you have to social distance people. So even just doing their normal business, the costs have gone up for them, and it's getting more and more difficult to meet the needs. So I would like, to the extent that we can, to direct a little bit more of these dollars toward that immediate community need, while also addressing the systemic need that we need to keep businesses' doors open and get people back working safely, and keep doors open on Main Street. So I don't know if that requires a motion, or are we just looking for feedback?
Well, I did put in a motion. Obviously, I'm hearing there's a little modification that the commission wants to make to that motion in terms of resources or dollars, or do you want staff to bring back the allocation after we've done some more research on, I guess, the 4 areas, COVID tested 19, the food bank donations / shelter, housing, homelessness, the small business, and then program administration. As we work through that, if those are the only areas, we'll work through putting a program together for that and bring back the actual dollar allocation to you, either at your May 11th or May 18th meeting.
Did you say we give consideration? I would like to consider support for shelters in addition to food banks.
Right.
Commissioner Macy?
And I'd be curious to see if we could make these loans directly to working families or families that are in need right now, rather than entirely to small businesses. I think you said you need to look at if that was a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is, but we'll look into it more.
Commissioner Prush?
I agree with Commissioner Macy that it would be nice if we could have a way that we could get dollars directly into the hands of people who are struggling economically. But given the way the block grant program is set up, even the housing program, the housing assistance program, where you can get loans or grants for your house to rehabilitate or to repair, has very complicated and strict income requirements, as well as documentation that has to be put forward by the homeowner in order to qualify for that. So that it's clear that they are in fact low to moderate income. They just can't apply and say, oh, I'm low to moderate income. They have to provide all kinds of records concerning their mortgages, other outstanding debts, their income levels, and so on. The staff has to go through all of that to make sure that they actually qualify for the program. And I'm sure that if we were to have a program of direct grants to individuals, we would have to go through the same rigor with every application. And I think that we certainly, I just can't imagine that we would have a staff bureaucracy in place to be able to handle that. Much as it would be wonderful to send it directly to people who would qualify, we would have to have just an enormous bureaucracy in order to be able to administer that fairly. And I just don't think that that's something we'd be capable of doing. Not in a city this large, and not with as many more people who are struggling financially than there were 2 months ago. So as much as I would think it would be wonderful to get that directly to people, I just don't think we could be able to do that.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, just to that point, I agree with Commissioner Prush that we couldn't build that infrastructure, but I believe there are organizations that are doing micro-lending, micro-grant type programs to help families that have immediate need that are met by traditional, whether it's utility assistance or housing assistance organizations. So, our team could put some energy into looking into if there are one of those that we could drive some dollars into that already have that micro-lending or micro-granting infrastructure set up, because yeah, I agree, we couldn't do it ourselves. But I believe there are some that are doing it and doing it well.
Okay, so Mr. Twing, do you need a motion from us tonight kind of solidifying that input, or is it something that you have enough you feel you can take back and present us at the next meeting so we can get this rolling so your team can put the program together? It sounds like nothing materially changes. We've just made a few additions, and we probably have to take the funding of those issues through the small business assistance program. I heard 100,000, something in that ballpark. You guys run the numbers and use it, help with, food insecurity, to help with shelters and human services, as well as, opportunities with micro-organizations to help families directed impact or,
I did not hear any objections to the items that were listed, and I heard there were 2 additions that you want us to at least look at. Yep. The shelter, the homelessness, and then potentially some sort of direct loans, which I'm not confident on, but I'm not going to say without spending more time looking at it.
Yeah, weigh the pros and cons and make a recommendation on that. I mean, these things come with a lot of rules. They come with a lot of administration. Often they're, we don't really have an infrastructure built in this country or this state or this city or this county to really deal with something at this scale. So, sometimes they're a little bit more awkward because you're having to use existing infrastructure. And when I mean infrastructure, I mean, distribution of funds infrastructure. And it makes it a little wonky sometimes, but we really want to make sure. I think our sentiments are, good program here, the way you have it mapped out. We'd like to see a couple adjustments for the things we talked about to get the help to where, we're seeing the needs most in the community. So,
so my comment would be no, I don't need a motion tonight. I would anticipate bringing this back to you at one of the May meetings.
Okay, perfect. Any other comments, questions, or anything else for Mr. Twing? Okay, so he'll bring this back the next meeting with after considering our comments, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mr. Twing. Thank you to your staff. I know you put a lot of work into this, and you had a very fast turnaround. So that's a testament to your team's efforts, and we're grateful for that.
I'll let them know. Thank you.
All right. Now we're on item number 14. Correct, Mr. Gillum?
That's correct.
All right. Second extension of the prohibition of marijuana establishments, first reading. Mr. Gillum.
Mayor and Commissioner, shift gears just a little bit now. We'll talk about recreational or adult use marijuana. and where the city stands. The city ordinance that we have in place right now, which is an opt-out on adult use and recreational marijuana establishments, is scheduled to expire as of June 1. We had started to take a little bit deeper dive into what the commission wanted to do in terms of this issue. And then we ran in smack into a wall as a result of the coronavirus epidemic. So as it stands right now, the opt-out ordinance, as I indicated, is scheduled to expire as of June 1. Unless we have a regulatory framework in place by that time, including all the regulatory ordinances, a licensing mechanism, any necessary or related zoning ordinance amendments. Essentially, anyone who applies for a license for recreational marijuana at that point in time will be granted a license pursuant to the state acts. In other words, it'll be the Wild West here in Royal Oak. So we obviously need more time to study these issues. I've drafted a proposed amendment to the ordinance that would extend the opt-out for a period of 6 months. That is up until December 1. We may be able to get something done more quickly than that, but to avoid having to bring the issue back to you again for another extension, my recommendation at this point is that we extend the opt-out for a period of the 6 months. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Questions for Mr. Gillum? Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, Mr. Gillum, like you said, we were really on track before COVID hit. We were hoping to have this done in June. I know it's delayed us a couple months, and I understand you wanted to be cautious in punting to December, but realistically, given capacity, can we get this done by the end of July?
Well, I guess a part of it will be whether or not the commission is willing to conduct work sessions and any public engagement remotely. You'll recall we did have one work session with outside counsel from Dickinson Wright that I thought was productive. We actually had a second work session scheduled, but then it was right before that was scheduled. That was when the shutdown order from the governor hit. So July, I think, would be a push under the best circumstances. But there's absolutely no way we can do it unless you're willing to consider doing meetings remotely between now and then.
I mean, I'm certainly willing to consider to activate on something that we had such a clear mandate from an overwhelming majority of residents on. And I know that, our COVID response has to be a priority, keeping our residents safe, and then maintaining our base services. I would say after that, as far as, new policy issues that we've had on the table that we've kind of put on the back burner because of this has to be at the top of the list just because of the sheer will of the community around it. That, in addition to the fact that, as we're discussing the economic impact of the COVID shutdown and trying to come out of that, and allowing a new industry to hang a shingle in our city can only be a good thing as we try and reignite the economy. So I think there's an added incentive on top of a clear public mandate to activate on it.
And Commissioner Perush, and then Commissioner Douglas, and then Commissioner Lavasser. Commissioner Perush?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you called on me first.
Oh, sorry.
I have a question for Mr. Gillum. The reason that we were going to have the work session on this issue that got canceled right after the shutdown was to discuss amendments to the zoning ordinance that would give us more flexibility in terms of location. We as a city commission can certainly discuss that, but if we were to decide that, for example, using an overlay type zoning format or other tweaks to the zoning ordinance would be the way to manage this in order to come up with a location scheme that we're more comfortable with than the one that we are stuck with right now. Is that something that would have to go back before the Plan Commission again, before we could act to move this forward because there would be potential zoning amendments, or have they acted on the whole zoning issue, it doesn't have to go back to them, because if it has to go back to them, then that adds another full time element to this whole process, which to me, it would make it almost impossible to get it done by sometime in July.
Well, the issues have been in front of the Planning Commission already, but the recommendation that came from the Planning Commission had to do with the designation of the districts where the activity would specifically be permitted, and by inverse, not permitted. The Planning Commission didn't really give any discussion or consideration at all to any kind of overlays. And my advice would be, if you did want to consider additional or more detailed amendments to the zoning ordinance like overlay districts, I would encourage you to send it back to the Planning Commission for public hearings and full discussion and debate at that level before they brought forward a recommendation to the City Commission. And if that's the case, then there's absolutely no way we could get it done by July. Because really thinking it through, for us to have something in place by July 1, at a minimum, without having to go back to the Planning Commission, we'd have to have 2 readings of an ordinance in front of the City Commission. And that basically is the entire month of June. So really what you're talking about is giving us a month to put the entire regulatory framework together.
Okay, because it seems to me that if we're going to fine tune the location issue, which is what we're hung up on, the licensing part is easy, but it's the location issue that we're hung up on. It just seems to me that if our current zoning ordinance and the structure of our current zoning ordinance is not adequate to handle as specific and as fine-tuned as we want it to be in order to be able to locate businesses in the best possible location and not locate them in the areas where we don't want them, you're going to need some kind of overlay zoning or some significant change to the zoning ordinance structure in order to make that happen. I just don't see any other way to do it legally in terms of the way our zoning ordinance is written. And so I guess I just don't see a way that we can go forward with the location issue without having it to go back to the Plan Commission and have them consider a variety of different ways to tweak the ordinance so that it can all work.
Well, and I'd like to remind everyone too that when we talk about the licensing issue, there was debate and discussion. One of the things that we were going to bring back for further discussion were some recommendations or suggestions as to whether or not we wanted to have some criteria that could be used for awarding licenses, or if we were going to adopt some kind of a numerical quota based upon the zoning ordinance restrictions that we were going to put in place. So that's also an issue that we need to take a look at.
Yeah, that's true too.
Okay, Commissioner Douglas.
Of course, I'm on the Planning Commission, so I feel, and I saw the work that staff did on the zoning approach to controlling locations and supported it. My sense is that the licensing component that the staff had worked up is pretty thorough and pretty complete, because I think it's pretty much based on the state requirements. And I continue to think that the zoning restrictions that we have will be suitable. I'm also going to say we have strong public interest in moving this forward. And on the other hand, very little opposition. At any meeting we've had on this subject, there have been, 8 people who commented, 6 of which worked in the marijuana industry. I'm inclined to think that one work session and we could thrash this out and come up with something that would enable us to move forward. So that would be the direction I would prefer.
Commissioner Lavasser?
There's absolutely no question that if Mr. Gillums feels that we are able to move forward more quickly, he will let us know. And if that's the case, then we are certainly not stuck with a December 1st date. However, that's his recommendation right now. And I think it's a reasonable one. I'm going to move for adoption of the resolution.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lavasser. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak. Commissioner Dubak, can you unmute, please?
Yeah, sure. From the beginning, we've been trying to keep, some momentum going on this. Punching again to December puts us 2 years after the time that Royal Oakers overwhelmingly voted and supported this. You know, we've done a ton of community engagement around this. We've had a lot of public meetings around this. We've had several work sessions. We've had a poll. We've had an online poll, multiple agendas of the commission where this has been on the agenda. I think, like Commissioner Douglas said, we have enough to work with at this point to put together a framework for us to make a decision to move forward as a community. I think, frankly, folks are getting frustrated because it appears like we are deliberately not moving forward on this at this point, given the due diligence that we've done over the last 18 to 20 months, right? So I'll move to amend the motion to put a deadline of August 15th.
All right, we have a motion to amend. I see Commissioner Macy raised her hand. Is that a second on the motion to amend to August 15th?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuc?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the resolution. We have amendment to the motion pertaining to the timing of the extension of the prohibition. Discussion on the amendment. Okay, I don't see any discussion. I'll just add, whether it's December or whether it's August, I mean, I think that staff is reasonably working towards this. It's one of their goals. We heard some commentary from Mr. Gillum. And, you know, we pushed this out a couple times, which, you know, primarily dealing with the all hands on deck approach, dealing with COVID-19, some of the uncertainties that accompany it. And we are going to have a manager here on May 21st. So, you know, we're going to get a little bit of extra help from Mr. Gillum. So I think that, you know, that may permit, although Mr. Brake will have his hands full, acclimating himself with all the issues of the city and dealing with this pandemic. I think it's okay to I think July is way too aggressive. I understand Commissioner Dubuc's comments about December. I think August is a compromise and, you know, we can make an audible come July if we find ourselves in a position where, you know, we're resource thin and, you know, can't make this happen. So be supporting the motion, but, you know, also being respectful that, you know, we could have other conditions in August that, you know, create more complications for us to work on some of these priorities. So, so this is an amendment. Further discussion, Commissioner Douglas?
Well, I was just going to say that our calendars kind of got all cleared out, so it shouldn't be too hard to put together a work session of the commission.
Yeah, I think that's at least some direction, you know, hopefully that Mr. Gillum can take away, that if we can find an opportunity to do a work session between now and then, that you know, doesn't compromise the other urgent priorities you're working on, that's a good thought. Anybody else? All right, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. Oh, Commissioner Perush?
I'm going to vote no, just because I don't think August gives us nearly enough time. I know the frustration, and I know that December seems like a long time away, but time goes fast. We have a lot to do. We have a new city manager. We have a budget to pass. We have to somehow get the city on a financial footing to get us through at least the first year of this crisis. That's going to take some time and energy and angst and discussion and so on and so forth. I think August is too soon.
I don't necessarily disagree, Commissioner Perush. I think that, you know, there's a likelihood we can get some traction behind this, but there's also a likelihood that, you know, Mr. Gillum will be copying and pasting the letter, changing the dates and putting this before us in August again. And we'll have to have this discussion and really do a thermometer check as well. So, all right, I almost called for the entire vote. We are working remotely. So I will start from the top again. I vote yes. Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
Commissioner Dubuc?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
No.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
No.
Okay, I count the no's, 3 no's to 4 yeses, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the motion passes. We've extended that, but I also think
that was just the amendment.
No, that was the
amendment. You're right. So now we have to go back to the resolution itself. So any other discussion on the resolution itself? All right, I'll call for the vote. I'll start with Commissioner Gibbs.
Did it? Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Yeah.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, unanimous. So the resolution is passed with the amendment to August 15th. And we've also provided some additional, I think, ideas for Mr. Gillum to consider and Mr. Brake to consider here in the near future.
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, I'll check with outside counsel to see what her availability is. But I will send out a Google poll for all of you. We will have to have our next work session at some point in the month of May. And keep in mind, we have 3 budget meetings scheduled right now. We have 2 regular city commission meetings scheduled. And we're also going to be running on a short clock because of a holiday at the end of the month. So please take a look at your calendars and let's see if we can get that scheduled as soon as possible once I get the invitation out to everybody.
And I'd also like to add, you know, it's not just the timing of the ordinance that we have to look at in the licensing. You know, once it gets approved, then staff has to be prepared to start receiving license or applications and licensing and all of that stuff too. So we got to make sure that, you know, we're considerate that, you know, when that happens, you know, what are our resources and staffing, not just to get the ordinance approved, but to actually perform the function that we say we're going to perform. And I think that's a discussion we need to look at really closely as well, and what the sources of funding are to do that, et cetera. So just to kind of, you know, bend the ear of my colleagues to be thinking about that as we move forward.
Okay. And again, we expect, once we do get the framework in place, a significant response and a high level of interest. So staff will be very busy.
Okay, we are done with item 14. It's been almost 3 hours, you know, since we commenced the meeting. Even though we're all at home, I haven't seen anyone get up and leave. So I'm gonna, you know, call for a short recess here for 10 minutes. So at 10:21 p.m., we'll commence again. This will allow people to, if they need to address any matters, they can address those restroom, washroom matters as appropriate. Just before we start the next, what I think is going to be a couple hours of public comment and then some pretty spirited discussions on items 15 and 16. I think it's appropriate just to take a quick recess and come back at exactly 10 minutes. I can't round you guys up physically, okay? So 10 minutes, we'll start again. Recessed. All right, it looks like we almost have our full crew back. All right. You know, we'll do a roll call. Seems appropriate after, you know, after a recess. Mayor Mike Fournier here. Commissioner Lavasser?
Here.
Commissioner Douglas?
Here.
Commissioner Dubak?
Here.
Commissioner Prush? Commissioner Prush?
I'm sorry, I unmuted.
Here, present. Commissioner Macy?
Here.
And Commissioner Gibbs?
Here.
All right, Mr. Gillum is here and present. Looks like he's functioning with his video and audio. So now we're going to go to the next part of our agenda. And for those of you who may have tuned in late, we had about 100 callers call into our public comment, which was a lot. Last week we had 1 public comment, I believe, and just a few the week before while we become acclimated with this new remote meeting. And we decided as a body that we would listen to some of the statements ahead of time that, you know, had subject matter in it not pertaining to item number 15, which is what we're about to discuss, and that anything really solely related to item 15, related to the censure resolution, that we would play the public comment now. So, Mr. Gillum, anything to add? Has anything changed? Are we good at this point?
No, I don't believe so. And then after we're done with the recorded comment, I do have the 2 other emails that we received that I'll read into the record.
Perfect. Okay, well, for those who are working behind the scenes, Richard and Carol, we're ready for the continuation of public comment. To advise the audience, you know, it could be a couple hours here of public comment. So stay tuned, sit tight. And, you know, of course, if anyone needs to take a break, just, you know, let the rest of the team know that you had to step out for a second, and we'll make note of it. Thank you.
Hello, this is Linda Barushko, Royal Oak resident. I just wanted to leave a message to say that I am embarrassed, disheartened, and saddened that Royal Oak Commissioner Kim Gibbs took part in a political rally in Lansing, where she appeared with people who had no PPE, were not respecting proper distancing practices, were blocking access to a hospital, and were brandishing guns and Confederate flags. She shows great disregard for the health and well-being of the people she is supposed to be representing. Her opinions about the COVID-19 pandemic are not consistent with recommendations of science or common sense. She is not suitable to be a Royal Oak or Oakland County Commissioner. Thank you to our governor, mayor, other commissioners, and city employees who are working very hard to protect us. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, this is Megan Piskey. I live at 923 East 5th Street in Royal Oak. We've lived in Royal Oak for over 20 years, and we own a small business. We absolutely disagree with Ms. Gibbs's publicity stunt in Lansing on April 17th. She does not represent this Royal Oak family or small business. We support the motion to censure Ms. Gibbs. We think she should resign, and we also think she should apologize to all the citizens of Royal Oak for violating our trust in her as a public official. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Randy Painter, 721 Catalpa, Royal Oak, Michigan, long-time taxpayer here in Royal Oak. The issue concerning Kim Gibbs and any censorship of the commission with this Gibbs protest thing really reeks partisan politics and almost a totalitarian type of attitude going on in Royal Oak with the commission. And I really, really think this is a dangerous mindset that the commission is could be embarking on. And I'm very disappointed in the commission's take on her comment during the protest, because after all, she is entitled to her opinions, right or wrong, under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. So I'm calling, and I think the city is overreaching here. The commission is overreaching their authority, and that's why I'm calling. And I hope this message is not censored in and of itself, since I'm unable to attend the commission meeting due to the coronavirus. That's all I have to say. So that's it.
My name is Tom Regan, R-E-G-A-N. I live at 3126 Glenview in Royal Oak, and I'm calling to encourage city commissioners to vote yes in favor of censuring Kim Gibbs. She put the health and safety of our city residents and all residents in Michigan at risk. And the worst part of it, she did it to rub elbows with a bunch of white supremacists and Ku Kluxers. The whole business is shameful, and she ought to resign from the commission, and she certainly ought to be censured.
Renee Boren, as a government official, Kim Gibbs should have chosen to put the safety of Michiganders above her political agenda. Of course, she has the right to protest, but not while violating the governor's executive order. Thank you.
My name is Lori Malik. I am calling to express my disappointment in Kim's lack of judgment and responsibility in attending the rally in Lansing, Michigan. I feel that being an attorney, she would know the meaning of a state of emergency and follow what that means. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ed Jelanek at 1833 Woodsboro Drive, and I feel any censorship or retaliation to Kathy Gibbs is uncalled for. This is America, where we have rights of first freedom of speech, which is our guarantee right in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And I think ever since the last council meeting, or back in like a year and a half ago, when they changed the quorum vote from 2 commissioners.
I'm having a really hard time hearing this public comment. Is anybody else suffering the same thing? I'll ask if some of them are clear. I don't know. It sounds like it may be sounding okay through the live or through the streaming on TV. On this Zoom, we're having a hard time hearing. So I don't know if we can.
Previous tenure rights or previous.
Yeah, I can't hear anything on this one. Can we take another pause and see if there's another solution here, Mr. Gillum, so we can make sure we can adequately hear the public comment, or is it just with this call?
You know, I'm not sure. I don't know. Let me reach out to Mr. Wilson.
Yes, my name is Nancy Geetson, and I'm calling to say that I think Ms. Gibbs should be ashamed of the choices that she made.
Commissioner Labasser,
for her to
your hand up.
Not have apologized or given any
Yes. What I'm doing here is I'm listening on the television, and the sound quality is much better on the on the television than it is trying to listen to it through Zoom. So forgive me for the several second delay before I respond to you. That's due to me listening on the television, not hearing you call my name.
Okay, so what I'll ask is if we can pause public comment and go back to the one that I first interrupted on that we could hardly hear. If everyone can take just a quick 5 minutes here, 3 minutes to see if you can get it on the television, to see if we can listen to it. I'll afford everybody the opportunity to do that. I know I might struggle a little bit because I might have to go to a live streaming thing, which may compromise my Zoom, but I'm going to check it out right now. 1 second.
My name is Nancy Geetson, and I'm calling to say that I think Ms. Gibbs should be ashamed.
I have a question. I don't have cable. How can I see it live?
It sounds like if we stream it through the WROK live stream, you can actually hear it better. So I'm logging into WROK. So if you open up another browsing window and you put it in ROK live stream, it'll be a little delayed. But I will ask Mr. Wilson if he can rewind a little bit because we're kind of missing some of those comments at this moment. So when I give the thumbs up again, we'll continue with public comment.
Be aware that there's at least a 20-second delay in the audio and video.
I can't get it.
Leaving City Hall and coming back.
Oh.
Yes, my name is Nancy.
All right, Mr. Gillum, I can hear, it sounds like I can hear it fine on the live stream on the internet. So I don't know, how's that? Can I get a thumbs up from everybody if you can hear it better on the live stream or the cable?
I can't hear anything.
Be aware that there's at least 20-second delay in the audio and video.
I can't get it.
Leaving City Hall and coming back.
Yes, my name
You go to romy.gov and look for WROK. On the left-hand side, Commissioner Gibbs, there's a thing that says live stream. You click on live stream.
No, here. I'm on here.
Yes, my name is Ann.
Okay.
Shall I begin?
Yep, let's begin and start it now. And I'll just wait for the 20 seconds on the live stream and I'll listen to public comment there. It's a little easier.
Very good. I'm going to begin on the fourth one. I believe that's host keeps muting me. You can't mute me. I'm playing off your audio, so stop muting me.
Yes, my name is Nancy Geetson, and I'm calling to say that I think Ms. Gibbs should be ashamed of the choices that she made, and for her to still not have apologized or given any indication that she realizes just how reckless her actions were is beyond. I can't really even comment further because I have no words for this sort of thinking. And that is my comment. And she needs to go. You are not fit to hold public office if you are going to behave in such a reckless and ill-advised manner. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Sachs McManaway, and I live on Kenwood Court in Royal Oak, Michigan. I have been a Royal Oak resident since 2004. I am contacting you, the Royal Oak City Commission, today in support of a motion of censure of Commissioner Kim Gibbs. Gibbs' willful disregard of public health protocol in a pandemic, her defying a legitimate government order for the safety and welfare of citizens, and her willingness to put others in harm's way to participate in a rally in Lansing regarding the stay-at-home order is evidence of her poor judgment and inability to be in a position of public trust at this time. I want to be clear about something from the outset. This has nothing to do with the Commissioner's First Amendment right to free speech. No one has restricted her speech as a citizen by asking her to engage in appropriate social distancing in a pandemic. Instead, she was asked, like the rest of us, to adhere to the various stay-at-home orders to slow community spread of a very contagious virus. The content of Commissioner Gibbs' protest or her viewpoint is not at issue here. That means that the First Amendment protections regarding free speech are also not at issue here. This is a time, place, and manner restriction. This is also a public health and safety issue. Commissioner Gibbs abandoned her responsibility to safeguard the public health and safety of her constituents when she chose to engage in actions that endangered her fellow citizens. Commissioner Gibbs has plenty of platforms upon which she could exercise her free speech rights. No one has curtailed or seeks to curtail her ability to believe as she wishes or speak as she does. What she does not have the right to do and should not be doing as a representative of this community is breaking the stay-at-home order so recklessly and without protection at the risk of her fellow citizens' health. This violation of the public trust should not and cannot be taken lightly. We are in a crisis, and Gibbs ignored the safety of those who she represents. Nothing could be more serious. Commissioner Gibbs should be publicly admonished and be removed from any committee leadership position she holds as a result of this reckless endangerment of our community. This direct violation of a very necessary public health order should not stand. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hi, my name is John Rummel. I live at 806 Catalpa in Royal Oak. I agree with the censure of Commissioner Gibbs and request she step down as a member. Last week, Jay Timmons, head of the National Association of Manufacturers, one of the country's largest business groups, called the small but loud protesters at some state capitals idiots. He said, and I quote, They are standing so close together without any protection, with children, for God's sake, and they have no concern, and it's all about them, and it's all about what they want. He went on, and you know what? Every one of us wants it. Everyone wants normalcy, but we'll never have it if our manufacturing workers can't do their jobs, if they can't get that personal protection equipment. And he warned against the hasty reopening, saying, quote, "We don't want to shut our economy down again," end of quote. I agree with him. It's tough and it's a sacrifice, but self-distancing and following the stay-at-home orders are exactly what must be done to protect people and lay the basis to get our economy running again. In Michigan, with the vast majority of people diligently adhering to social distancing and stay-at-home directives, we've still had over 37,000 cases and 3,500 deaths. Hospitals and first responders are overwhelmed. Can you imagine the toll if directives were not followed? The Free Press today said 16 healthcare workers have lost their lives. We are a city with many such workers. Elected officials can't be selfish. They must set an example and explain why, for the greater good, we must temporarily take restrictive measures. The orders are not a denial of rights. On the contrary, they are for the health, safety, well-being, and right to live of the entire community. Thank you.
Phyllis Salter, North Lafayette. On April 19th, I received a monthly email from Royal Oak Democrats stating that Ken Gibbs attended the far-right rally in Lansing to protest social distancing. I stopped attending the monthly meetings due to what it had become. That's probably why I don't have a postcard. The email also referred to her being with her lunatic, quote-unquote, friends. The last couple of meetings I attended consisted of insults by its leader directed toward those who did not agree with current plans for the city and not allowing them to speak and lying about how they felt. The last meeting I attended was during the campaign, which was also attended by commissioners who did not appear to be phased. Does this concern you? Are we in kindergarten when a leader is able to bully opponents and when you intimate by your select wording that Kim purposely attended with and supported racists? Do you know that these racists and gun toters were not part of the Michigan Conservative Coalition who apparently organized the rally? So are you so ready to punish someone who doesn't agree with you about what you've created or want to create in this city, or someone who publicizes objections to your campaigns? Nice try saying your opponents were anti-union. Are you sending out any messages when threats are made against those who oppose you? Are you concerned about Kim's value regarding her oath, which is very ironic, as her concern for residents is far and above yours, yet you have little concern about protecting home values? Why would you limit a resident to talk for only 3 minutes and put their most important issues at the last agenda item? Why would you change the number of commissioners to 3 instead of 2 to put a topic on the agenda? What does this remind you of? Who are you afraid of? I would never have imagined that Democrats who generally aim to protect their citizens could be so non-democratic. Sorry to get political. Here's our commission that turns our city over to developers and potentially harming small businesses outside of the immediate downtown area while putting our property values in danger, with 5 of you always in lockstep, which better describes far right. What percentage of campaign donations were from non-homeowners? What's the current city debt? Why did it increase in so much a year? I don't think it was all of a sudden due to legacies. I'm the last person you would see at a right-leaning event, but I live in what is supposed to be a free country with the hope that my leaders do the right thing with my taxes by not wasting time playing games and assuming we are not smart enough to disagree. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marie Colombo, and I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I live at 202 West Sunnybrook, and I'm calling to support the censure resolution for Commissioner Gibbs. I was appalled at her participation in the protest in Lansing. Her disregard of prevention measures important to stem the high number of COVID deaths was irresponsible and I believe it's a slap in the face to the thousands of frontliners working diligently to save lives and to keep citizens supplied with necessities. Spend a day at Beaumont and tell us it's under control. Her lack of compassion for the suffering of so many is not the quality I want representing my community. She has shamed Royal Oak, and I heartily support the censure resolution. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Anne Marie Egan, and I am calling in regard to the mayor's and the commissioner's reasoning for releasing Commissioner Kim Gibbs. This is a partisan move on the part of the Royal Oak mayor and most of the city commissioners, as their agenda has been to embrace like-minded individuals and disregard those that have opposing opinions. So catching the commissioner at a protest in Lansing was the perfect opportunity to ask for her resignation. This is a very wrong move. They should be working together, and everyone does have their own opinions, I would hope, and it should not be slanted in terms of who agrees or disagrees with the mayor of Royal Oak. And she did nothing wrong. She was there to support the small business owners in our city of Royal Oak because they are going to definitely hurt. A lot of those businesses will close. The city is having some issues financially, obviously, because a lot of small business owners have definitely made that very clear in terms of not being able to get more customers into their businesses. This is due to the parking situation. Nobody wants to park inside of a parking structure, but that is beside the point right now. This is just a terrible thing, and I am just appalled that a commissioner can't go and support and do what he or she wishes to do based on their beliefs. She did nothing wrong. Yes, she did not have a face mask, but so there were probably a lot of people that didn't have face masks, and there are a lot of people that go in grocery stores that don't wear face masks. And, you know, that was just her personal option. She did not do anything to harm anybody because if they had face masks on, then they were protected, and it's just ridiculous. But I'm all for Kim Gibbs, and I just hope that they will reconsider the way that they are practicing their agendas. And the mayor and the commissioners have to revisit all of this. They're just using bullying tactics and have been for a very long time. Thank you.
Valerie Barnes. As a resident of Royal Oak since 1967, I want to express my disappointment in Commissioner Kim Gibbs' decision to participate in the Lansing project. I believe in freedom of speech, but I believe Ms. Gibbs chose a very irresponsible and dangerous way to express her beliefs. She was not wearing a face covering, not distancing herself from others, and was pictured in the middle of the crowd. We need council members to use good judgment and adhere to community and state guidelines. Ms. Gibbs needs to resign from the council. So when she publicly practices her freedom of speech, she does so with no attachment to the city of Royal Oak. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nora Ryan, and I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I believe as a city commissioner, you are elected to serve all of Royal Oak, and your liberty does not trump the safety and well-being of the community. We can recover economically, we will. We cannot bring back the dead, including the 21 Royal Oak residents that have passed from COVID-19. Thank you.
Barry Saunders. I think it's very inappropriate for the commissioner to go to an open forum and not follow the guidelines of the state and jeopardize the health of many others in order to protest something that is in the public interest. And as a commissioner for the city, I think it's even more important that she represents the following of the regulations of the state. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Fegley, 707 South Rembrandt. I am here to voice my opinion regarding a participation of the Lansing protest rally several Wednesdays ago by Ms. Gibbs. I would like to begin by saying, as a 38-year business owner in Royal Oak, Ms. Gibbs, you do not represent Noir Leather's wishes to open up for business unless it's done strategically and when the time is right. That's my first comment I would like to make. Secondly, and most importantly, you should resign your position as Royal Oak City Commission. To participate in a racist and hateful event is not acceptable. The governor had issued a stay-at-home order. That means staying at home and if out, not participating in large events. Furthermore, not wearing protective gear would seem to me that you broke the law. If this had been a group of Black individuals, every single one of them would have been arrested. But no, it was a group of white supremacists, and you're among them, Kim Gibbs. I wrote a letter to the mayor and also to yourself expressing my dissatisfaction with your actions. The mayor was kind enough to respond. You send out a blanket statement that the reason you went was to help small businesses open up. This is such a load of garbage. I don't even know how you look at yourself in the mirror, Ms. Gibbs. You're up for re-election in August, I see, for Oakland County. I, for one, will not be voting for you. I'm going to do everything in my power to remind voters prior to the August election of your incredibly stupid actions. Again, try maybe to do the right thing and resign. I'm so ashamed of you and for Royal Oak and what you stand for. You give Republicans a horrible, bad rap. I cringe when I think of the images of swastikas and individuals carrying assault rifles attending that Lansing rally. In closing, Royal Oak and Oakland County, for that matter, have no room in our political systems for racists like you, Ms. Gibbs. Thank you, City Commissioners and Mayor, for allowing me to express my views.
Hello, this is Dr. Gary Lloyd. I live at 432 South Washington Avenue, and I'm here to speak about our collective response to the COVID virus. I'm not speaking as a Democrat, Republican, or Independent, or any other divisive rendering. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen and as a physician. For the past 2 months, I've spent most of my clinical time putting breathing tubes in patients with the COVID-19 virus. In my more than 30 years of medical practice, I have never seen a more ravaging disease. To put it in perspective, we've been able in the United States to drop our death rate from 26.3 to 18.6 per 100,000 cases in the past month with aggressive medical intervention. Let's compare that to the death rate for the flu season that just ended. The CDC reports that it was only 2 per 100,000 cases. If we succeed in slowing and slowly reopening our economy without generating a second spike, we will be fortunate. However, most experts now believe that there is a high probability of an even larger spike of this virus in the fall. I'm advocating for us to work now on the innovative solutions to address this probability because what we are experiencing now has pushed our capacity to its limits. In addition to preparing for a fall outbreak and creating innovative solutions to keep the economy going and protecting the citizens, I expect all of leadership of my city, county, and state to act responsibly and with one voice and be leaders 24 hours a day. I've seen what this virus can do to the young, healthy athlete who needs a ventilator, as well as the elderly with multiple illnesses. Neither is a pretty sight.
I believe the only way that we survive as a community is for everyone to look out for each other and to help, as demonstrated by the many heroes so far. The community needs to follow the lead of their leaders, who 100% need to talk the talk and walk the talk every minute of every day. That is my expectations of our elected and appointed leaders. Thank you.
I am Joan Johnson. I live at 709 Lockwood Road, Royal Oak. I take no pleasure in what I'm about to say. I hold elected officials who represent me to a higher standard. Among other criteria, I expect them to have the interests of all constituents at the top of their priority list, to understand and recognize the impacts their decisions have in the larger picture, and to act accordingly. Commissioner Gibbs demonstrated none of these criteria by her presence at the protests in Lansing. Because she holds an elected position in local government, her violation of the Stay Home, Stay Safe executive order encourages others to do the same. Her continued violation of this order by not practicing social distancing endangered herself and others at the protest and the Royal Oak community upon her return. Further, her behavior invited unwanted attention to Royal Oak during a stress-filled time and caused others to deal with this incident instead of the necessary business of the city. She stated she wanted to support small business. Just what did she do to accomplish this? Did she advance legislation? Did she present to state officials her plan to help? No. She stood on a street corner. The outcome of this series of poor judgments severely challenges her ability to serve the residents of Royal Oak in a thoughtful and productive manner. That she contends she will not resign further indicates her inability to recognize the gravity of her actions. This is not the kind of leadership Royal Oakers deserve. I hope she reconsiders and resigns. That decision would mitigate some of the damage.
I am directing this to Ms. Gibbs. I am very disappointed in your comments and your actions. You are not a doctor or a nurse, epidemiologist. To my knowledge, you have no medical background. So how you can make such a statement is beyond me. It is totally and completely irresponsible for you or anyone, especially one who represents me and my city of Royal Oak, to make a statement not based on any fact other than your personal belief. Have you ever lived through a pandemic? Have your parents? Neither I nor they. So our knowledge of somewhat is just basically historical at this point, since it's been 100 years. So I am not sure where you are developing this belief from. At this moment, we've lost approximately 55,000 American citizens to COVID-19. I sincerely hope that your actions and those who attended with you in Lansing on April 15th do not become responsible for our loss to be even greater than it already is. Thank you. This is Edie Saunders, 2130 Larome, Royal Oak.
My name is Alan Threefoot, and I'm a renter here in Royal Oak, and I think it's incredibly dangerous to have someone in a position of power who is openly flaunting her disregard for the measures that are in place to protect the people of this neighborhood. I personally think that Kim Gibbs should be ashamed of her actions and should have resigned, but in the sense that she's not, I personally feel that she should be censured. It's as simple as that. If any of us had violated the law, we would be in trouble as well. But if she just seems to think that she can get by scot-free and not have any consequences for her very dangerous actions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Himmick. I am responding to the vote for Kim Gibbs to resign her position as commissioner. She did go to the state of Capitol in the city of Lansing without protective mask, without gloves, marched with fellow protesters. I have no problem whatsoever with protesters. It's the fact that she's an elected official she came back to our city and hopefully did not affect anyone in our community. That was totally wrong. A protest was supposed to happen and everyone was supposed to stay in their vehicles. This is not politically motivated. I don't care if she's Democrat or I don't care if she's Republican. The fact of the matter is she's an elected official and she endangered our community by exposing herself to the coronavirus when she did the protest. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lemoyne. I'm a Royal Oak resident. I'm calling today regarding Commissioner Gibbs. It's highly distressing to see a city commissioner to even be among protesters who are toting guns, carrying Confederate and Nazi symbol flags. But it is unconscionable for her to defy an emergency order and to put the citizens of Royal Oak and actually everyone, all others, in a health danger. I previously sent an email to the mayor supporting his request for her resignation. I also sent an email directly to her requesting that she resign. Her misguided actions really show that she cannot be effective in her position as city commissioner. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Mary Hemke, living on Lerone Street in Royal Oak. I am calling to voice my dissatisfaction of city commissioner. I first off, she endangered the Royal Oak citizens. She disobeyed the stay in your car orders and the social distancing. And I think above all, she was with people that were waving Confederate flags, carrying automatic guns. This is not someone I want representing my community. If she will step down, I think that would be wonderful. I think Kim Gibbs has seen her day, and she is not someone I want representing my community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Arvind Reddy. I live at 618 South Pleasant here in Royal Oak, and I'm just calling to say that I strongly agree with the censure resolution that will be considered tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Campbell-Bode and I am a resident of Royal Oak. I'm providing feedback with regards to Commissioner Gibbs and her comments and behaviour with regards to COVID-19. As a proud Royal Oak resident and taxpayer, I'm disappointed and in fact appalled by her comments regarding COVID-19 and her actions. I understand that she prefaced them as her personal beliefs. However, please understand, as an elected official and leader in our community, that her comments have consequences. Clearly, the health of her family and friends are not being impacted by this horrible virus, and I'm very happy for her. However, please pay mind to the thousands of people that she represents, that their lives have been forever impacted by the loss of their own life or those of a loved one. If this emotional reality does not resonate with her, please then consider the practical implications of her comments. If we are all to go back to work now, as she suggests, without the necessary availability of testing and tracing, the guaranteed increase in hospitalizations and death that would be caused will no doubt put increased burden on the hospital system, which in turn will impact people needing hospitalisation for non-COVID related matters. This is a really incredibly important issue to me, and as an elected official and leader in the community, I expect more from our leaders. Please consider the full implications of her comments and have her think first of the community that she represents, and remember that our community is only as strong as its weakest link. Thank you.
My name is Tim Casey. I fully support Mrs. Gibbs' right to protest
stay-at-home order and go to fencing without wearing a mask. I do not believe that the city council, commission, any elected official has the right to ask her to resign. They did not hire her. They did not fire her. I support her decision.
Hello, this is Rick Vian. These days of worry about the future of our very lives and the lives of those we love, there is among us a certain sociopathic disregard for the health and welfare of one's fellow citizens. This attitude seems to be found largely in people of a certain political persuasion. It is based on a few erroneous assumptions, and here are just four of them. Number one, you have a largely medieval disbelief and contempt for science and the recommendations of medical professionals who are the experts and indeed the heroes at this time. In fact, the main difference between us today and the unfortunate population of Europe in the time of the Black Death of 1347 is that we have scientists and healthcare professionals and they did not. These are the ones who will save your life and the lives of your children and your parents. Number two, you have a complete disregard for anything that strikes of the common good in favor of a blind and misguided belief in individual rights, like in, I won't let the government tell me what to do. Number three, you display a worrisome gullibility in the face of propaganda. Apparently, you get all of your so-called information from sources that do not inform you, but reinforce what you already think, and then guide you further down the same path. In other words, you know nothing, and you do not want to know anything. You come to the job with an agenda that is antithetical to the best interests of the citizens you pretend to represent. Those who survive this pandemic are being saved by scientists and medical professionals, not TV and radio show hosts. Number four, by putting yourself, your fellow protesters, and untold numbers of innocent people at risk of actual death by your actions, you've demonstrated an egregious lack of good judgment, a lack of decency, and a lack of humanity. In my opinion, you should not only be censored, you should be prosecuted. Thank you.
Hello, this is Annie Malansky, and I live in Royal Oak on Turkey Avenue, just north of 14 Mile Road. And I just want to make a quick comment that I believe that it's very appropriate that Kim Gibbs is, the request for her resignation is very appropriate. And I hope that she would have the courage to resign and admit that her behavior was not acceptable. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Patricia Nemus McCaffrey. I'm a longtime resident of Royal Oak, and I'm hoping that you and the fellow commissioners will take the high ground and respect your fellow commissioner by not censoring her. This is purely a partisan move, and the city commission is supposed to be neutral. For the sake of all peaceful resolutions, and expect that, please avoid any public humiliation of Kim Gibbs. Don't act like dogs in a dog fight, and you're called to a higher calling than that for our representation. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Doreen Dobson. I feel that Kim Gibbs should be censored. She is shameful and outrightly broke the law and it's just awful. I am so embarrassed to be represented by her that I just can't stand it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jean Caulfield, and I live in Royal Oak. I encourage the Commission to censure Commissioner Gibbs and ask for her resignation. We have close to 1 million people in the U.S. infected with the coronavirus, and over 55 million who have died. We have no treatment, no cure, and no vaccine. We have only social distancing. For a public official to be so publicly flaunting the social distancing measures is unacceptable. We count on our public officials to engage in reasoned discourse to solve difficult issues, not to publicly support people carrying weapons to intimidate others, waving Confederate flags, and carrying signs claiming tyranny, which implies a call for insurrection. The Lansing demonstration was not just about when to open businesses, as Ms. Gibbs claims. This is not a question of Ms. Gibbs' First Amendment rights. It is a question of her fitness for public office. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joshua Kimball Cobbs. I'm calling to express my opinion. I'm a Royal Oak resident since 2017. And I'm calling to express my support for the censure of Kim Gibbs. I think that she attended a rally that it really displayed a lack of consideration for her community by not wearing a mask and not following social distancing rules. And what also really bothers me is that there was a very white supremacist theme going on at that rally, and at the very least, she should have publicly commented on how she doesn't support that when there were Confederate flags and Nazi flags flying and people not caring about the residents of Detroit who aren't white. So if she really wasn't there and didn't support that part of the rally, she should have made it public. But I have no faith in her now to lead the city, and she's not setting a good example. So I really hope that she resigns. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Hopkins. I am a resident of Royal Oak. I'm calling just to express my utter dismay and dissatisfaction and a slight bit of anger at Councilwoman Gibbs, or Representative Kim Gibbs. I saw her act, I'm going to call it, on the news, trying to duck out of the cameras in and out. It just, as a representative, I don't think that's the forum that you want to present yourself, number one. It is against the governor's order, and as far as keeping safe distance, number two. So you've disobeyed that. You're supposed to be setting an example and obeying the orders. And number three, showing yourself with people with, I saw a couple of swastikas. I saw a Confederate flag. I just really, that is not appropriate. That's not who I want representing me. Truly, it bothers me and it angers me to have someone representing my town, my city, my state, with behavior like that. She needs to be removed. She needs to be censured. That's all I've got to say. I don't mind leaving my number, 248-765-0005. I am a 22-year resident of downtown Royal Oak. Thank you.
Hi, this is Eric Lofquist. I'm a resident of Royal Oak, Michigan. I'm calling today to discuss the participation of Kim Gibbs in the Lansing protest. I'm going to read an excerpt from the email that I sent to the entire city commission, and then I'm going to follow up with some comments. So the email reads, I am contacting you due to the participation of City Commission member Gibbs in the Lansing protest today. Her behavior was irresponsible. It was likely illegal under Governor Whitmer's executive orders. It was dangerous as she was seen not wearing any personal protective equipment and was within close contact of other members of the protest. Her behavior was reprehensible, and she has proven herself unfit to be a leader in Royal Oak. I would ask that this matter be taken under examination to determine if Commission member Gibbs was in fact in violation of the governor's executive orders, and should she be found in violation, I would advocate for appropriate punitive measures to be taken. And then I addressed Commission member Gibbs directly. I said that I respect your right to protest, but this is not the time. The health and safety of myself, my parents, and my community is at stake. I may not agree with your politics, but I have always held members of our city commission and the community with high regard. You lost that respect today. I did not vote for her when she was elected, and I certainly will not vote for her when she is up for re-election. However, I do not believe that we should be judged by only our lowest moments, and I implored her to publicly voice acceptance and remorse for her participation, as well as action to repair the damage done. So that was just an excerpt from the email that I sent to the commission, and I was pleased to hear responses from a few of the commission members. Unfortunately, Commission Member Gibbs did not respond to that email. And since that time, she has only doubled down on her statements. I believe that she had publicly stated that she was just there to see what was happening, and she's doubled down really on support for her own actions. And so at this time, I'm going to have to call for her to heed the mayor's advice and step down from her position because she is unfit to serve the community. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Paula Martino-Smante from 101 Curry Avenue. I'd like to make a comment on the recent actions of Commissioner Gibbs. Ms. Gibbs needs to be held accountable for her poor judgment in attending the Operation Gridlock rally in Lansing on April 15th. She clearly knew exactly what she was doing by attending, flagrantly disobeying Governor Whitmer's stay-at-home social distancing orders. No one believes that she was just there to observe the event. Even if that were true, she still knowingly disregarded the governor's orders that are in place to protect all Michiganders, by not social distancing and by not wearing a face mask, allegedly because it was so windy it would have blown off her face. Ms. Gibbs jeopardized the safety and well-being of all of us. She is an attorney and an elected official. She must therefore be held to a higher standard. This city cannot afford to have its leaders contradicting our governor's orders during a pandemic. This is dangerous and irresponsible conduct. Ms. Gibbs' reckless behavior and comments put Michiganders' lives at risk. This is unacceptable. She owes us an honest, reasonable explanation, and I look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
My name is Bill Rowerdink. I'm calling regarding the Commissioner Gibbs, I believe her name is. I've read in the newspaper this frankly ridiculous thought that a elected official should quit or be forced to resign because she attended an event, a public event that the public was invited to. I don't know why a city commissioner would even be, or anybody would even be thought to have to leave an elected position or not do something or do something because they participated in a public event. Other people may not like it. That's called First Amendment. You don't like it, so you don't like it. But forcing someone to consider or possibly be forced out because of attending a public event to express their opinion about something is laughable. And I guess if the city wants to be laughed at, go for it. Have a great meeting.
Yes, my name is Kurt Height. I'm calling in support of Kim Gibbs and her right to attend the protest and to protest Governor Whitmer's draconian rules and inconsistent rules. I also am not happy to hear that the city commissioners of Royal Oak have decided to turn this political and try to get rid of a political rival. And it's more evident when you see the letter sent out where one commissioner is encouraging people to vote for somebody else instead of Ms. Gibbs for the Oakland County Commission. I think it needs to be stopped, and I think you guys need to stop making this political. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Haynes. I am a Royal Oak resident, and I'm calling to give comment to the meeting today, and specifically to Kim Gibbs's behavior, not only at the Lansing rally, but also in comment with the article stating that the coronavirus is over with, not a big deal, and then her behavior and her rubbing elbows with anti-social distancing, anti-Governor Whitmer folks at the rally in Lansing. I think it's very irresponsible of her to be there, to not be following what her bosses have deemed as the proper etiquette during this coronavirus epidemic. I think as an elect, she showed gross negligence in what she should have done in this role, as well as her comments were very irresponsible. I believe she shows no remorse for her behavior and should be removed or stepped down from her position as one of the commissioners for the city of Royal Oak. Thank you so much for giving me this time for public comment. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Fike, and I'm a Royal Oak resident, and I am calling about Royal Oak City Commissioner Kim Gibbs, and what she did was wrong, I feel. There is a stay-at-home order, which she clearly violated. There definitely should be some repercussion for this. I don't think that she should be on our commission anymore. I mean, if you can't follow state rules, how are you going to follow city rules? I really think you should ask for her resignation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John McIntosh. I live at 327 East Kenilworth. I'm a disabled American veteran and a proud member of the UAW. I've lived in Royal Oak for almost 25 years, and I've raised my family here. My comment this evening is in regards to the censuring of Kim Gibb. I think this is a very poor choice to pursue, and that she has done nothing wrong, and she has a constitutional right to protest. She has a First Amendment right, and under the state constitution and the U.S. Constitution, she is in her right, just like the rest of you are, to do the exact same thing on issues of your concern. This is not something that I take lightly. I entirely resent your accusations against her and your poor judgment in bringing something like this into our neighborhood and our city council meeting. It's not necessary, it serves no purpose, and it is totally unpatriotic and in bad form. I totally disagree with any further action other than apologizing to her for your gross misconduct and behavior and your lack of the understanding of what our rights are. You're all elected officials. You can easily be unelected. Kim Gibb is I'm one of her constituents. I had a lawn sign in my yard for her. I voted for her. I support her. I've met her on numerous occasions at many different veteran functions and functions that occur in and around the city of Royal Oak. Again, I support Kim and her right to exercise her First Amendment right along with everyone else. So why don't you guys back up and mind your own damn business?
Hi, this is Cindy Maurice calling. Kim Gibbs acted within her rights to attend the rally in Lansing. She did so in a safe and responsible manner and then returned to Royal Oak and quarantined herself. I've got no problem with that. Thank you. I'm going to be on TV tonight.
Except the lady on the council.
Hi, this is Mary Mills, and I believe that it's everyone's right to protest, but Ms. Gibbs stepped over the line, I think, by walking in the crowd with no mask and not observing social distancing during the governor's emergency order. She was shown in the Channel 2 video coverage, and she was not doing social distancing, and she actually came out later and said she was, so wasn't it. She did not tell the truth. So I believe that there should be consequences for her, such as censure by the City Commission. Thank you.
Good evening, Peggy Goodwin, Royal Oak, Michigan. I'm speaking obviously about one commissioner, but I'm also speaking about an issue of speaking to the press. Yes, on April 15th, this commissioner did attend Operation Lockdown, Gridlock, whatever. But I find that less offensive than the words she said to Mike McConnell on that same day. I do believe that the words of the scare is over, talking as even a layperson, but as a city commissioner, should be at the very least discussed, reprimanded, censored. I also just want to mention that resignation is in her court, not in anybody else's. Yes, she has the First Amendment right to participate, to speak, but she also has a responsibility to the community as an elected official. So I want people to take the words she said into consideration, even more so than the actions. What she did as an individual going to Operation Gridlock was reckless in my opinion, but she certainly had the right to do it. What she said to the press as a public relations professional, I take great offense to. She also mentioned that she was tested like Dr. Fauci. If she was tested, the public has the right to know when she was tested and the results of those tests, because tests were very scarce up until recently and only for people with symptoms. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Michael Gravami. I'm calling in support of Kim Gibbs being censored. She is a representative to all citizens of Royal Oak, and as such, she should have kept her political affiliations to herself. We do not share her views, and by her being actively participating as a city commissioner of Royal Oak, it reflects badly on not just her, but the whole city staff and its neighbors, and she is putting herself and others at arm's way. She needs to be reprimanded for her actions and should be severely censored. This does not sit well as a Royal Oak voter. Thank you for your time.
My name is Barbara Ingalls, and I live in Royal Oak, Michigan, and I would like to support the mayor in his quest to censure and hopefully get rid of Commissioner Kim Gibbs. I thought her behavior was ridiculous. She went out of her way to be at a demonstration, which, while that is legal, she behaved illegally by not practicing social distancing and not wearing a mask. She lied about it, she backtracked about it, and then went back and forth, and now she's hiring a conservative law firm to defend her. This is such a waste of Royal Oak time and money. She's an embarrassment to our city, and I would like to see her censured, and I would like to see her resign. Thank you for your time.
Yes, my name is Ellen Doster, D-O-S-T-E-R. I am very upset that Commissioner Kim Gibbs attended the ridiculous protest in Lansing and was there without mask, without gloves, and without following the rules of what was laid down for them to remain in their cars. At very least, she should be censured. But I have no idea why we would have someone like that on our city commission. As a public servant, this is not the way to express your opinion. And the fact that she is also apparently running for Oakland County Commissioner, I really hope that the citizens of Royal Oak take note of that and understand that this is not what we elected her to be doing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dennis Kraniak, and I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I'm calling to offer my support of a vote of yes to censure Commissioner Kim Gibbs. And here's my reason why. While it is within Ms. Gibbs' right to protest, as it is any American citizen's right to protest, as guaranteed by the First Amendment, it's not within Ms. Gibbs' right to jeopardize our health and our well-being, other residents of Royal Oak and Michigan's health and well-being when she was not observing the social distancing guidelines as put out by the federal government, the CDC. And she may disagree with Governor Whitmer's orders for stay in shelter and all the details within it. And again, that's fine to protest, but it's not fine to be within 6 feet of other protesters in the process. While doing that, she's jeopardizing other protesters' health. She's also risking her own health by being in a crowd of people under those circumstances. And therefore, she could be asymptomatic and bring back more risk for the residents right here in Royal Oak. It's irresponsible. And even if she social distanced and wore a mask while she was up there, which she didn't, she should be, as an elected official, encouraging and leading others to at least protest in a safe way. Ms. Gibbs' defense is not based on data. It's been based on her own gut feelings, and that's also dangerous. That's not what we expect of an elected, educated official who should know better. We go by data and science, and we make the best decisions we can, given data and science. So we may disagree on politics, but we cannot disagree on taking steps that may put others at risk. Those are inalienable rights that we all have. So I agree that she should be censured. It's a nice step to take to show that you cannot disregard the will of the people and put your constituents and their health at risk. I thank the mayor and other city commissioners for taking these steps, and I hope we can all move on from this issue. Everybody stay healthy and well, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Heather Darling. I live in the Shrine neighborhood. I'm a 20-year resident of Royal Oak. I'm also a mother, a wife. I served for 3 years on the Royal Oak Rehabilitation Board of Appeals, and I am an employee of Henry Ford Health System. I'm recording my message as a request for the forced resignation or termination of City Commissioner Kim Gibbs. Her action of protesting Governor Whitmer's executive stay-at-home order is reckless, unfounded, and downright dangerous. As a healthcare worker, I have had colleagues perish from COVID-19, as well as witnessed hundreds of patients die from this highly contagious and oftentimes lethal virus. Ms. Gibbs' position as city commissioner is supposedly one of public service. To be a public servant is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your community's constituents. Ms. Gibbs' unconscionable action is antithetical to the oath of public service she took when she was elected. Her protest in Lansing, in which she aligned herself with a repugnant group of weapon-bearing and aggressive protesters, was unacceptable. Her presence there without a face covering and without adherence to the CDC's physical distance recommendations not only put many lives at risk, but she also disgraced the city of Royal Oak. She disgraced hundreds of Royal Oak residents who are health and essential workers. She disgraced science, fact-based, and data-driven information, and she is in violation of the oath she was sworn to uphold. Her refusal to comprehend the gravity and the seriousness of this pandemic, and her refusal to comprehend the reality that Michigan, in our own area of Metro Detroit, is a coronavirus hotspot, shows a lack of genuine concern for human life, a lack of intelligence, and a lack of sound mind. We are living in a country where we are overwhelmed by dangerous misinformation, hyperbolic and demagogic messages, and a you against me mentality. Public officials have a responsibility to step above the clamor and stand for what is right and just for the betterment of all. Ms. Gibbs instead used her platform as a public official to propagate this kind of dangerous and harmful messaging we hear from science-denying and fear-based, high-ranking elected officials. She is part of the problem. She is perilous, and she is not fit to hold a position in public office. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my comments.
My name is Laura Zador. I'm a physician anesthesiologist and pain specialist at Henry Ford Hospital. I am a proud resident of Royal Oak, Michigan. My address is 338 West Harrison Avenue, Royal Oak, Michigan 48067. I am calling in to express deep concern of the behavior of Ms. Gibbs. For the past 7 weeks, my colleagues in anesthesia have been tirelessly putting their own safety and risk to care for members of our community with the COVID virus. I'm not calling out of anger, but out of serious concern upon learning of the attendance of Ms. Briggs at the protest in Lansing, protesting Governor Whitmer's stay-at-home order on April 15th, 2020. If our leaders fail to include scientific data and medical expertise in their decision-making, thousands of lives remain at stake. Opening the economy prematurely, protesting stay-at-home orders can endanger public health and potentially endanger lives completely unnecessarily. COVID-19 is not gone. COVID-19 remains an ever-present threat to our community's health and safety. This is not a matter of your beliefs, Ms. Gibbs. This is scientific data. And I would appreciate it if you would direct your energy and influence towards developing solutions for the health and community members, the health of our community members, such as increasing access to testing for COVID, as well as spreading public education about the importance of social distancing. The more people ignore stay-at-home orders, the longer the threat of COVID will prevail. I hope you act more responsibly. I hope you act in a way that reflects the members of the greater Royal Oak community as an elected official. You do not represent the beliefs of the medical community. You do not represent the beliefs of the majority of Royal Oak citizens. And I urge you to act and behave and communicate a message that ensures the safety of our community members. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Kim Moon, last name spelled M-O-O-N. My address is 815 Lewis, L-O-U-I-S in Royal Oak. I fully support the censure by the City Commission of Commissioner Gibbs, and as a Royal Oak resident, I am also asking for her resignation. When Ms. Gibbs was elected to the City Commission, she took an oath to uphold the laws of the state of Michigan. Governor Whitmer's Stay Home, Stay Safe executive order has the force of law, and by attending the Operation Gridlock protest in Lansing on April 15th and being caught on video congregating with others not wearing a mask and not social distancing, Ms. Gibbs broke the law and therefore violated her oath of office. As an attorney, you'd think she would know better. Ms. Gibbs is not just a private citizen, she's an elected official and therefore needs to be held to a higher standard. This protest has been a national embarrassment for Michigan, not just for the virus-defying behavior on display, but also for the prominent waving of Confederate flags, a known symbol of white supremacy. The people that participated in this protest have been made fun of on the nightly talk shows and on Saturday Night Live. Is someone who participates in something like this worthy of representing our city? Now Ms. Gibbs has retained a law firm to sue the city, which will cost Royal Oak taxpayers who knows how much, because she wants to suffer no consequences for her irresponsible actions. These are not the actions of someone who has the best interests of our city in mind. These actions just seem to be about blatant self-promotion, no matter the cost to Royal Oak and its citizens. I'm a pharmacist, and I am very angered that Ms. Gibbs has put Royal Oak residents at risk by refusing to take any coronavirus precautions while attending the protest. This virus has killed almost 3,500 Michiganders. It's putting people on kidney dialysis and causing strokes in 40-year-olds. Science is what is saving lives in this pandemic. The last thing we need in this crisis is elected officials that ignore science-based recommendations from public health experts. Again, I support the censure of Ms. Gibbs, and I'm asking for her resignation. Thank you.
Dear City Commissioners, my name is Lisa Wilson. I'm a Royal Oak resident, and I've never been involved in city politics before this call. I would like an explanation as to why Commissioner Kim Gibbs took the health and welfare of the public so lightly and attended a protest in Lansing on the 15th of this month during the mandatory shutdown. If Ms. Gibbs is so unaware, willfully ignorant, and irresponsible to put herself and others at risk, she has no business in the leadership of our city. This is a health emergency, and it is the Commission's job to ensure the safety of our people. She is not only setting a poor example for the public, she has potentially spread the virus in our state. During the protest, Ms. Gibbs was clearly attempting to avoid Channel 2's video camera. It was certainly clear in a red coat, no mask, in close proximity with others, that she was hiding from the camera in fear she should be found out by the people of Royal Oak, her constituency, and the public at large. So I respectfully ask for a public explanation, Ms. Gibbs. If you felt that you were justified in putting our lives at risk, why were you avoiding the camera? Why did you not want your attendance there to be captured on film? It was clear that you knew that it was the wrong thing to do and that your constituents would not approve. So instead of accepting consequences for yourself, not to mention the possible health consequences to our Royal Oak neighbors you took an oath to serve, you have refused to apologize or in any other way take responsibility for your poor judgment. You said you were tested twice. 2 sorely needed tests that could have been used for frontline workers or ill people in nursing homes. What a waste. What a tragic lack of consideration and common decency for someone who is supposed to care about neighbors and lead others in an emergency. You are a poor example of a neighbor, let alone a leader. Where's your empathy? Where's your common sense? Kim Gibbs, your resignation can't come soon enough, as you are a danger to the health of the people of Royal Oak. I thank the Commission for its time.
Dr. Michael Lewis, 1009 South Washington Avenue, Royal Oak. I was taken aback by the attendance of the commissioner at the demonstration in Lansing, not because she attended the demonstration, but the fact that she wore no mask and didn't social distance. This sends a very negative message to the public in a time that my providers are facing danger and death at the hospital. That a public official totally disregards the suggested safety measures as outlined by the CDC.
My name is Marianne Dayton. I live at 3112 Prairie Avenue in Royal Oak, and I'm just calling to provide my feedback on hoping that Kim Gibbs is removed in any way it can be made to happen. Somebody like her doesn't belong in leadership. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jill Manioni. I've been a 20-year resident of this fine city of Royal Oak. I am calling regarding the Kim Gibbs matter and the fact that wholeheartedly, 100% of my being believes she should be censured. She has violated the law that the governor set, and that is in no way, shape, or form how an elected city official should behave. Regardless of your political affiliation, you should follow the rule of the law set forth by the governor who was elected. As us as residents have to follow the rule of law set forth by our city commissioners that we've elected. So please do the right thing and censor her. She needs to be censured. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Bowden, resident of Royal Oak, and I ask that the City Commission take whatever action is necessary to remove Ms. Kim Gibbs from her position on the Commission. Ms. Gibbs, your decision to go to the April 15th protest, choosing not to practice social distancing, not to wear a mask, to align with others that block entrances to critical hospital workers and patients, to facilitate the continued spread of COVID, and to congregate in a manner that goes against the state's executive order put in place to protect the well-being of all residents of Michigan, goes against the city commissioner's role at the very core and are indicative of a callous and self-serving attitude. Ms. Gibbs, your continued insensitive bantering following April 15th only exasperated the situation and solidified your role as a person who remains in the shadows of truth and logic, stating the scare is over. People who have it have already gotten it, that you remain 6 foot from anybody, and your concern over not being able to buy paint or seeds were all untrue statements that indicate your absence of knowledge and fact. Ms. Gibbs, if you do not clearly have the ability to discern facts and to speak truthfully and at the very core to have integrity, how can we entrust you with the larger and more complex decisions? Ms. Gibbs, you are obviously a smart woman who appears not to make wise choices, callously endangering the lives of others, and your inability to distinguish and speak the truth makes you not fit to represent the residents of Royal Oak. After all, how could we ever entrust you with decisions given the fact that you may not consider the safety of the residents, or we may not believe anything you have to say going forward? Thank you.
Peter Ulrich. We as a community are heading down a dark and dangerous path when our own city commissioners are contemplating censuring one of its own members for exercising their First Amendment rights. This right is sacrosanct and affords no exceptions, including COVID-19. I know this is uncomfortable for many, but this is exactly why we are afforded this right. Despite our governor's strong disagreement with the protests, she also publicly acknowledged the constitutional rights afforded to these protesters. By their very nature, many of our history's protests did put lives in danger. Please think Tea Party, civil rights, and the Vietnam War, to name a few. Anytime the people push back against tyranny, burdensome, or immoral government rule, These confrontations unfortunately have human safety risks. We cannot equate not endangering lives as being justification for the suspension of these rights. Unfortunately, this is exactly the foundation used to create and approve the motion to censor. I'd be fighting just as hard if it were the mayor or any other council member for being punished or put in jail for exercising their First Amendment rights. What is good for you is good for me. All rights are protected regardless of our differences and for good reason. We just arbitrarily rule by our own opinions, beliefs, and feelings and infringe upon others' fundamental rights. I'm afraid we may only have to continue to increase anger, frustration, and division felt even by many of your own constituents. As the chosen leaders of Royal Oak, you have the responsibility to play above the politics, do better than harm for our community. In this case, you must ignore the politics and emotion and just stand up for our Constitution for everyone, including fellow commissioners. It protects us all. Thank you.
Gene Kozlowski. Kid Gibbs' fate should be in the hands of the voters, not politically motivated individuals. Those individuals should be focusing on our debt and helping the citizens through the virus crisis. Thank you.
Yes, this is Dawn and Mike Rapinski, 3152 Parker, Royal Oak. Good evening.
We are here to comment on the agenda item to censor Commissioner Gibbs for her behavior early this month.
I had the experience of serving with Ms. Gibbs on the Normandy Oaks Task Force and have respect for anyone who volunteers their time and effort for our community. When a citizen takes on the added responsibility of running for and being elected to the City Commission, much more is expected. Based on her behavior during the so-called gridlock demonstration and her response to being challenged, she has failed her responsibilities and obligations to the citizens of Royal Oak and violated her oath of office. Therefore, we are supporting the censure motion.
Let us be clear that we are not disputing her First Amendment right to free speech or protest. We repeat, this is not about free speech. What was objectionable was her behavior at the event and statements after.
First, what is not in dispute is that she was captured on film outside her vehicle mingling with the protesters without keeping the required social distance of 6 feet and without recommended face masks. Her claim that a face mask would have blown off is ridiculous. The few protesters who were wearing face masks had no problem keeping theirs on. She claimed to be an observer, yet she was right there with the protesters near the Capitol steps. She could have been observing from inside her car. When questioned on this behavior, she denied being too close to anyone, yet visual proof shows this to be a lie. Her contact with the people there exposed her to possible virus molecules which may have been transported back to Royal Oak. Absolutely irresponsible.
Second, Ms. Gibbs made a few statements that are irresponsible and in some cases outright falsehoods. She said, I, like Dr. Fauci, have tested negative for the virus. Where and when were you tested?
Also, she is quoted as saying that people who are going to get it have already gotten it. And she added, in my eyes, the scare of the coronavirus is over. My God, these statements alone are irresponsible, shameful, and show a lack of empathy. Since April 15th, the day of the demonstration, over 6,000 new cases have been reported in Michigan and over 1,200 additional deaths. And you think this is over?
Ms. Gibbs seems like a nice person, and perhaps she would have done things differently in hindsight. However, based on her actions of April 15th and after, she at least owed the citizens of Royal Oak an apology. She has not done so.
We don't know if she should resign, and she has stated she will not. But based on her behavior and comments, we support the censure motion and ask that she reconsider her position on the commission. Thank you.
My name is Greg Nicholson. As an independent voter, the ongoing politicization of the COVID-19 response is disappointing. It appears many are putting politics ahead of a serious life or death issue. At a time when our nation could come together and rally behind a common enemy, instead, we seem to be rallying against each other. I believe all of Royal Oak wishes for both a healthy citizenry and a strong economy. Our challenge is how to create both, and it won't be easy. In the face of a pandemic, exacerbated by political rhetoric, we must remain resolute in looking at facts and trusting the experts. While this should always be our North Star, it is especially true now. On April 15th, 2020, I understand that Commissioner Gibbs attended a rally in Lansing to protest the governor's executive orders. On that day, she was quoted as saying, quote, In my eyes, the scare on the coronavirus is over. I'm not a doctor, but my personal belief is that the people who got it are going to get it, have already gotten it, so let's get back to work, end quote. It should be noted that since then, 7,612 additional cases have been confirmed via positive test, and likely many more cases have gone unidentified. These cases will lead to incremental deaths and additional strain on our healthcare system. Commissioner Gibbs' commentary was emotionally driven and irresponsible. As the commissioner mentioned, she is not a doctor, nor is she a data scientist. In her statement, she failed to trust and support the subject matter experts and instead provided speculation to baselessly support her own political priorities. The commissioner's statement has lost my trust that she can effectively evaluate critical issues in good faith for her constituents. For this reason, I support her censure. Thank you.
This is Margaret Devereaux. I'm a citizen of Royal Oak and have lived here for 37 years. Commissioner Kim Gibbs, I respect you, but I feel I need to be upfront and tell you I feel you failed us with your behavior and response in the protest in Lansing. I think our leaders need to provide us with accurate facts and need to model good citizenship. Michigan, as you well know, is the third highest in the nation in COVID-19 incidents and deaths. So we need a really strong, united effort to help us get beyond this pandemic. Governor Whitmer, yes, she has enforced a pretty strict response to it, but she's within her legal boundaries in terms of authority, and I believe it's in the best interest of the citizens of our state. As I said in my email to you, I feel she deserves an apology on your part, as well as the citizens of Royal Oak and Michigan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Pareca. Absolutely, Kim Gibbs should not be censored. She was executing her First Amendment right, as we all still have that right as far as I know. And I think she was well within that. I was also at that rally that day, and I'm telling you that people were social distancing. The news media was fake again, trying to portray that everybody was all over each other. That wasn't the case. And once again, I'm tired of this leftist government that we have trying to run our lives. Enough.
Debbie Terwilliger. I'm calling in full of support of Kim Gibbs. It is irresponsible of Mayor Fournier to ask her to resign. He does not speak for all of the residents in our city. Kim has always been there.
Did anyone else lose sound?
And taking care and resolving any issues we may have. She supports our requests and problems that other city officials, for some reason, choose to ignore. I am a 60
I have no audio at all.
Lifelong resident. I love my.
Let me go to the commission room and see what's happening. Richard had said we had a half an hour left on the public comment. One moment.
Our rights and our needs. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is William Hemke. I've been a lifelong member of Royal Oak, citizen, homeowner, 57 years. The actions of the city commissioner that she took without wearing a face mask or a shield is just appalling. She should not be able to serve as our commissioner if she doesn't have respect for just the basic rules. Now, that's not the rule of law. You have the right to free protest. We understand that. But you don't have the right to bring that disease back to our community because you choose to be a little baby and not wear a face mask or a shield or have social distancing. Therefore,
I'm listening to the audio on the live stream. It's fine.
Show that you have responsible behavior. How are you going to lead our city? I don't think it's worthy of you to do that. Once again, you have the right to protest. Everybody does. And I understand a lot of people are suffering, but what you just did is you could cause death. Well, honey, you could take your money and your small businesses. I'll take poor and alive than dead and rich, which you can't be. You understand? You just caused death upon our community, and that's wrong.
So please, resign. You deserve to resign, and you resign immediately. Thank you. Bill Hemke.
This is Ellen Napo. I'm a 15-year resident of Royal Oak. I fully support the resolution for Commissioner Gibbs' censure and call for her resignation. By attending the Operation Gridlock rally in Lansing without maintaining proper social distancing, Gibbs violated the governor's executive order, which is a misdemeanor. Gibbs is not only an elected official, she's an attorney, and for both those reasons, she should be held to a higher standard. Further, in terms of being held to a higher standard, Ms. Gibbs should be called to account for her lies. Among other things, she claimed to be at an appropriate distance from others when at the rally, when the photos and video clearly show that that was not at all the case. Also, she claimed to be only observing and there to support small businesses which may be suffering under the stay home, stay safe order. If so, why then can she clearly be seen attempting to hide from the video cameras on no less than 3 occasions? Why not act proud of what you're doing? Gibbs claims she's being harassed and that others have turned this into something political when she is the one guilty of playing politics and playing victim. She has managed to turn her shameful behavior into a fundraising effort for her county commission campaign. She claimed to have been harassed when that was quickly debunked by the police as a voicemail described in her own words as merely, quote, unkind, hardly a threat, telling her to quarantine herself, which, by the way, was excellent advice. So we can add wasting police resources to the growing list of Gibbs' foolishness. But it's not mere foolishness and the shame she has brought upon herself and the city of Royal Oak. It's dangerous. Real lives are at risk. Heroes are saving lives here at Beaumont Royal Oak every day, and Kim's is partying at the Capitol with her gun-toting, Confederate flag-waving friends. As of Sunday, there were 244 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 21 deaths in Royal Oak. This is not politics and not a party. Now, Monday, I understand that Gibbs is threatening to sue if she's censured. In other words, she's threatening to sue if she's held accountable for her actions. This is absurd. Why can't you see how you're embarrassing yourself, Kim? For the good of the city, take a good look at your deplorable behavior and resign.
Hello, my name is Frederick Zidell, and I reside in Royal Oak. I ask today that Kim Gibbs step down and resign from her position as Royal Oak Commissioner. I sincerely believe she misrepresented her constituents as a whole and put her own interests first. Now is the time for our leaders to act like leaders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Jurek. I'm a resident of Royal Oak, and I support the censure of Kim Gibbs and think that she should resign her position. Thank you.
This is Dwayne Larkin, and I am calling to urge the Commission to censure Kim Gibbs for her participation in the illegal Lansing rally. She is doing a disservice to Royal Oak, the state of Michigan, and the United States, and I urge the Commission to do the right thing and censure her and recommend that she be resigned. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Lindsay Warren. I'm a Royal Oak resident at 1137 Pinehurst Avenue. I'm calling in support of the majority of the City Commission who is asking Commissioner Kim Gibbs to resign. I am not in favor of her going to the Lansing protest earlier this month on April 15th. It is one thing to have a First Amendment right to go to such an event, but it is not acceptable to go without a mask. It is not acceptable to go without gloves, and it is not acceptable to go and not put at least 6 feet of space between yourself and others. And it's clear that she knew these rules because from the photos and the videos, she is trying to move away from the Fox 2 cameras. I have been sheltering in place at home with my son since the day before Royal Oak schools were called off. So that was back in March, on March 11th. My only son has asthma, and I'm counting on the rest of the community to be responsible adults and keep him safe by following the instructions of our governor, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to keep my name anonymous, but I'd just like to put in a complaint about Commissioner Kim Gibbs. I think what she did was very irresponsible. I think, first of all, her not wearing a mask is not a good example, especially when you're in a position of government. I know for a fact that the police chief, had to be isolated, as well as all the people within the Royal Oak offices that had contact with, and that's not fair to those people that are taking it seriously, that she gets to go into some protest without wearing protective gear. And number two, I don't think, you are allowed to protest, but at the same time, you should have good, you should use your best common sense of when to leave that. I believe that as soon as she saw a Confederate flag and it became overtly political with Trump flags, I think that at that point she should have excused herself. That's not an image that you want to have on a board, is seen to be too biased to one side. So I'm upset at a few reasons of Commissioner Kim Gibbs' reckless behavior, and I would like her to step down. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hi, this is Deb Lobring, a Royal Oak resident. I want to encourage the council this evening to censure Ms. Gibbs relative to her behavior in Lansing last weekend, which was in defiance of the governor and putting others at risk. Thank you very much.
My name is Dominique King. I did not agree with Kim Gibbs' decision to travel to Lansing to participate in the recent gridlock protest, but it was her right to do so. I believe the mayor and the commission majority is overreaching their authority to censure her, and I think they should not do so. If they somehow manage to censure her and seek to replace her, will they seek to replace her with the next highest vote getter among those candidates that ran but didn't win during the last or 2019 commission race? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Petrosky. I am a Royal Oak resident living at 4041 Dukeshire Highway. I'm calling tonight in support of the motion to censure Commissioner Kim Gibbs. I'm also here to support calls by the mayor and several other members of the commission for Commissioner Gibbs to resign. Our community is being met with something that we weren't prepared for. COVID-19 has caused every single resident in our city to change the way that they live, and people are losing their jobs. They're separated from their loved ones. No one's enjoying this. This isn't something anyone wants to do, but nonetheless, the vast majority of people are staying home, not because of politics, but because they want to keep themselves and their neighbors safe. And they want the pandemic to end as quickly as possible. As citizens, we generally allow elected officials to do their jobs as they see fit. There's only one essential requirement, and that the interests and well-being of the public come before an elected official's personal or political interests. By attending this rally, Commissioner Gibbs disregarded the sacrifices that people across Royal Oak are making. She ignored guidance from the federal government and the state of Michigan, and in doing so, she endangered herself and her neighbors. And probably worst of all, in my mind, her actions appear to have been motivated by a desire to signal support for the most extreme wing of the Republican Party. Even in the best of times, a politician putting their own political ambitions over the interests and well-being of those they represent is distasteful, and it demands criticism, in my opinion. But in the context of all that's going on around us, Commissioner Gibbs' actions are disqualifying. I have personally lost faith in Commissioner Gibbs' ability to serve the city, and I think that she should resign. My final thought is that despite my disdain for Ms. Gibbs' conduct in this particular case, I would ask anybody who's listening to this to please refrain from making any threats against her. There's no room for that in this discourse and in this city, in my view. So thank you very much for your time.
My name is Chris Meister. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. Regarding the resolution to censure City Commissioner Gibbs, I urge the City Commission to support the constitutions of the United States of America and the state of Michigan and vote against this resolution. Yes, the Emergency Powers Act of 1945 empowers the governor to proclaim a state of emergency. And yes, the Michigan Emergency Management Act of 1976 empowers the governor to proclaim executive orders in response to an emergency. These acts do not, however, magically guarantee or pronounce that any and all executive orders issued by any governor will be wise, warranted, judicious, or constitutional. Whether or not the state legislature or the presidential administration in Washington lets those executive orders stand, again, is no magical guarantee that any and all of them will be wise, warranted, judicious, or constitutional. It is therefore fundamental that the people retain and exercise their right to protest. This is a basic tenet of our constitutionally limited representative republic. The merits of the governor's executive orders can and should be debated, and individual citizens can and should be free to agree and support them or disagree and protest them as they wish. To vote in favor of this resolution is to deny our constitutional guarantees of freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. A yes vote is beneath the integrity of the members of the Royal Oak City Commission as responsible representatives of a free society bound to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan. Please vote no on this resolution. In doing so, you will be voting in solidarity with the rights of the people that elected you. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is William Asher. When I heard about Commissioner Gibbs' recent civil disobedience in Lansing, I wrote what I believe was a very respectful email and sent it to her. Normally, when I send emails to commissioners, I receive prompt replies, but in this case, I never received a reply. Accordingly, I would like to share the email with the entire commission. Dear Ms. Gibbs, when I heard that City Commissioner Kim Gibbs attended the Lansing rally in opposition to the governor's executive order, I thought, surely this isn't my City Commissioner Kim Gibbs. But apparently it was. Hopefully it was just a momentary lapse in judgment on your part, and you'll take the time to reconsider your position. The only reason Michigan has made so much progress combating the coronavirus is the shutdown order imposed by the governor. We have maintained social distance and cut the spread of infection. As a result, the field hospital at TCF is underutilized, and the suburban collection field hospital has been scaled back. The one in Ann Arbor has been canceled. That's all great news, but not reason to think we have conquered this enemy. Yes, many of us have suffered as a result of the governor's order, but far fewer of us have gotten infected and far fewer have died. That's important to me. I fully support opponents' rights to assemble and vent their anger with free speech. However, participants in yesterday's demonstration defiantly and freely mingled on the streets outside of their cars. Those participants presumably came from diverse parts of the state. Asymptomatic carriers of the infection had ample opportunity to transmit the infection to others and send the infection back home with them. I truly hope that's not the case, and that participants who got out of their cars and failed to maintain social distance do not get infected. But if they do, it will be because they defied the governor's order. Getting the economy going again is important to me also, but it will not be like turning a faucet on. It's going to be gradual, and it's not going to be easy. But I'm confident that we can do it if we do it intelligently, guided by scientists and medical professionals. William Asher.
Hi, my name is Belen Morales. I'm calling to voice my opinion about Kim Gibbs' conduct. I am shocked that she would show such reckless disregard for our community. I think Ms. Kim Gibbs should seriously consider stepping down from her post in the best interest of the Royal Oak community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larissa Bliznyuk. I live on Ferncliff Avenue in Royal Oak, and I'm calling to lodge a comment regarding City Commissioner Kim Gibbs' attendance at the protest rally in Lansing. It was just very, very unfortunate that she felt like it was appropriate for someone representing our city to participate in that rally. It put us at risk when she returned to community, and also as a representative, she was not accurately representing how we feel about the quarantine. We're all working really hard, 99.9% of us working really hard to keep our neighbors safe, to make certain that our hospital that's located right in our community is not overrun. And she ignored all of that. I really wish she would represent us as opposed to her own personal interests. That was not representative of us, and it put us at risk. And as a public official, she should not be putting us at risk. I would encourage censure of Commissioner Gibbs, and if she feels like she wants to represent herself rather than us, perhaps this isn't the role that she should have, and she should just be a private citizen again. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Casey. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Gibbs and Mr. Mayor. I wanted to share my opinion regarding Ms. Gibbs' actions. I don't feel that, although she was in the right to exercise her own rights, I don't feel that her as a part of our government should be representing her constituents in the way that she did. She is part of our legislative branch, being on the commissioners. Therefore, I would hope that this censor vote would pass to eliminate Ms. Gibbs within the commissioners. It is my hope that everybody acknowledges that while she may have been acting in the best interests of her constituents, in reality, she was not. She was acting in the best interests of herself. If she was acting in the best interests of her constituents, she would have been working on legislation and ways to bring businesses back safely and effectively so that customers and businesses can reunite once again. Thank you very much for your time. Please excuse my stuttering. Have a great night.
Suzanne Carter. I am a nurse at a local hospital here in Royal Oak and a resident. I know firsthand the devastating blow this virus is taking on those we serve. Kim Gibbs' decision to attend what was nothing other than a political rally may be considered by many to be both reckless and appalling. In my humble opinion, these actions should not be tolerated from an elected official who should be acting in her constituents' best interest. Her lack of judgment and blatant disregard for the governor's executive order is of great concern to me, my family, and my Royal Oak neighbors. Both me and my husband wholeheartedly support the motion of censure against Kim Gibbs.
My name is Karen Perslow, and I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I'm calling about the fact that the commission majority has asked Kim Gibbs to resign in light of her visit to Lansing to protest the governor's order. I personally agree with the governor's order, and I do not condone Ms. Gibbs' trip to Lansing sans protective gear and not keeping social distance, but I believe she had every right as a citizen of this country to make her voice heard. Hopefully, upon her return, she quarantined herself. I've heard very politically motivated statements made by the chairperson of the Greater Royal Oak Democratic Club that Ms. Gibbs was part of the Ku Klux Klan and is a white supremacist. I find these statements to be reprehensible, inflammatory, and demonizing. Of more import to me is the fact that this commission majority feels they have the right to remove her from office or force her to resign. She was not in Lansing as a representative of the city of Royal Oak, but as a private citizen exercising her First Amendment right. It concerns me that if this majority removes Ms. Gibbs from office, there will be but one dissenting vote rather than two. This commission voted to change the rules when Ms. Gibbs and Mr. Lavasser were elected so that instead of 2 members being permitted to put something on the agenda, it must be 3. It's pretty transparent what was happening there, although most citizens were not paying attention. Also of importance to me is the fact that Commissioner Shar-Douglas chose to compose and send a letter to those who corresponded about Ms. Gibbs' trip to Lansing on city letterhead, not only chastising Ms. Gibbs, but endorsing her opponent in the county commissioner race. Think about that. On city letterhead, endorsing a candidate for county commissioner. Dirty politics, to say the least, and violating the city's standard of conduct, Chapter 66-5, Section H. Perhaps Ms. Douglas should be called out on that. Thank you.
Yes, this is Mary Ann Mueller, and I am calling to respectfully ask you to censure Kim Gibbs for her terrible decision to attend a rally in Lansing, which exposed people to the coronavirus, went against the governor's orders, and was just silly. We need to call our representatives to have better judgment than that. Please, at the very least, censure her for her actions. Thank you.
This is David Olson. I live on 12 Mile Road in Royal Oak. I've lived in Royal Oak since 1963. I address my remarks tonight to the Royal Oak City Commission majority, Commissioners Fournier, Douglas, Peruk, Dubach, and Macy. Let me say this. I'm appalled that you hypocrites will vote to censor Commissioner Gibbs for the free exercise of her rights recognized by the Michigan Constitution and our national Constitution and the First Amendment of those said documents. You phony political beasts strain at a gnat while you swallow your own lies about our city charter, which limits your ability to indebt our people, and you have given away millions of tax dollars to your political donors in no-bid contracts. There's not one of you I will ever vote for, and I encourage every one of Royal Oak's good people to turn you out in the next election. Thank you.
Hello, this is Charles McCoy. I'm a frontline provider. I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm calling to support Commissioner Gibbs for proactive and supporting her constituents. I take issue with the mayor in calling her ignorant and showing zero empathy for her frontline providers, of which I am. I do not think the mayor should lump all frontline providers together. It seems to me that the initial focus on the mitigation was on mitigation, which is a slowing of the disease to ensure the hospitals could handle the load. And when that was met, the focus turned to testing. And then when testing became okay, they turned to tracing. It seems to me that the ball keeps moving up the field in order to keep the economy closed. What a lot of people do not understand is that there are other diseases out there that are being ignored. And these diseases are going to cause more problems and death than the virus is. Also, that being said, prolonged closure of the economy will cause some people who have worked their entire lives to make a business to be ruined by a prolonged shutdown. It just seems to me that this is a very partisan and almost fake outrage. Studied mitigation with this virus, and it peaks in 6 weeks and drops like a rock in 8 weeks. The virus will be there until there is either herd immunity or a vaccine. I think that Commissioner Gibbs did nothing wrong. She just brought attention to the business people of Royal Oak and understands the risk involved in opening up. But they also understand the risk of hiding from a virus that you cannot hide from. So what I would recommend is be reasonable, open up the economy when it's possible, distance, wear a mask, protect the elderly and the immunocompromised, and find some reasonable solutions and try not to bring partisan politics into all of this. Stay safe.
My name is Joanne Brond, and I am a resident of Royal Oak, Michigan, and I wish to leave this comment concerning Ms. Gibbs attending a rally in Lansing with no mask or any social distancing. I think it was very irresponsible of her, and I don't think as a city commissioner that was very wise decision on her part.
Hello, this is Paul Curtis calling. I'd like to comment on Commissioner Gibbs' activity and participating in that political stunt in Lansing. But let me say, I'm a long-term resident of Royal Oak. I'm a business owner and operator in Royal Oak, a Royal Oak Chamber member here in Royal Oak. In fact, the current Royal Oak Chamber Business Person of the Year here in Royal Oak. I serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals here in Royal Oak. I have been on the Royal Oak Sandlot League Board. I've been on the Royal Oak Youth Assistance Board. I taught 12 years at Oakland Community College here in Royal Oak in philosophy, ethics, and logic. My point is, I care about my city of Royal Oak. And when I saw Commissioner Gibbs participating in a political stunt and then saw her lying about it, claiming she had been keeping safe distance, I was appalled. Video doesn't lie. Look, I have 3 kids working in essential services right now, 2 of them at Beaumont Hospital fighting for the lives of our neighbors. And by risking that further spread, she's putting my children's lives at greater risk. Let's talk about what we do know, right? There's over 1 million cases of confirmed COVID-19 here in the United States. 50,000 Americans are dead because of this infection. Gibbs, I read in the newspaper, said, I believe roughly something like, I believe those that are going to get it already have it. Well, I don't care what you believe. There are people who believe the earth is flat and Santa Claus is real. That doesn't make it so. What we know is it's a highly contagious, airborne, lethal disease with up to 50% of those infected asymptomatic. You can be standing next to somebody who's infecting you and you don't even know it. Hence the safe distance, hence the mask, hence the gloves. What we know is the governor made a declaration of emergency. What we know is that there's an executive order to shelter in place. And what we know is that Commissioner Gibbs ignored these to participate in a political stunt in Lansing, risking public health and safety, particularly my kids in essential services health and safety, and then was lying about it. And then claiming that she's somehow a victim of harassment. Look, after 30 years of studying and teaching moral philosophy, I know this. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And Commissioner Gibbs' judgment has shown she's unfit to serve the great city of Royal Oak. That I know. Please resign.
My name is Sherry Noga. I live and work in Royal Oak, Michigan. I am calling about Commissioner Gibbs, City Councilperson Gibbs. She needs to leave. Her behavior was incredibly irresponsible, dangerous, encouraging other people to act dangerously. And as a rare person living in Royal Oak, meaning I'm Jewish and my parents are Holocaust survivors, the fact that she would show up somewhere where they were carrying Nazi flags and in any way be associated with that gathering is horrifying to me. I already suffered horrible anti-Semitic phone calls, which we had to go to the police over. And the last thing that I want to see is a council person from Royal Oak being at a protest where there are Nazis marching around. In addition to the fact that by being there, not wearing a mask, and around other people not wearing masks and acting like a bunch of fools, she encouraged other people to behave in unsafe ways, which would lead to them infecting other people. I mean, it's just horrifying. She clearly has horrible judgment and no sense of the importance of her position or influence on other people, and she needs to go. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Patty Blackmer, and I am calling on behalf of City Commissioner Kim Gibbs. I stand in full support of her attending Operation Gridlock. Governor Whitmer is out of control. She has broken her oath of office. The Constitution states that any quarantine must be both narrowly tailored and least restrictive. Governor Whitmer's harsh orders violate both of these requirements, and I am thrilled that we have a city commissioner who has the sense to protest against these illegal maneuvers. I would expect any decent government official to do no less, and I applaud her courage to defend the state of Michigan and the Constitution of the United States of America. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. We are standing with you, and we are watching Royal Oak.
This is Jonathan and Carmen Epstein on Forestdale and Royal Oak. We strongly disagree with the actions taken by the Royal Oak Commissioner. This is a public health emergency and crisis. We're all quarantined in our houses, and we are trying to defeat this virus for which there's no cure. For this representative of Royal Oak to be out protesting against a public health emergency is outrageous and irresponsible. I think she should step down or be removed in some fashion from the commission. I do not want my representatives to be endangering lives. And I think that to gather in large groups is to potentially spread the virus. And we are quite upset and angry at this action by one of our commissioners. Thank you.
My name is Linda Gale. I'm a citizen of Royal Oak. And my comment is that Kim Gibbs needs to seriously consider resigning. And in lieu of that, the commission needs to censure her. She has been an embarrassment to the city and has set such a poor example for what really needs to happen in terms of people being self-responsible. Thank you.
My first name is Ronell. My last name is Scott. I'm a resident of Royal Oak City. I think the fact that Kim was at the protest rally and in Lansing is in very bad taste as a public servant. And I think it was very uncalled for and just bad.
Hello, my name is Joe Russo and I live on North Gainsborough. I believe Commissioner Gibbs should resign. Attending that gathering without social distancing and without the use of any PPE was both irresponsible and reckless. Such behavior shows a clear disregard for the safety of her neighbors and the citizens she promised to serve. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Regan. I live at 3126 Glenview, and I was just calling in to encourage the city to consider a really aggressive community garden effort. Identify public land, with the city and the school district.
Hello, my name is Frankie Gross, and I'm the director of Judson Center's Autism Connections program.
Hello, Patrick McGee, 4520. This is Bill Harrison, 27.
I believe that was it. Those are old ones that got mixed up into the file in previous meetings.
Maybe there's some you're going to read.
Okay, real quick for those listening, I'm not sure what the live feed delay is here, so we're going to wait a minute. I'm going to close my live feed online, which the audio was much better. So we'll give a few seconds here. I will also unmute my PC so I can hear you guys talk as well. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. Okay, so indicated, I heard that we got through nearly 100 public comments by telephone. I know, Mr. Gillum, you have a couple that you wanted to read into record that we received later.
That's correct, Mayor. I have two others. I'll read them in the order in which they were sent to the city. The first is from Teresa Moncrief. MONCRIEFF, 503 North Altadena. Mayor Fournier and city commissioners, the phone line was not accepting any messages, so as a citizen of Royal Oak, I wanted to give my opinion. Kim Gibbs showed poor judgment by attending the Lansing protest. Her blatant disregard for public safety was inexcusable. People are dying and others are sacrificing during this health crisis. She has shown a lack of leadership and deserves to be censored. And then the other email is from Jacob Landite, Landuyt. Dear City Commission members, I attempted to leave a voicemail message to be read as part of the meeting tonight, but your inbox was full. I understand it when my grandparents may forget to check their messages and the storage capacity fills up, but for a city government to prevent a property owning, tax-paying resident from participating in public forum is violating my personal rights, something all of you have sworn to uphold and protect. In addition, this is my first communication ever with local government. I would classify it as a poor experience. My message regarding the resolution to censor Commissioner Gibbs, I vehemently disagree with the resolution. This attempt to shame and discipline someone for exercising their First Amendment rights is a blatant disregard of the liberties protected in our Constitution, regardless of circumstance. I will not support any member of local government who agrees with this resolution. And that is the end of public comment tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. And, we do appreciate, although we had 7 minutes of public comment cut short, I'm glad that we were able to at least have the thoughts conveyed of a couple individuals who in those last 7 minutes were trying to get in and could not. I'm also grateful for everyone who took the opportunity out of their day today to participate in their local government by calling us. We really appreciate it. This brings us to item number 15 tonight on our agenda, which is the resolution to censure Commissioner Gibbs as requested by Mayor Pro Tem Perush, supported by Commissioners Douglas and Dubuck. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to the request maker, Commissioner Perush.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure I'm unmuted, and I am. I'm going to read the resolution in full, just so that people understand what the wording is and what it is not, since I drafted it. Since I drafted it, I enjoyed the counsel of another lawyer who is spending a lot of time at home these days, who I happen to live with, who has given me a couple of suggestions, wording changes. So I'm going to mention those as I go through it. They're just two, but they're fairly significant. So I'm going to talk about why I presented this resolution after I read it. And then I would imagine that we will open it up for full discussion. But anyway, here's the resolution as I drafted it. Whereas Section 1, Article 5 of the Michigan Constitution of 1963 vests the executive power of the state of Michigan with the governor. And whereas the Home Rule City Act, under which the city of Royal Oak is chartered, requires that all cities and their officers provide for the public peace and health and the safety of all persons and property. And whereas the Michigan Emergency Management Act, 1976 Public Act 390, as amended, provides that the governor shall, by executive order or proclamation, declare a state of emergency if he or she finds that an emergency has occurred or that the threat of an emergency exists. Such order can extend for 28 days and can be further extended by resolution of both houses of the Michigan legislature. And whereas the Emergency Powers of the Governor Act of 1945, as amended, provides that during times of great public crisis, disaster, rioting, catastrophe, or other public emergency within the state, the governor may proclaim a state of emergency and designate the area included. And whereas PA 302 of 1945 further provides that after issuing the proclamation or declaration, the governor may promulgate reasonable orders, rules, and regulations as he or she considers necessary to protect life and property or to bring the emergency situation under control, the violation of which is a misdemeanor, if so stated in the order. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, the state of Michigan Department of Health and Human Services identified the first 2 presumptive cases of the COVID-19 virus in the state. And whereas on March 10th, 2020, Governor Gretchen Whitmer issued Executive Order 2020-04, declaring a state of emergency across the state of Michigan. And whereas on March 16th, 2020, President Donald Trump stated that, quote, "My administration is recommending that all Americans, including the young and healthy, work from home when possible, avoid gathering in groups of more than 10 people, and avoid discretionary travel." And whereas on March 24th, 2020, Governor Whitmer issued Executive Order 2020-21, which provides that all individuals currently living in the state of Michigan are ordered to stay at home or in their place of residence. Subject to the same exceptions, all public and private gatherings of any number of people occurring among persons not part of a single household are prohibited. Drink of water. And whereas Executive Order 2020-21 further provides that all individuals who leave their home or place of residence must adhere to the social distancing measures recommended by the Federal Centers for Disease Control, including remaining 6 feet from people outside the individual's household to the extent feasible under the circumstances. And whereas Executive Order 2020-21 further provides that pursuant to both the Michigan Emergency Management Act and the Michigan Emergency Powers of the Governor Act, a willful violation of an executive order is a misdemeanor. And whereas on April 1st, 2020, Governor Whitmer issued Executive Order 2020-33, which extends the states of emergency and disaster and which provides that the state of emergency will terminate when emergency and disaster conditions no longer exist and appropriate programs have been implemented to recover from any effects of the statewide emergency and disaster. The governor further requested by letter that the state legislature extend the state of emergency for another 70 days. And whereas 8 days later, on April 7th, 2020, the Michigan legislature, as the duly elected representatives of the state of Michigan, extended the state of emergency through April 30th, 2020. And whereas on November 27th, 2017, Kim Gibbs was sworn as a city commissioner in the city of Royal Oak, Michigan, swearing an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Michigan, pursuant to Article 3, Section 39 of the Royal Oak City Charter. And whereas on April 15th, 2020, Commissioner Gibbs willfully traveled approximately 90 miles from her home in Royal Oak to Lansing, Michigan. And whereas while in Lansing, Commissioner Gibbs willfully attended a large public rally with hundreds of other individuals at the state capitol building. And whereas on the day of the rally, the Michigan Department of Public Health reiterated that while the number of deaths and positive test results was slowing, Michigan needed to continue to follow social distancing orders to continue further reduce infections. And whereas there is pictorial and video evidence that at multiple times Commissioner Gibbs stood or walked in close proximity to other event attendees without obeying the order to maintain a distance of at least 6 feet from other individuals and without wearing a mask or other protective face covering as recommended by the Centers for Disease Control. And this is where I'm adding some additional language. While we acknowledge that Commissioner Gibbs has a constitutional right to participate in a political rally such as the one held in Lansing on April 15th, by failing to obey the safe distancing order in the middle of a large public gathering without protective mask, Commissioner Gibbs violated her oath of office to support the Constitution of the state of Michigan and the laws, orders, and regulations promulgated thereunder. And whereas by her failure to comply with the executive orders, Commissioner Gibbs put other attendees and citizens with whom she came in contact or with whom she will come in contact at greater risk of contracting COVID-19. And this is my second change. I've taken out the next paragraph. So I'm now to the last paragraph. Therefore, we, the members of the Royal Oak City Commission, do hereby censure Commissioner Kim Gibbs for her violation of her oath of office, for violation of executive orders issued under the Michigan Constitution and state laws, and in violation of her duty to protect the public health and safety. we respectfully request that Commissioner Gibbs immediately resign her office as City Commissioner. That's the resolution in the amended form that I'm putting it forward this evening. And I will explain why I put forward this motion. I come from a very medical family. My stepfather was a physician. My dad was a medical photographer in the pathology department of a large teaching hospital for his entire career, 39 years. I have two sisters who are critical care nurses. I was the English major in the family, so I don't have a medical background in terms of profession, but I grew up around medical people who understand science, who understand medical practices, and who fervently work their whole lives to protect public health and safety of their families and their communities and for the places where they live. So when the rally happened in Lansing, and there were television pictures of Commissioner Gibbs not social distancing and disobeying the governor's order to protect herself and the others around her, it instantly created a large public reaction in the city of Royal Oak. There was a lot of social media, which you are all aware of. A lot of people who are nurses and doctors who live in the community who were just tremendously upset that she didn't obey the order because it was so important that social distancing, and still is, be maintained in order to actually beat this virus back. And it's not only in the state of Michigan, it's practically in every state in the union. There are safe social distancing orders in place so that people can learn and protect each other by not getting too close to each other. So there was the reaction of public media, but then almost spontaneously, the city commission started receiving emails from people. I received almost 5 dozen, some commissioners received more than that, from people who I have no idea, I don't know them at all. It would be different if it was all your friends saying, oh, you know, what's going on? But it was from people across the community, some of whom work at Beaumont, some of whom are frontline workers, some of whom are educators, who were just appalled that a public official actually disobeyed a government order to social distance and was fairly cavalier about it. And I think what that demonstrates is that as a community, by and large, the community is appalled that a government official violated a government order to social distance. And it has nothing to do with her right or not right to attend a public rally. She has every constitutional right in the world to attend whatever public demonstration, whatever public rally she wants to. We all have that right. We all have that constitutional right. We don't give that up when we take the oath of office. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to comply with government orders and laws put in place to protect the public health. We have an obligation. I would say that as public officials, we have a higher duty to obey those laws. And she clearly did not. She clearly did not. The evidence is very clear that she didn't maintain social distancing. And since she couldn't, she didn't wear a mask to further protect the people around her. And as a result, she violated state law. And that's essentially what this resolution says. It doesn't say anything about, oh, the rally was bad or the rally was good or the rally was appropriate or not appropriate. We don't like the things people were carrying. Has nothing to do with that whatsoever. And any attempt by anybody else to say, oh, it's a violation of her First Amendment rights, what you're doing, yada, yada. No, she violated state law because she didn't social distance, which means she put herself at risk. She put other attendees at the rally at risk. And when she came back to Royal Oak, she put this community in risk. And as a result, I think she's worthy of censure. There's no way that we can remove her from office. We can respectfully request that she resign, but she doesn't have to. The voters ultimately will have the say if she decides not to resign as to whether or not they want her to continue in office. But I think the public outcry has been fairly strong that they expect public officials to obey the state laws because that's what they took an oath to do when they took that oath of office. If it's your intent not to do that, then don't take the oath and don't be a public official. Public officials like us take oaths of office just like police officers do, just like judges do, just like lawyers do, to protect public health and safety, and also to uphold the laws in the state of Michigan, the Michigan Constitution, and the United States Constitution. The orders that the governor has issued were issued under state law, which were lawfully enacted by the legislature. She has the authority to do what she's doing. And as a result, we have public officials, when we take that oath of office, we have an obligation to support those laws and to carry the laws forward so that public health and safety is protected. That's our job. And when you violate those, just like any other, disrespect of the law, any kind of, well, I'm going to do this anyway, I'm going to demonstrate, there's consequences. And unfortunately, for Commissioner Gibbs, in this instance, the consequences that I think were appropriate is censure. One of the emails that we received was from a physician who lives in Royal Oak. I won't mention his or her name, certainly, or the type of medicine that he or she practices, because that's not relevant. But I think the language that they put in their email was fairly consistent with my thinking on this. One of the paragraphs in the email says, "Our democracy is based on good public governance guided by leaders. These leaders should be committed to being transparent throughout this crisis and beyond. And in these challenging times, we need to embrace the opportunity to support each other and our colleagues and all critical workers. It is my observation that in such crisis, leaders are often shaped. These leaders inspire through difficult and challenging times. They stand shoulder to shoulder. They are especially effective when their style is empathetic and concerned, listening carefully, communicating regularly with candor and consistency, answering responsibly, and emphasizing the need to embrace the opportunity to support each other. However, the behaviors of Commissioner Gibbs at the April 15th gridlock demonstration run counter to these principles. Her behaviors, no mask, no physical distancing, demonstrated disdain and discounting of nationally recommended guidelines. Science-based policies have been questioned. Consequently, the effectiveness of our democracy is being tested by sometimes flagrant and unrestrained biases. As a Royal Oak citizen, I find her behaviors and public utterances disturbing and below the level I would expect from an elected public leader. I feel compelled to say this both as a resident and as a healthcare professional." That about sums it up. And based upon that, I will move approval of this resolution.
We have a motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? See a second by Commissioner Macy. Okay, further discussion. Okay, I see Commissioner Lavasser.
Contrary to what I'm hearing, this is absolutely, positively a lot to do with Commissioner Gibbs' right of expression, her right of association, her right of assembly. And from my perspective, you can agree with her, you can disagree with her. You can state your position, what you think of her, what you independently think of her and her choices. But as a body, as a governmental entity, it's highly inappropriate for us to take action against her in this situation here. It's intended to intimidate her. It's intended to stifle her from speaking out in the future. And this commission, I'll be very frank, this commission has a history of taking such actions, of disrespecting the opinions and perspectives of others. From my perspective, disagreements are part of the political process. They are a very necessary part of the checks and balances of the system that leads to better government. You don't seem to see that. You don't seem to respect that. I've seen situations here where members of this body have referred to people who come to speak to us as morons, as idiots, who have suggested that perhaps they should get some trouble with the IRS simply because they have a different perspective. I've seen members of this body, when folks have come talk to us during public comment, who have expressed concerns about the operations of a department, rather than take the moment to empathize, to try to understand why it is that they're concerned, to suggest that we look into it and make a determination whether any actions are necessary, have simply decided to question the motives or the reasons behind them, to challenge them and ask the questions such as, what is the obligation of us to shut that down? That's an exact quote. Quote, what is our obligation to shut that down, end quote. It came from one of our meetings in September. This is a body that has not shown a willingness to be open to different perspectives, has done what it could to try to shut Commissioner Gibbs and myself down, has moved from going to 2 commissioners who could bring things onto the agenda to 3, simply to shut us down. It's inappropriate. It's all about this commission trying to shut down Commissioner Gibbs because she's not part of your crowd. She doesn't support your perspectives, and you want to do something to shut her down. I would also note there's been all these references to the governor and her executive orders. The governor herself recognizes that her orders are subject to the First Amendment. I would point you to the governor's own public statements, her own public verbal statements that she made to the state back on April 13th, 2 days before Operation Gridlock. She announced at that time that she supports First Amendment, and then she asked. She didn't mandate, she didn't demand, she did not threaten. She simply asked that people exercise good social distancing. And she did that because she knew that the right of assembly is part of the First Amendment. She can't abridge that. She cannot restrict that. And what you're essentially doing here is saying that Commissioner Gibbs, because she participated in her way, that this governmental entity, the city of Royal Oak, should sanction her. That's inappropriate. There's so much that this commission needs to do. Last year about this time, our finance director warned us that we have a structural deficit that we would need to deal with, and that was during a time of a good economy. The problems have only become worse or will get worse because of the economic challenges that have been created by current events. It really calls into question the wisdom of this committee, this commission, in going forward with a city center project that's going to cost us $2.1 million additional per year. That's going to make things that much harder for us to balance the budgets. Rather than focus on those issues, your efforts have been focused on vengeance against a sitting commissioner with whom you've often disagreed. In the process, you threatened to violate her rights, you potentially open up the city to litigation and the expenses associated with that. For that, simply so you can get your pound of flesh against a political rival.
Thank you, Commissioner Lavasser. Anybody else? I see Commissioner Macy with her hand raised.
Yeah, I guess it's a good time for me to go after that because a lot of what I have to say is about the lack of taking accountability, the lack of responsibility in these actions. I think the censure resolution speaks for itself. I appreciate Commissioner Prush's thoughtfulness in putting it together and her words tonight. My words go a bit beyond that because I'm speaking for myself and for other citizens of Royal Oak. About not only Commissioner Gibbs' behavior, but her complete denial of responsibility for her own actions and her attempt to lay blame everywhere but herself for what has happened. We're in a very unique, unbelievable time. My daughter has been counting the days since Royal Oak schools closed on our calendar, and we are in, as she calls it, quarantine day number 46, in case you were wondering. These are extraordinary times, and few living people have ever experienced anything like this. And every day I'm in awe anew at how Royal Oak is stepping up. We have so many healthcare workers and essential workers in this community, and they're going out there every day to keep us safe and healthy and fed and connected. We have teachers who, as Commissioner Douglas said, are mastering a brand new way to teach. We have parents and caregivers who are handling childcare needs and their household needs while pushing down their own anxieties to make sure our children are feeling safe and loved. We have community members who are actually supporting small businesses to the extent possible to keep the lights on. And then we have our neighbors who are holding each other up with our notes, prayers, waves, foods, homemade masks, and then those ridiculous memes. And I've been overwhelmed with pride every day by Royal Oak. And then there's Commissioner Gibbs. When I first started to see the images all over social media of Commissioner Gibbs standing in a crowd of people with no face mask, I was appalled. I was just thinking, does she not understand how coronavirus works despite the near endless news and social media coverage on it? I couldn't believe it, but I was sure by the way that she kept leaping out of the way of the camera view that she was also embarrassed and would admit her mistake as soon as possible. It was clear from Facebook comments that Royal Oakers were feeling the same way that I did. They were flabbergasted by her irresponsible behavior and worried that she would be bringing the virus back here to her contacts in Royal Oak. And let's be clear, as has been clear all night, this has nothing to do with her attending the protest and exercising her First Amendment rights. No one has suggested that that was an issue except for Commissioner Gibbs herself and her allies desperate for a straw man. I absolutely support her right to participate in the protest. I love a good protest myself. You'd spot me in quite a few in the last few years. If Commissioner Gibbs had come back and said, oh, geez, this is all so new. I made a mistake, didn't listen to protest organizers, jumped out of my car without a mask and just forgot about social distancing. Terrible idea. I'm going to quarantine myself for 14 days. I think that might have been the end of it. The social media furor might have carried on a little bit, but I feel confident that would have been the end of the scandal. But she didn't. Rather than apologizing, she spoke to a newspaper reporter and told him she wasn't there as part of the protest, but was there to observe it, and gave her now infamous statement of, in my eyes, the scare of coronavirus is over. I'm not a doctor, but my personal belief is that the people who got it or are going to get it have already gotten it, so let's get back to work. If you thought Royal Oak residents were shocked before that moment, that was insult to injury, a slap in the face. It shows either complete and total ignorance of COVID-19 or complete and total indifference to our patients and essential workers, or maybe both. It suggests that this local leader thinks we have nothing to worry about and should get on with the business of our lives. Meanwhile, over at Beaumont, people are dying alone without their relatives there. Healthcare staff are there trying to care for them and searching for the protective equipment that they need to do their jobs, and they're getting sick too. City Commission started receiving an avalanche of emails insisting that we remove Commissioner Gibbs from office for endangering our residents and showing incompetent leadership in these trying times. And when the outrage deservedly came for her, she never once, not once, expressed any regret about not social distancing or cavalierly suggesting that no one else is going to get the virus. Rather, she says that despite clear video and photographic evidence to the contrary, that she was maintaining social distancing the entire time. What does she think about the intelligence of Royal Oak residents? This whole situation has painfully reminded us that we cannot afford such a leader. Her decision in the past 2 weeks to play the victim and not accept any responsibility has been deeply disappointing. She's issuing press releases and giving interviews suggesting this is all a political plot to show that she's incompetent. I think you're doing a fine job with that by yourself. How dare you try to pretend now that you were tricked into your own bad behavior? Take some responsibility for yourself, please. Honestly, no one else could have come up with this absurdity. No one else could have written those comments for those interviews. But she had to lay the blame somewhere because she was desperate to garner sympathy in an attempt to turn the tide of public opinion. Except tide isn't the right word. It's the tidal wave. I have never received so much communication on a single topic. Never has it been so one-sided, and never has it been so individualized and passionate as we heard tonight. Royal Oak residents are upset with Commissioner Gibbs. They're scared about COVID-19, and they are in shock that a local public official would endanger her constituents and be the source of so much misinformation. We may be inoculated to that at the national level, but we expect more from the neighbors that we elect to represent us here. You should be ashamed, Commissioner Gibbs, for your actions that put Royal Oak citizens in increased danger, for your lack of understanding and empathy, and for your complete denial of accountability. But it seems that you are not. I agree with what many, many residents have been telling me over the past 2 weeks. You are not what we need representing us in the city of Royal Oak.
Thank you, Commissioner Macy. Anybody else wish to speak tonight on the motion that's in front of us? Okay, so I see Commissioner DeBuck's hand. Commissioner DeBuck.
I think I just want to applaud the comments of Commissioner Macy. I think that about sums it up nicely. This is not an issue of speech, but an issue of behavior and accountability. This form of accountability is merely a formal reprimand. No punitive legal action, no financial action. She's not being deprived of property or her freedom. Commissioner Gibbs is made choices that are contrary to her oath of office and responsibilities as a commissioner, and you're merely stating that. Instead of owning that mistake, or at the very least recognizing the concerns of these hundreds of residents that reached out directly, Commissioner Gibbs has responded with accusations and mudslinging, conspiracy theories, and most recently threats, like the threat to sue the very city she's sworn to represent, which speaks volumes more to how cavalier she is about, you know, her public service than this censure ever could. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Dubak. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, briefly, because the three previous speakers have summarized all of the salient points here. To me, this is my vote in favor of censure is about the voters of Royal Oak and the people of Royal Oak. As Commissioner Macy said, I have never in 7 years in this office seen such an outpouring, such a passionate outpouring on a subject with every message unique, nobody copying and pasting somebody else's notes, all very personal messages from people I have never heard from before. I mean, not the usual suspects. And I represent the people of the city of Royal Oak, and I hear their voices here, and I will vote on their behalf.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas. Anybody else? I don't see any hands. Oh, I see Commissioner Dubak. Let me try to unmute you, Commissioner Dubak, 1 second.
I am muted. I just want to be clear, the motion on the table is for the resolution as amended, as proposed by Commissioner Perush.
As read by Commissioner Perush, yes. Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Gibbs.
I'll wrap it up. If anybody, I heard another voice, I'll wrap it up.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Gibbs.
I'm hearing some kind of feedback. Anyway, first of all, has anybody asked me what I've been doing for the past 12 days? No. You don't know where I've been, what I've been doing, that I've not gone to the grocery store, that I've run out of food. That said, I do want to thank all of the people who have supported me with their kind words and messages of message and support. I greatly appreciate all of the messages of kindness, and as I have come under attack because I have seen the emails that came from the Greater Royal Oak Democrat Club. I've seen them. I was exercising my First Amendment rights when I attended Operation Gridlock in support of thousands of Michigan small businesses. Now, even though I violated no laws or rules promulgated by the governor, Mayor Fournier and the commission majority wished to destroy my reputation, my livelihood, and my political career, even knowing that doing so is violating my First Amendment rights. Our Constitution does not have exceptions to suit the political pleasure of Mayor Fournier, Commissioner Woodward, or Governor Whitmer. As Commissioner Lavasser has said, I have stood by the residents all along. I have supported the veterans. I have supported the seniors. I have supported all of the small businesses. I'm not closing places down. I'm not doing those things. I'm not in favor of doing those things. And I'm also voting against the no bid contracts. I'm voting against the increases in the no bid contracts. Just last meeting on the 13th, we had the no bid contract with Krieger Clapp, and they got another $40,000 and I voted against that. No bid contracts are destroying the residents. They're destroying the small businesses, and it's just unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. I don't know how many people know, but well, probably a lot of the people from your group know that only 3 months before the award of this contract and only a few weeks before the election, Krieger was the host of a large event supporting the campaign and re-election of Mayor Fournier. at his house, at Krieger's house, with hundreds of supporters, free drinks, free food, and a live band. According to the campaign finance reports, there's no reports of those expenses. How does that happen? There's a lot of problems going on at the commission table and within the building, within the city hall building. At this point, I don't even know. I hope this helps explain to you what happened. I never broke a law. I had the right to free speech. I had the right to assemble, and my positions are not being heard. There's a slanted opposition, and this assault is upon all of us who have made sacrifices and gave our lives for the freedom and liberty that you guys, the freedom and liberty of the Constitution of the United States. It's unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibbs. We do have a motion on the table. Just a few final comments before we take the vote. I just first want to say, Commissioner Gibbs, if you're having any issues with food from my family to yours, from person to person, aside from whatever is going on right now, we would be happy to find a way and find a process to get you what you need. I encourage you, if you want to privately text me whatever you need. I'm happy to hear that you have been quarantining for the last 12 days. I think the rest of the community appreciates that, so we're very grateful that you have been doing that. And if there's any issues associated with you accessing nutrition or food, call me, call our city line. We'll make sure that we can take care of that for you. And I mean that, I'm not trying to be smart here. I mean that from a complete honest perspective. Just a few things just to address before I go into my commentary about the subject. You brought up a campaign finance allegation. Just to be clear, all the money raised there went to Royal Oak Charities. That's probably why you didn't see it in the campaign finance report. There's been some accusations that have tried to, from whatever political narrative for a long time here over years of the awesome city centers project that we put into place. Those accusations are clearly baseless. And by doing so, you are making accusations not against members of this body, but also our city manager, city attorney, police chief, economic development manager, all the city staff, and everybody that worked on this in a complete open and transparent process. So I would just encourage you to be careful with your words. Where you may have beef with some of your political adversaries, keep in mind that we have a lot of dedicated staff here in the city of Royal Oak, and we want to make sure that we support them and that we don't, sling allegations that, are untrue and unfounded against the hardworking women and men of our city. I guess I'll say and conclude that, we had nearly 100 public comments tonight. And, from what I heard, I feel like 80–90% of these were all, concerned citizens, authentic in their messages, leaving their addresses and their names, and really having a lot of passion for this topic. There were some that, certainly don't support this measure that's in front of us right now. The good news is I think for the most part, I agree with everybody, because the ones that support the censure completely understand that, the gravity of the situation. They understand what transpired as it relates to the executive order. They understand that it's not an issue of free speech at all. Unequivocally, it's not. And I think I've been very forward in my communications. My emails have been released as far as what I request Commissioner Gibbs to strongly consider resigning. And I think every statement I've made ever since when the press has called me relentlessly about this, I've totally and expressly told them that this has nothing to do with free speech. We fully support everybody's right to free speech, the right to assemble, the right to protest. And what happened on that day, some people didn't abide by the laws of social distancing. And this is the matter at hand, okay? Nothing more, nothing less. And for those who seem to oppose it, they also believe in Commissioner Gibbs' freedom of speech and right to assemble, and everybody's freedom of speech and right to assemble to uphold the Constitution. So there's a lot of agreement among all the callers. It's just we have the situation that has been clearly articulated in the censure resolution that has absolutely nothing to do with one's freedom of speech. I think this is something, in my opinion, as a deflective measure that has been put out there that is completely inaccurate to the facts of the case and the evidence of the case. And, it's disappointing to see it, but I'm glad we could have this, discussion, and I'm glad that we could underscore, at least many people here, and to the hundreds of people that called us and the hundreds of people that emailed us, that we all agree that one's freedom of speech should be absolute. It's a God-given right, and it's an American right, and it should be protected. And your right to assemble is protected. But I think the question comes down, does it say in the Constitution, in the United States Constitution or the Constitution of the state of Michigan, that any of us here that took an oath have a right to break the law? And I think that's the matter at hand right now. And we should hold our elected officials to a higher standard. And so I will be fully supporting this motion. And I'm ready to call for the vote. So I'm going to begin with, from the top, Commissioner Lavasser.
No.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Commissioner Perush.
Yes.
Commissioner Macy.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs.
No.
And I vote yes. The motion passes.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You indicated that the motion passed. There's only one instance in our ordinances that provide for censure. That is our ethics ordinance. It provides a certain criteria under which censure is appropriate. None of those would fit here, but most importantly, it requires that all of the unaffected commissioners, Commissioner Gibbs would not be counted here. That must be a unanimous vote for this body to censor a sitting member of the commission. We do not have a unanimous vote. The censure vote does not carry because the ethics ordinance requires that it be unanimous. And it is the only instance in which censure is provided for in our ordinances.
Thank you, Commissioner Lavasser. I'm going to let City Manager Dave Gillum weigh in on this. For this censure, the resolution did not invoke Chapter 66 of our ordinances that you're talking about. Maybe Mr. Gillum can provide some light on the effectiveness of this vote. Mr. Gillum?
Thank you, Mayor. First, just to clarify, I would be speaking in my capacity as city attorney, not as the interim city manager right now. And really, the only thing I'm doing is offering an interpretation as to the ordinance itself. I'm not speaking or commenting on the substance of the motion that was brought or any of the discussion, because I think were I to do that, I think it puts me in a position where I have a clear conflict of interest. So to the extent that the question is what the city code provides for is, Commissioner Lavasser is correct that the chapter of the city code regarding the conflict of interest involving the ethics ordinance does require a unanimous vote of the remaining members of the city commission. But this is a situation where, as I understand the resolution, it wasn't presented pursuant to the ethics ordinance. The resolution would stand on its own as part of the commission's inherent authority to discipline a member of the body. And so I respectfully to Commissioner Lavasser, I don't believe that the requirements of the ethics ordinance are applicable to this particular resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum, for your legal interpretation as the city attorney. Okay. According to the city attorney's opinion on Chapter 66 and on this resolution, it is evident that Commissioner Gibbs has been censured. And we'll move on to item number 16, which was added to the agenda by Commissioner Douglas. The topic was the possible ethics violation by a city commissioner. And since Commissioner Douglas asked for this to be added to the agenda, and it was voted on by the commission to add it to the agenda, I'm going to let Commissioner Douglas take it from here. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Friday, I responded to emails from 65 people regarding the previous agenda item. In my response, I endorsed Commissioner Gibbs' opponent for County Commission. The city's ethics ordinance, 66.5H says, quote, a public official shall not use any city time, equipment, facilities, supplies, or staff for the political benefit of any other person seeking elective office. Because I sent the messages through my city email account instead of my personal email, I violated that clause. The ordinance also enables the commission to conduct an independent investigation of any possible ethics breach. I don't think that's necessary here, but others may have different opinions. I'd like to make a motion and then I'd like to speak to that motion. I move that the Royal Oak City Commission censure Commissioner Sherilyn Douglas for violating Ordinance 65H, using city equipment for the political benefit of another person seeking elective office.
I see I have a motion by Commissioner Douglas and I see a second by Commissioner Dubak. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Being elected to office doesn't erase our fundamental rights, as we've learned tonight, but that is countered by many obligations. We are held to a higher standard. We are subject to rules, laws, and judged in the court of public opinion. My job as a commissioner obligates me to understand and respect the laws and ordinances that affect me. When elected, we find an acknowledgement that I would follow the city's rules of ethics. I failed at that in this instance. I made a mistake. I apologize to my fellow commissioners, including Ms. Gibbs, and to the people of Royal Oak. I hope that my commissioners find my initiative and forthrightness mitigate my transgression and that they find my apology sufficient, but I accept their decision, whatever it may be.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas. Any discussion about the motion on the table? Commissioner Dubak.
Seconded the motion because Commissioner Douglas clearly laid out the case. I don't think an investigation is necessary when she is outright describing exactly what happened and exactly what her violation is. I very much appreciate her taking responsibility for that mistake, but according to the ordinance and the facts at hand, censure is appropriate.
Anybody else wish to speak? Commissioner Lavasser.
I appreciate Commissioner Douglas acknowledging her mistake here. It is something that is very clearly against our ethics ordinance to use the city's computer servers to advocate for one political candidate over another. It's also a violation of state law, which would define this as a misdemeanor to do. Now, that said, I consider censure to be a very serious thing. Is this something that I would have moved for Commissioner Douglas to be censored on? The answer is no. That's not how I would have operated. I'm not going to support the motion for that reason, because I believe this commission went way too far with Commissioner Douglas. With Commissioner Gibbs. That was wrong of this commission to do. I'm not going to multiply that by voting in favor of this motion. Because even though I believe Commissioner Douglas did something that was wrong, which was incorrect, something that I brought to her attention, didn't bring it to the rest of you, I brought to her attention, I brought to Mr. Gillum's attention. I didn't choose to bring it to everyone else's attention because I wanted her to address the issue. But I'm not going to support it because this is something that we should only take steps for in the most extreme of circumstances, where you have people who are using their public office for their own personal gain to a much greater extent than this. There's no way that the city emails should be used to support one candidate over another, but it doesn't rise to the level where I believe a censure is appropriate.
Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. I'll just add that I was not aware of this actually until about, I see my email stamp is 9:25 this morning. And I appreciate, I believe in that correspondence, Commissioner Lavasser actually brought this up. So I'm grateful that he was looking and understanding the ordinance and brought it to at least Commissioner Douglas's attention and to the city manager, city attorney's attention. So I'm grateful for that. I haven't had a lot of time, as most of you know, all of us have full-time jobs and, and we are working during the day. Commissioners get paid $20. I get paid $40 every meeting. So I haven't had a lot of time to analyze this, but I'm grateful that Commissioner Douglas, brought exactly what the situation was and her role in it and, putting forward the motion to censure herself. Often when we sit down and as leaders and people ask us, well, what is leadership? There's probably 101 different definitions. And I have to say, I don't know that I have ever seen this before in my life, but I certainly have a new definition via example of Commissioner Douglas of what leadership is. I would have never guessed in 100 years that a person would, make a mistake, admit to it promptly, and then force a vote to censure themselves. I'm just grateful that Commissioner Douglas took swift action, was accountable for her action, and is showing and exhibiting leadership. So this is a very interesting position that we're all in tonight. I don't think I've ever been part of any censorships, let alone 2 in one night. But I'm gonna see if anyone has any final comments to make on this motion. All right, well, I'm gonna call for the vote and we're gonna start in reverse order. Commissioner Gibbs? Commissioner Gibbs? Commissioner Gibbs?
No.
Commissioner
No.
Dubak? Commissioner Dubak?
No.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
No.
Commissioner Douglas?
I can't vote.
Oh, that's right. You can't vote. My mistake. Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
And I will be voting yes. Given Chapter 66 of our ordinance, since this was an ethics violation, it appears that because of the votes of, I counted how many no's? I think I counted 2 or 3 yeses and 4 no's. The motion fails, and that's where we stand right now.
Thank you.
So notwithstanding any other business for the betterment of our fine city and our great city, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Perush?
I move to adjourn.
For a second, second by Commissioner Macy. Any discussion on the adjournment? Okay, with none, I'll call for the vote. I'll vote yes. Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
Yes.
Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in and staying for what appears to be one of our later meetings so far. And everyone stay safe out there, stay home and stay strong. Take care.